Aden Alberio is the strongest dragon slayer and the greatest hero who saved the world from the demon lord. But the moment he struck the final blow, a curse took hold, one that would strip away his humanity and turn him into the very demon he had slain. And in this crucial moment, his trusted comrades betrayed him without hesitation. They sacrificed him to save themselves, showing no regret. Yet instead of dying, he wakes up somewhere unfamiliar, in a rich room with a woman that calls him her son. It turns out he was reborn as Aden Remes. Memories he's never lived flood his mind. The life of a noble son 15 years before his own death. The truth soon becomes clear. The body he now inhabits belonged to a worthless scoundrel, a drunk who beat people, harassed women, and stirred up constant trouble. If not for being the Duke's son, he would have been killed long ago. Standing before a mirror, Aden questions if he truly is Aden Alberio, or if that life was only a dream. But when he checks his system, the answer is clear. The powers he earned after eating the Berserker's heart and becoming the mercenary king's disciple are still his. In his past life, Master Valken had pulled him from the slums, trained him, and made him the strongest mercenary alive, the man who would one day kill the demon lord. But in this world, no one has even heard of Aden Alberio, and Philip, his servant, swears the mercenary king never had a disciple. The servants whisper about his sudden change. No more cruelty, no more insults, even calling them by their names. They believe an illness has softened him. But Aden has only one goal: to find those who betrayed him and tear them apart. Bored with the idle life of a noble, he wanders the estate until his eyes catch a group of knights training in the courtyard. As he watches, a young man approaches, Karl Remes, his younger brother. Unlike the scoundrel previous Aden Remes was, Karl is a respected knight, already recognized as the likely successor to the family despite being the second son. The disgust on Karl's face is obvious as he mocks his elder brother for drinking again, and tells him that knight training isn't a show for his amusement. But Aden simply smiles, and challenges one of the knights to a spar. Karl freezes, shocked. Never once has his disgraceful brother picked up a sword, but now, something about him feels different. Aden comes face to face with Bazan, an apprentice knight in the training ground. The spectators around get concerned for Bazan as he is battling the young master, but they figure that he must pretend to lose on purpose to satiate Aden and get rid of him. Bazan feels a bit offended that he has to battle a drunkard like him who cannot even save himself from the neighborhood dogs. However, Aden figures that Bazan might try to lose on purpose, so he warns him beforehand. He gives him full freedom to go all out, and it would be really embarrassing for an apprentice knight to lose to a weak ruffian like him. He also warns to kick him out of order in case he loses to him. Karl, too, feels like he has gone crazy out there challenging a squire when he hasn't ever held a sword even. They finally start the battle, but to Aden's surprise, his body is much weaker than expected. But still he wants to go in for more blows. People around get concerned for Bazan, as he is going all out against the master. However, what surprises everyone more than anything is the fact that Bazan is not able to take down Aden. After multiple blows even, he still stands with the sword in his hand. Aden gets some adrenaline rush as he hasn't felt this feeling in a long while. Karl and Bazan are in disbelief as they have never seen him display such swordsmanship ever. Everybody feels like it is an unreal dream or something. They can't believe that it is the same guy who used to get scared of the neighborhood dogs and would need saving from them. Since Aden had been living such a luxurious and lazy lifestyle for so long, he forgot his true potential. But all this makes Aden realize that despite this body of his being weak and having less muscle, he still is and will always be Aden Alberio, the Dragon Slayer. Aden and Bazan are indulged in an intense battle. Both are taking shots at each other, and it is a fierce back and forth. Aden seems to be enjoying it while Bazan is giving up already. Everyone is shocked as they find it absurd that the young master beat Bazan at his own game. Aden thanks Karl for giving him the idea of sparring and promises to spar every now and then with other apprentice knights. Nobody can wrap their head around the fact that it is the same scoundrel of a guy who used to be a coward. He tells everybody to keep pushing and practicing to get better. Aden is back in his room and is exhausted as anything. He finds it surprising that his body is fatigued after such a small and surface-level battle. However, he does feel refreshed, as it was a good way to release his frustration. Besides, it was a new experience for him. He finds himself lucky to be back in his element and getting a chance to take his revenge. However, he is well aware that he is no match for those talented and high-status companions of his that can be even called one-man armies. He has to take revenge on biggies like Sylvetta, who is the Night King and heir to the Grand Duchy of Sires. Then there is the chosen saint of the Carnage cult, the Ironblood saint named Spica, and also Calcis, who is the second imperial prince of the Immortalia Empire, and also known as the Great Alchemist. He knows that he cannot battle them at this stage, especially not all of them together. Aden wants to battle them all individually to have a better chance at defeating them, as even his past self in his prime had a difficult time dealing with them together. So before they could join any forces, he wanted to take it slow after being fully prepared. Moreover, he wants to defeat them all within the next 5 years before the allied forces are created to conquer the warlocks. Most importantly, he needs to rip this weak body of his apart and build himself some strength and muscle. Provided with his current body, he feels like he won't even be able to defeat a mere goblin, let alone those powerful warriors. He comes up with a plan and calls Philip in his room. He gives him a list of herb ingredients that he wants. Philip is curious why he wants these, especially after days of being quiet. Aiden asks if there is a problem in getting these as he looks a bit concerned by the list. Upon checking it, Philip finds poisonous herbs like hell lily, angst flower, lunatic grass, etc. in the list, and asks why he would want such dangerous herbs. Aiden does not want to reveal his plans and make him doubtful towards him, so he plays another card of bringing his old self. He uses a threatening voice to warn of the immense consequences of finding out about his dangerous plan. He expresses his evil side and offers Philip to be his toy and revisit the old days after days of being quiet. Obviously, Philip gets frightened and quickly rushes out of the room after being reassured to buy these poisonous herbs for him. Aiden realizes that he needs to get stronger no matter what. Although he wouldn't have used these ways before, since he is the son of a duke rolling in money, he needs to approach things differently. Besides, he already is at a level of a superhuman, as he became a swordmaster today in no time. He knows how to reach there better than anybody else, but needs to take things strategically as these vices are still not common around there. After 1.5 months, he is practicing with his sword fighting when Philip brings him his mana potion. This expensive mana potion is worth someone's 1 month's salary, but since he is loaded being the Duke's son, he can afford it. The potion helps him restore his strength after intensive training and workouts. He asks Philip if he bought what he asked, and he responds agreeingly. Philip is still curious as to what he is up to, but is afraid he might end up on his bad side. Aiden goes to his room and checks if all the herbs are there, which they are. Although it is life-threatening, he still remembers Calcis and Shaula proposing that it helps in striving to unlock his hidden potential. He tries to comfort himself by remembering that he already survived death once and begins eating those herbs. He falls to the ground and is in much pain but has to repeat it 100 more times. But he notices that his mana flow has become smoother. All of a sudden, he hears a familiar voice and is caught off guard. He starts asking the voice to reveal itself. Because of the loud sound, his servants barge into his room to confirm his well-being, but they are instructed to leave by Aiden. This confirms that it was real and not a hallucination. Aiden figures that it is the Underlord, who even knows his name but doesn't know his motive yet. After being caught, the Underlord reminisces how it has been a while with Dragonslayer, King Aiden Alberio. Aiden keeps telling the Underlord to reveal itself and make its motives clear. The Underlord reveals that he does not have a physical body, and he cannot see him even if he tried his best. He reminds Aiden that in his last moments, he was in the middle of becoming the Underlord himself. The Underlord discloses that the moment he died, he transferred his soul into Aiden's body. He was even planning to revive himself by taking over his 6 organs and 5 viscera. Aiden figures that this means that the Underlord's soul is in his body, but he is finding ways as to how he can kill it. He plans on pouring holy power in his body or dying again together. This makes the Underlord very defensive, and he swears that he has changed. Aiden doubts that, as he remembers that he used to love chaos and madness. Undelrod tells him that it was because of the virtues of the Demon Lord, but they were severed when Aiden was in the void. Aiden does notice the calmness in his voice, as he used to be a menace back in the day. He asks who exactly the demon god is, as he has heard his voice for the first time. The Underlord informs him that the demon god is also known as the ultimate sin, as it is combined with all the evilness in the world, and even the gods are cautious of him. Previously, he was cursed to carry out the demon god's evil wills. Aiden asks him if whatever is happening right now, like the regression of time 15 years back in Remes's body, is also a part of his plan. The Underlord responds affirmingly that it is indeed his doing, as whenever the dragon's mana was possessed by him, he would turn back time. Aiden is shocked as to how that is even possible, but Underlord explains that it is not impossible. He says that God created dragons as agents to help change the laws of nature, so it isn't a big deal for them. Aiden questions as to why he didn't do something to fix things for himself in the void if he is so powerful. The Underlord says that that's because he is now tired and needs some rest from all the work. A month has passed, and Aiden is seen training with a scarecrow. As he practices, he is thinking to himself as to how unsettling it is to have somebody like the Underlord inside of his body, but now he has to keep getting used to it. Moreover, having somebody know and acknowledge his past self is also kind of relieving to him. He is so immersed in his thoughts that he breaks the scarecrow. The training method he uses seems to be effective, but now he needs to find other dummies to practice on. He notices some knights practicing at a distance and feels like they will be perfect to practice in. The Underlord speaks to him, telling him how capable he is of being more evil than a hero. This puts him off, and he threatens to drink the holy potion to shut him up. The Underlord gets scared as he knows the holy power in it will cause him pain due to the evilness inside of it, so he quickly says that he is a hero no matter what. He sees a familiar face of a knight but does not recognize him. Their coach calls him Lo and tells him to practice harder as he is falling behind. Aiden is shocked to see the free knight Lo. He was a chivalrous mercenary pretending to be a knight, and he had saved his life multiple times. He was known to be one of the few S-class mercenaries, but had died during the fight against the Berserk dragon. Aiden feels he has actually returned to the past, as he thought he would see him in hell next. He goes into the field and calls for Lo. He is a bit lost, but is quickly picked on by him as Aiden starts scolding him for speaking informally with the master. Lo apologizes but can't figure out why he is being picked. Aiden reads his mind, which catches him off guard, and he quickly denies thinking that way. He even thinks to quit right there and then. Aiden seems to be enjoying him getting nervous, and uses Remes's body to his advantage, and invites him to training in the evening. He says something in his ear and walks off, thinking to return his favor by giving him a small gift. This makes Lo visibly shocked. In the evening, Aiden waits for Lo, and he finally shows up. The first thing he asks is how he knows about his secret. Before Aiden could answer, he started crying hysterically. As he is crying, he asks Aiden if there is a way that he can fix his arm. In normal times, Lo and Aiden are seen drinking. Lo feels that if his right arm was intact, he must have been a great knight like everybody else. He was the nimble one-armed Lo, and the only way Aiden could repay the debt he owed was to fulfill his longing desire. In the night training ground, Lo was caught off guard when Aiden said something in his ear. He whispered that he knew that his right arm was stiff. Lo was shocked as he had not told this to anybody. He asks if there is a way his arm could be fixed. Aiden reveals that he is suffering from mana vasoconstriction syndrome, an incurable disease that occurs in the mana channels. Lo is afraid to find out, as he knows that there is no cure for it, but Aiden claims to be able to cure it for him. He knows that there will be a cure in 10 years, but at this point, only he knows how to cure it. However, in order to fix it for him, he would need to bind a contract with him. Lo was more than willing to comply with anything, and he asked about the contract. The contract said that he will spar with Aiden whenever he asks, and basically he would need to accept all of his commands. Lo is hesitant at first as he calls it a slave contract, but doesn't have any choice but to accept. His instinct is telling him that it might be dangerous, but he goes ahead anyway. Aiden is thinking in a vile manner, as he would even make him his slave in the near future and even take his item from him. Aiden hears from the Underlord again as it tells him how he was right about the Dragon Slayer being on the evil side, but he tells it to shut up. A few days later, Lo and Aiden go to the small town of Marilyn. Lo is hesitant to find a solution in a shabby area like this, but Aiden tells him to have faith. They get out of the carriage, and Aiden instructs him to follow him. They reach a house-like building, but the signboard refuses to cure anybody or be a clinic or have any drugs, herbs, or medicines in its possession. Aiden goes inside anyway as he remembers Lo coming here to cure his disease. Even though he could not get a solution, there was still somebody here trying to research the mana vasoconstriction disease. They start looking for the owner, but get no response. Lo sees a painting and asks Aiden about it. It was the Philosopher's Stone, a superstition known to interfere with the realms of God as believed by alchemists. He feels it must have some truth to it, as he himself was able to break through the realm of death and go back in time to live again. Lo is impressed with his knowledge, but little does he know that he picked it from Shaula and Calcis. They are greeted by somebody, and Aiden asks Lo to step outside for a moment. When they are alone, Aiden reveals that he knows about the identity of this person named Kathy. Kathy is surprised to know that he even knows that she is Werebeast Alchemist, and that she is looking for the solution to the mana vasoconstriction disease. He even reveals to her that she herself suffers from the disease and that her signs are more severe. The only reason she is surviving is the herbs she smokes. Otherwise, she would be terminally ill. Kathy accepts but is afraid that she hasn't found a method to cure it yet. Aiden offers to allow her to practice if she genuinely finds a solution and passes her a paper of information containing the cure to it. He would hear Calcis and Shaula talking about the solution so much that he memorized it. Kathy is shocked and asks for half a month to find a permanent cure for it. However, Aiden brings up wanting something in return again. This time he wants the ring in her hand. It is no ordinary ring but called the Ring of Speed, an artifact that triples one's physical speed for 10 seconds thrice a day. This ring was possessed by Lo earlier, and this made him perform tremendously even without one arm. Even though it is important for her, she hands over the ring to her, provided that she moves to the Duke's mansion with him to continue her research. Furthermore, her food and shelter are also to be taken care of by him, but she is afraid the people around might question him. Aiden boasts that he is known to be Duke's scumbag, and nobody would question him. He returns to the mansion with Kathy and Lo and starts feeling like home already. However, he is greeted with a sense of emergency by Philip, who is calling out his name like a madman. Flip runs to Aiden and informs him that young Master Carl has gone missing in the Monster Mountain. This greatly worries him. He explains that upon hearing the news of somebody going missing at Monster Mountain, Carl went to save him. Instead, Carl and some other knights have not returned for 2 days. Aiden knows that the Monster Mountain only has insignificance, but is afraid that in case Carl doesn't return, he would have to be the successor. This in turn will mess up his revenge plan. A search party is about to leave. He asks Philip to accommodate Kathy and take care of her, which surprises him. Moreover, he asks for a favor from Kathy. Aiden asks his father, the king, to join the search party, but he says no. He insists, saying that he is worried about his brother Carl. He says that he does not want anything bad to happen to him. Seeing his concern, his father gets teary-eyed, hugs him, and permits him to go with the search party. He is just pretending to show concern, and the Underlord reminds him that he is a bit disgusting while he tells him to shut up. He entrusts Aiden with Sir Spale, who is the vice-captain of the Remes Knight Order, and tells him to take care of his sons. They reach the Monster Mountain and find traces of their people. As expected, they were attacked, but by the looks of the weapons used, it looks like the goblins attacked them. This shocks Aiden as he can't believe that such low-intelligence creatures defeated Carl and his team. He believes that such intelligence of hiding traces and planning can only be done by the king of the goblins, hobgoblins. They are the only ones that possess such intelligence and strength, so he quickly informs Sir Spiel about it. As he hears this, he is hesitant to move forward without preparation, as he feels they are no match for hobgoblins. However, Aiden refuses to retreat and orders to bring a search dog without any delays. As the search dog arrives, he feeds it a scent enhancement potion. He took it from Kathy as he remembers how useful it was for search operations in his time. Everybody is concerned as to what's going on, but to their surprise, the dog actually follows something and finally reaches the goblin village. They find Carl and his team stuck in a cage in the goblin village, but before they could move forward, they notice something odd. They see 3 hobgoblins, which makes the situation even more critical for them. According to Aiden, these hobgoblins are a match even for decent knights, so they should be prepared to give it their all in order to win. Sir Spiel suggests Aiden escape after rescuing the hostage, and he agrees, as he feels that these many knights will be able to handle them without him. The search party is finally discharged, and they march towards the village in order to attack hobgoblins. The knights cow to rescue Carl and directly attack the goblins. The hostages get relieved as the knights had arrived when Aiden breaks open their cage. They are delighted but surprised to see Aiden rescuing them. Carl is especially stunned to see his brother mustering up the courage to save them. Aiden frees the hostages and is ready to escape now. He instructs the knights to join the search party to wipe out the hobgoblins and help the villagers escape. As they deploy, Carl yells at Aiden to be careful as there is a giant monster behind him. However, he can't make sense out of it as he thinks Carl is talking about a hobgoblin but is struck by a big monster. As he comes to think of it, he realizes that the reason there were 3 hobgoblins is because there is a higher-ranking creature around him, a troll, which is known as the worst monster amongst all human-shaped demons. Aiden instructs Carl to escape with the villagers, but he is aware that it is a troll and he can't beat it alone. However, Aiden is adamant that he can take care of it, and that Carl should not forget that he is his elder brother and knows better than him. In his heart, Carl still thinks that his brother is just a good-for-nothing scumbag. Even though he said it just to sound like a stud, he is attacked mercilessly by the troll. He pulls out his sword and deploys a mighty attack on it as well. But, as expected, the troll is very resilient to his attacks. Despite much effort and countless attacks, the troll still stands unharmed and attacks resiliently. Aiden realizes that with his current strength, he cannot defeat the troll, especially the way it should be defeated, so he needs to start looking for other ways to increase his strength and defeat the troll. Aiden leaps into the air, searching for another method to defeat the troll. Meanwhile, the knights panic at the sight of a troll before them. Ever the heroic one, Sir Spale decides it's his duty, well, technically it is his duty, to protect Aiden, who is in danger. They already realize the extent of the threat when they spot 3 hobgoblins, but now, with a troll added to the mix, the danger escalates dramatically. Despite this, Sir Spale remains adamant about fulfilling his duty by saving Aiden, who just needs to hold on a little longer. That said, Lord again jumps into the air to dodge another attack from the troll. In his hand, the ring Cassie gave him gleams as it's time to put it to good use. In the next moment, he activates the Ring of Swiftness, granting him 10 swift seconds of light speed movement. Overall, his plan relies on a method that demands a high level of speed, which is something he doesn't possess due to the limitations of his body. But with the help of the ring, he can finally achieve it. 8 seconds remain when he slashes the troll's arm. 6 seconds remain when he wounds the troll in several places. In the next 3 seconds, he relentlessly attacks it with his sword. In the final second, he manages to behead the troll. Once it's over, He knows that this is the level he wants to reach. This is the sword aura he wants to master, even with his current imperfect body. Meanwhile, the clueless Sir Spell tells his knights to help Aiden, who clearly doesn't need it. But the moment his eyes land on our boy, he freezes, stunned by the blue light shining from Aiden's sword. At first he doesn't understand what it is. Then he realizes Aiden has awakened sword aura, which is something he, a knight commander, has never managed to do. On the other hand, Aiden is completely exhausted after his stunt with the ring. He collapses onto a tree branch, disturbing the birds' peaceful lives. The 10-second sword aura takes a heavy toll on his body, leaving him aching so badly he can't even move. He is determined to use the Ring of Swiftness cautiously after his recent experience, which leaves him trembling. Exhausted, he hangs onto a tree branch while his knights search for him, wondering where their favorite scoundrel has wandered off to. Eventually, he is found, and they all return home. The next day, Lord Remes is informed about the situation. He orders Sir Spell to compensate the families affected by the incident. Sir Spell agrees without protest. However, what truly astonishes Lord Remes is the news that his scoundrel son, whose reputation is undeniably terrible and well-earned, not only defeats a troll, but also awakens sword aura. Sir Spiel and the other knights give their testimonies, confirming the unbelievable truth. All of this makes Lord Remes question whether Aiden is truly his own son. That very son sits frustrated in his room, brooding over his lack of power. He meditates quietly, channeling sword aura into his weapon, which is a technique that helps him grow his mana capacity. But he knows it isn't enough. With a clenched fist, he vows to grow stronger soon so he can get his revenge. Suddenly, he is startled by an eerie voice praising his resolve. He looks up and immediately recognizes the figure in front of him, who is an underlord with a smug expression who introduces himself as the king of the underworld. However, upon seeing the being's small size and strange body, which consist of half lamb, half bat, Aiden bursts into uncontrollable laughter, which deeply irritates the underlord. But Aiden can't stop laughing, even as the underlord protests and declares that it's all Aiden's fault for being weak, which in turn gives him a weak form. Finally, after a while, Aiden stops laughing and asks the underlord why he has shown himself. The underlord explains that Aiden is the only person who can see him. He also reveals that he plans to project himself more into Aiden as he grows stronger. Hearing this, Aiden feels disgusted at the thought of enduring the underlord's presence on a regular basis. This reaction prompts a rude remark from the underlord, who says that he should show some gratitude to the one who saved his life. Ignoring the taunt, Aiden begins commenting that he shouldn't even call him underlord, since that's not actually a name. He explains that underlord is just a title, passed on through the curse of the underworld to whoever possesses the soul of the former underlord. Then, he asks what his real name is. In a somber tone, the underlord admits that he lost his name a long time ago. Since then, his only purpose has been to simply exist. Aiden decides to name him Curse, which startles the underlord. He explains that since the underlord is his curse, he's going to call him Curse from now on. The underlord accuses him of being lazy for not coming up with a proper name, but Aiden just teases him by calling him Curse or Curse Being. Eventually, the underlord gives up and says he can call him whatever he likes. Aiden, of course, decides he very much likes the name Curse. A week passes like this. One day, Aiden visits Cassie for an update regarding the cure. However, instead of a proper response, he's greeted with the title Lord Troll. As if being called a scoundrel wasn't bad enough, now people have started calling him Lord Troll. Not even Troll Slayer after killing that giant troll. He hates the name. He then asks about Ro's whereabouts. Cassie tells him he's inside. When Aiden peeks into the room, he finds Ro emotional, finally able to move his arm again. Overcome with gratitude, Ro drops to his knees and takes an oath to serve Aiden for the rest of his life. Internally, Aiden is quite pleased to have a lifelong servant and accepts his pledge without hesitation. Turning back to Cassie, he asks about her condition. She explains that her illness is unlike any typical syndrome and that she'll need at least another month of research to make progress. Aiden praises her for her hard work, and she thanks him. But the moment she calls him Lord Troll, his irritation flares. Ro, trying to suppress his laughter, lets out a snort. Annoyed, Aiden turns to him and orders him to get out and find something useful to do. Ro is more than happy to receive any task, but his joy doesn't last. A short while later, he finds himself doing manual labor under his lord's command. After a while, Ro falls quite ill from the manual labor. Unfazed by his condition, Aiden conducts a business deal with a merchant, proudly showing him the troll he had killed. The merchant assures him that the corpse will fetch a high price, as it's in excellent condition. Trolls are rare, and the materials harvested from them are highly valuable in the market. Aiden then hands him a list of medicinal herbs he wants in exchange for the troll's price. The merchant initially agrees, but as soon as he scans the ingredients, his expression shifts. He hesitates, pointing out that many of the herbs are poisonous. With a cold, threatening tone, Aiden reminds him, if he says they're medicinal herbs, then they are medicinal herbs. The merchant quickly gets the message. No one wants to end up on the wrong side of the infamous scoundrel, and he nods in agreement. Satisfied with the easy money, Aiden smirks. It's proof that his old mercenary habits die hard. Just then, Philip arrives with a message that his father has summoned him. After a while, Aiden knocks on the door, but the moment he spots another person sitting with his father, his expression turns grim. He doesn't understand why that person is here. The guest chuckles and comments on the rumors being true. Aiden really is the troll slayer. But when the man greets him with a warm smile, Aiden's expression remains unchanged. In his past life, this very man used to bully him for his status as a mere mercenary. Left with no choice, Aiden forces himself to exchange pleasantries and greets the guest who is the guardian of the northeastern border, Margrave Tyrede Cetus. Cetus is surprised to hear Aiden knows him, which Aiden confirms, casually adding that Cetus is one of the few swordmasters of the Empire. Basically, the level of swordmaster is the transcendent dream every knight aspires to. Those who reach it surpass all limits of talent, stepping into the realm of superhuman strength, where a single swing of their sword can cleave mountains, and even their breath can make the air tremble. In his past life, Aiden was also a swordmaster, and now, once again, he sets his sights on that goal. Cetus, impressed by Aiden's unexpectedly polite demeanor, especially given the young man's infamous reputation for rudeness, compliments his father for raising such a fine son. Aiden tries to brush off the compliment with modesty. Moments later, his father shifts the conversation, expressing concern for Cetus, whose lands are rumored to have been raided by orcs. With a serious expression, Cetus explains that his territory isn't the only place dealing with orc problems. Orcs have also been spotted near the Slaughter Tower, which lies under the control of the Church of the God of Slaughter in the desolate Westlands of Death. At this point, Aiden grows interested. This is the place where one of his former companions, Ironblood Saint, might be. Cetus continues, expressing his suspicion that besides his own territory, the Slaughter Tower, and Lord Remes's lands, there has been unusual monster activity. It can't be a coincidence. Lord Remes agrees with him. Cetus proposes a collaboration to investigate the matter and requests Remes' help, which he agrees to offer. The next moment, Cetus flashes a wide grin and asks Aiden to join his knightly ranks, a suggestion that nearly gives Lord Remes a heart attack. Ignoring his father's protests, Cetus is clearly intrigued by Aiden, especially after seeing the sword aura burning within his body. He initially thought it was just a rumor, but now that he sees it with his own eyes, he swears on his name to make Aiden the best swordsman on the Western continent. Lord Remes protests once more, but Cetus brushes him off, assuring him that he'll take good care of Aiden. Now the decision rests on Aiden's shoulders. After a moment of thought, Aiden politely declines. Cetus, still with a grin, reminds him of the cost of turning down such an offer. Aiden interrupts, confidently stating that he knows Cetus has the best knight order in the entire empire, but he intends to become a swordmaster on his own. He's done it before in his past life, and he'll do it again. Then, his expression shifts to one of arrogance as he challenges Cetus to a spar, determined to at least land a scratch on him during the match. Lord Remes is definitely on the verge of a heart attack after hearing his son's rude challenge. However, Cetus is intrigued by Aiden's audacity and activates his sword aura. The air trembles as his power fills the room. Aiden senses the swordmaster's aura, which radiates with such intensity it feels as though the very atmosphere is shifting. Cetus notices that Aiden doesn't even flinch upon sensing his aura. He then reminds Aiden of the enormity of his challenge. Undeterred, Aiden withstands the pressure, even going so far as to make a bet. At that moment, it's clear that Aiden is playing on Cetus's weaknesses when it comes to bets. Aiden proposes that if he loses, he'll join Cetus's knightly order. But if he lands even a single scratch on Cetus, then Cetus will give him his sword. For a moment, Cetus is stunned by the audacity of the demand. Then he laughs, finding amusement in the sheer boldness of staking his family heirloom on a bet. Turning toward Lord Remes, Cetus comments on how different his son is from him, only to find that Lord Remes has already passed out from the shock of it all. Cetus then turns to Aiden, accepting the challenge. Underlord, watching from the sidelines, understands Aiden's strategy. He sees that Aiden is trying to get his hands on Cetus's legendary sword, and Aiden admits to the plan. After all, the opportunity to possess a sword like Balzabul is too good to pass up. Underlord remarks that Aiden truly belongs to the demon race, given his cunning and boldness. After a short while, both of them are ready to spar. However, Aiden protests, while claiming that using a high-quality sword built to slay ogres against someone like him, who's more like a goblin, is unfair. Cetus, with a skeptical glance, questions whether Aiden is indeed an ogre or a goblin, but as a knight, it's his duty to give his all in a fight, regardless of his opponent's status. After hearing Cetus's words, Aiden's expression changes as he realizes that Cetus is the same as he was in his past life. The challenge is set with two conditions. First, they won't use sword aura, and second, Cetus will not move his right foot. While these terms might seem unfair to an outsider, Aiden knows that even with these limitations, Cetus remains a formidable opponent. He can't afford to let his guard down. The crowd gathers around them, and the fight begins. Aiden rushes forward immediately, but Cetus easily blocks his sword tip with his own. The move, aimed at Cetus's neck, makes it clear to him that Aiden possesses real battle experience. However, Aiden has already predicted that Cetus would block it effortlessly. Aiden continues to attack relentlessly, each swing blocked effortlessly by Cetus without breaking a sweat. Cetus taunts him, commenting that his swings are loose like those of a lowly mercenary. He suggests Aiden should join his order to learn how to be a proper swordsman. After hearing this, even Underlord understands the depth of the bitter relationship between Cetus and Aiden. On the other hand, Aiden's anger grows with each taunt. His grip tightens on his sword, and with a fierce determination, he raises it high, ready to show Cetus the true taste of a lowlife mercenary's swordplay. Cetus is quite bored seeing the simple pattern of our boy's swordsmanship, but he is startled the next moment when he almost gets scratched by Aiden's sword. Cetus doesn't know that this simple swordsmanship, which he likes to call basic, is also known as the Nightbreaker. Everyone is shocked to see that Aiden finally pushes him, proving that he really did kill the troll. Meanwhile, Lord Remes also doesn't understand how someone like his son is holding his own against a swordmaster. Finally, Cetus starts taking our boy seriously. He analyzes the sword pattern of our dude, which is sloppy but precise enough to target his weak points. Now, he's having fun trying to take down our dude. The next moment he tries to strike Aiden, but Aiden dodges. He can't believe Cetus has seriously raised his sword. Underlord reminds him that it would be stupidity to block an attack that could kill him. Aiden steps back. Cetus compliments his swordsmanship, but adds it should be all he's got, so he should give up. But Aiden reminds him that he is still standing, so they can continue. This makes Cetus laugh, praising himself for having a good eye for talent. Confident in his victory, he welcomes our boy in advance to his knight order. Then our boy thanks him in advance as well. The next moment, Cetus's eyes widen as he sees him move so quickly, something that shouldn't be possible with his current skill. Before he can even finish his thought that our dude is hiding his true abilities, Aiden already scratches his shoulder with a smirk on his face. He assures him that he will take good care of his sword. For a moment, everyone around them is stunned, but then they suddenly understand that it's over and our boy is the winner. With that, a cheer erupts in favor of our dude. While Aiden is exhausted, he is taunted by Underlord for using a ring against Cetus, which should make him feel guilty, but he doesn't feel anything. Underlord states that he really deserves to be on the dark side because with his tendencies, he's more of a con artist than a hero. Despite the loss, Cetus praises our boy wholeheartedly for hiding his skills to throw him off guard. Our boy shamelessly pretends to be humble, which even gets taunted by Underlord. But our dude is quite disappointed because he wanted to take Cetus's arms off but, in the end, only managed to scratch him. On the other hand, Cetus is noble enough to keep his word and hands him his sword, happily. Aiden receives it with a polite thank you. Inside, he's grinning to finally get this sword, which prompts another taunt from Underlord. After a while, he is in his room, inspecting his new legendary sword. But when Underlord calls him by his title of Dragonslayer, he immediately knows that Underlord wants something from him. With a smirk, Underlord suggests that he knows the secret of the legendary sword, a secret no human knows. Our dude asks him to make sure of it. But with an arrogant expression, Underlord lists a number of demands from our dude, with the top one being a lifetime pledge of devotion to him in exchange for revealing the secret of the sword. However, his expression changes as soon as our dude makes a blood pact with the sword, which is likely a secret no one knows. Underlord is in disbelief, wondering how he could know that. Our boy arrogantly reveals that he had noticed Underlord's men wielding the demonic sword, performing this. Balzabul is actually a demonic sword created from the bodies of the lords of corruption who divided and ruled the underworld. It's said that this sword holds the power of those lords. There are 3 conditions to awaken its true power, and the first one is to feed it blood through a blood pact, which our dude has already completed. Meanwhile, Underlord is whining like a child who missed the opportunity to have the upper hand. Our dude, being a superior evil to Underlord, reminds him that he's going to use his daily dose of holy potion, which even makes Underlord apologize to him profusely. Now he needs to fulfill the second condition to awaken the holy sword. To this end, he goes to his father to request joining Cetus's investigation team. But Lord Remes is not going to let him go, even though he's proven himself. The place where the investigation is being held is more dangerous than anything they have faced in the mountains of demonic creatures. Aiden reminds him that he's going with Cetus. Cetus, who is nearby sipping his tea, reassures Lord Remes that he's going to protect his son. But Lord Remes remains adamant, reminding his son that it's not a walk in the park. He politely tells him that he wants to protect his territory, which makes Cetus agree to his favor. With a grin, Aiden thinks about how Cetus was useless to him in the past life, but now he's being used well. Underlord scoffs at this declaration because he doesn't care about serving the country. He wants to awaken his blade. Aiden agrees with Underlord, but doesn't have any choice but to join the mission, which will help him shed a large amount of blood, fulfilling the second condition to awaken the blade. He's eager to kill those monsters, which almost makes Underlord feel sorry for them. Meanwhile, at the pier in the mountain range where the investigation is going to be held, a horde of smaller monsters is running away from some bigger monsters, who are eyeing them with a glint in their eyes. Aiden and his crew's journey leads them to Attila Fortress, built to keep the monsters of the Piern mountain range at bay. Upon arriving, the first thing Aiden notices is the sloppy-looking soldiers, who seem incapable of handling even a goblin, let alone the bigger monsters. His attention is diverted when the gate opens, and out steps Timon, the chief officer of Attila Fortress. He welcomes them, but when he calls Aiden Lord Troll, everyone's attention shifts to him. Whispers spread about how he's called Lord Scoundrel, though more often referred to as Lord Troll. Some speculate whether it's because he defeated a troll or because he resembles one. Ro, angry at hearing this slander against his master, bristles with fury. However, our dude remains unfazed, thinking himself too high above picking fights with such underlings. Besides, the constant murmurs don't bother him anymore. He's grown used to them. Meanwhile, Cetus casually comments that the air is so fresh it makes the bugs buzz so loudly. Then he turns to Timon with a furious expression, and Timon, visibly scared, agrees with him. At that moment, everyone gets the message, and the gossip abruptly stops. After a while, Timon reveals that he's heard reports of unusual monster activity in other regions as well. Our boy asks about the condition of his territory. Instead of answering directly to him, Timon assures Cetus that there's no need to worry about Attila's territory, which irritates our boy. Cetus reminds him that his territory is a house of demonic creatures, and that's something to worry about. But Timon explains that the usual orcs live in the middle mountain range, preventing any other demonic creatures from entering his territory. This makes Aiden question the logic behind this. Why would one type of demonic creature be protecting the territory from others? At that moment, Underlord warns Aiden that while he can't see anything, he senses something big is coming. Casually looking beneath the bridge, our dude suddenly notices something. He turns to Timon and urges him to close the gate as monsters are approaching. Timon doesn't believe him, assuming he's joking. But Cetus, with a serious tone, tells Timon to close the gate, which shocks him. Seduce looks ahead, his expression grim, and reveals that a wave of monsters is coming toward them. He immediately orders the soldiers to lower the gate quickly. As the guards try to close the gate, one of the wolves manages to slip through. It charges toward the soldier, but with a swift motion, our boy finishes it off. The gate is closed behind him. Meanwhile, he is focused on feeding life aura to his sword. At that moment, the soldiers who witness his sword's aura conclude that he must have slain the troll, which prompts a taunt from his underlord friend. The next moment, he is thanked by the soldiers, but with a flushed expression, he asks them to guard the gate instead of thanking him. Ro immediately rushes to him, asking about his well-being. He points out the huge swarm of monsters, whining and burning with hunger to kill them and satisfy the hunger of his blade. With a menacing expression, he is about to taste their blood, burning with bloodlust. But he stops himself, wondering what in the world he is really doing. Underlord informs him that even he is not beyond the manipulation of Balzabul, the sword of gluttony. This sword has the power to bring out the baser hunger of its user. He decides to be cautious from now on. Then it's time to feed his blade some life force, but his plan is ruined by Cetus, who informs him that he is going to clean up the monsters. Devastated, he tries to stop Cetus, wanting to take a rest so he can kill some monsters himself. But unfazed by his protests, Cetus goes to clean out the monsters, leaving everyone in awe. Our guy pleads with him to leave him half, or at least a quarter of the monsters. After a while, Cetus has killed all of them, feeling satisfied to use his strength after so long, which makes our guy question what his real use is here. Anyway, Timon thanks both of them for cleaning up his mess with minimal damage. During this conversation, Underlord addresses him seriously. He informs him that the huge thing he was talking about wasn't the monster wave, which widens our guy's eyes in realization. He looks up, frozen for a moment, to see a huge fireball coming toward them. He immediately turns to everyone and asks them to cover themselves. The large fireball is hurled toward the city. Seduce is also confused by this massive fire magic, which makes him wonder whether a mage is behind it. But our dude knows that it's not the work of a mage. Instead, it's something he countered in his past life, which almost cost him his life back then. Everyone is shocked to see that orcs and trolls have teamed up against them. Timon is also confused because these monsters are supposed to be sworn enemies. To realize the gravity of the situation, Cetus is ready to fight them, but our dude reminds him that he can't do it by himself. Cetus doesn't understand Aiden's warning, but then our boy points out the silent-looking monster boss behind the trolls and orc crew. This monster is not just any random monster, it's a high troll. This creature possesses the capability and mana equal to a swordmaster. Burning with his sword aura, Cetus orders Timon and him to rescue the villagers while he buys them time. But our boy has another idea. Cetus doesn't buy it, though, because the high troll, along with the numerous other monsters, is too much, even for someone of his caliber. Ignoring Cetus's statement, Aiden turns to Ro and asks him to hold the monsters off as long as he can with the help of the soldiers. Ro immediately complies. Cetus wonders about Aiden's thought process and reminds him of the gravity of the situation due to the presence of the high troll. Our guy agrees that they're no match for it, and neither Cetus nor he can defeat it, but he knows a way to save them all. However, due to the limited time, he prefers to take action rather than waste time explaining everything. He then forms a strategy with the soldiers to take down the orcs. Afterward, he asks Cetus to leave while assigning him some particular task, which prompts a protest from Timon. Without Cetus's strength, he insists, they will all be crushed. Just then, another fireball is shot at the fortress wall, causing it to crumble in half. Cetus reminds Aiden how foolish his suggestion sounds. Aiden presses that he does understand everything but urges him to trust his judgment. At that, Cetus remembers his bet and his promise to save the territory. He smiles, deciding to give in. Before leaving, Cetus reminds him that no matter what happens, if they lose, he will join his knight order. Aiden agrees, fully aware of Cetus's obsession with the bet. Once Cetus leaves, the Underlord again asks Aiden if he is sure that it is the same high troll he faced in his past life. Aiden answers that he can confirm it by looking at the trolls and orcs working together, creatures who hate each other to the core. In this situation, only a high troll would have the power to twist their fate and manipulate them into obedience. Meanwhile, the trolls continue crushing the soldiers. Ro leaps into the air, attempting to attack one of them. Over the past few days, Aiden had given Ro poisonous herbs to make him strong enough to take down the troll. However, these trolls can't be killed that easily. They are part of an undead army under the command of the high troll. As the high troll activates a fiery magic on his staff, he captures the head of a dead troll. With his magic, he resurrects the troll, making the fight seem like an endless game. Normally, it would take the magic of an archmage and the sword of a swordmaster to eliminate a high troll. But our boy has another idea. With a calm and almost affectionate tone, he calls the blade, which is likely hungry for blood. He decides to give it a bath in the blood of the troll, something that, for which Underlord, wishes him good luck. Meanwhile, Ro watches as the troll he just killed comes back to life and charges toward him. He thinks of his master and the debt he owes, like the poisonous herbs Aiden gave him to make him stronger. Before the troll's fist can reach Ro, our boy jumps onto its head and praises Ro for his hard work. In the next moment, he pierces the blade into the troll's body. Ro warns him that simply cutting its head won't kill it. But Aiden ignores his warning and asks Balzabul, his sword, to drink the troll's blood. Our boy is right to say that he has a great way to eliminate this calamity, and the key to that is the blade in his hand. Despite not being strong enough to match an archmage or swordmaster, Aiden holds a trump card. Balzabul, the sword of gluttony, has the ability to suck up all the life essence of the troll. The life drains from the troll as it falls to the ground, lifeless. Even the high troll is taken aback by this sight. Unbeknownst to the others around him, our boy is filled with a gluttonous hunger after feasting on the troll, which brought him more life than an entire pack of wolves. He then turns his attention to the orcs, wondering if they might satisfy his bloodlust as well. After a while, Aiden successfully takes down 4 trolls, each one stuffed but still leaving Balzabul hungry for more. The high troll, along with the remaining trolls, is furious upon seeing this. The high troll raises his staff, deciding that Aiden is finally worthy of his attention and magic. In the next moment, Aiden is bombarded by several fireballs, but he's quick to dodge. It seems the high troll is irritated by him. The Underlord also suggests that Aiden stop running and face the high troll properly. But running is more than just a strategic retreat for Aiden. His past life taught him that a single fireball could cost him his life, so he needs to buy time until Cetus completes the task he's been assigned. Suddenly, an orc swings an axe at him. Observing this, the Underlord advises him about absorbing the life force of the orcs, even though they are not as powerful as the high troll. They are still formidable monsters. But Aiden has another plan for these orcs, and for this, he needs to keep them alive. All he needs to do is buy time until Cetus returns. His thoughts are interrupted by the scorching heat of the high troll's fire magic. He has no choice but to leap into the air, speeding up with the ring of swiftness. Meanwhile, the trolls roast everything and everyone in their path, friend or foe alike. But in the next moment, Aiden realizes the gravity of the situation when he realizes he can't dodge another fireball while airborne. Luck is once again on his side when, at that very moment, Cetus shields him with his aura blade. He praises Aiden for holding on so long, then immediately works to extinguish the fire, which he successfully does. Aiden is relieved to see that Cetus was able to bring the orc boss there in such a short time. With a grand gesture, he plans to show the trolls his victory, but his own life is at risk. The 10 seconds of swiftness are running out, and Aiden begins to plummet toward the ground. But once again, luck saves him. This time thanks to the orc boss. Everyone is shocked by the display. The orc boss turns to his tearful kin, showing remorse for not being able to save them earlier. He raises his fist, boosting the morale of his people, rallying them to attack and defeat the trolls. The situation flips, and everyone is stunned to see the sudden shift in alliances. Just moments before, the orcs and trolls were enemies of them. But now orcs are united with human against a common foe. Basically, the High Troll had been controlling the orcs by holding the chief and their children hostage. However, Aiden, ever the clever strategist, had determined that the enemy of his enemy is his friend. He had intentionally refrained from absorbing anyone from orc side, while knowing they might still be of use. The High Troll, now furious, watches as his plan crumbles to dust. Before he can regroup, Cetus wastes no time, launching an immediate attack. In response, the High Troll attempts to strike back with a fireball, which only confirms Aiden's earlier assessment that Cetus alone would never be able to defeat him. But now they have an unexpected ally, the Orc Chief, who is a swordmaster in his own right. The High Troll's anger flares even more. Frustrated, Cetus is eager to finish him off, but the High Troll isn't ready to be taken down that easily. This attack, after all, was part of a larger plan, one motivated by the High Troll's desire for revenge against the human who had slain his parents. With that burning vengeance fueling him, he gathers all his mana, preparing to transform his own body into a deadly bomb, capable of taking everyone down with him. Cetus quickly assesses the situation and realizes that the soldiers would have no chance of surviving the explosion. He orders them to flee, but his words are cut short when he notices Aiden charging toward the High Troll instead of retreating. With a manic smile on his face, Aiden raises his sword and pierces it into the High Troll, preparing to deliver the final blow. Next moment, a massive explosion erupts. Aiden's sword remains lodged inside the High Troll, even as its fire magic becomes increasingly unstable. Watching the scene unfold, Cetus wonders whether Aiden has a proper plan to survive the explosion that is sure to follow. Meanwhile, Aiden's manic expression shifts to one of irritation as he realizes the meal he has come for is more than he can handle. The life force coursing through the troll is overwhelming, an endless stream that threatens to consume him. He decides to hold back for a moment, but the sheer volume of it is too much. Finally, Aiden admits that he must call upon the Underlord for help. The Underlord, with a slightly amused tone, first reminds Aiden that such small tasks are beneath him, but agrees to assist him anyway, under the condition that Aiden refrains from drinking the holy poison for at least 1 week. Desperate, Aiden urges him to hurry, knowing they need to awaken the sword now that it has absorbed enough life force. To fulfill the third condition, he must awaken the dormant Lord of Corruption within the blade. To do so, he needs the Underlord to channel demonic energy into the sword. The Underlord then orders the Sword of Gluttony to awaken itself. The sword's eyes snap open, and it greets the Underlord in return. The blade carries the will of a starved and greedy king, one who was once so power-hungry he sought dominion over the skies themselves. Our dude tenses at the sight of the ancient ruler of the underworld. If he were a normal human, he might have faltered in the face of such overwhelming power. But with his trump card in hand, his allegiance with the Underlord, the situation shifts. The Underlord taunts the sword, asking it if it really dares to question who would be bold enough to awaken it. The sword hesitates, but the Underlord demands authority over it. Reluctantly, the sword yields, recognizing the Underlord's dominance. For the first time, having the Underlord's favor proves advantageous. As a ruler of evil, the Underlord had once defeated all the Lords of Corruption and established his reign over the underworld. This mastery infused him with an aura of fear and respect. With the sword now under his command, the Underlord reminds Aiden to honor his promise. Aiden, understanding the gravity of the moment, drives the sword deeper into the High Troll. As he does so, he orders the blade to devour the troll's life force. The awakened Lord of Corruption lends his power to the effort, and the High Troll roars in defiance, its life force being ripped from its body. A tornado of raw power forms around them, swirling as the High Troll's essence is consumed. Cetus warns everyone to stay cautious of the intense winds. In the end, Aiden succeeds in claiming the High Troll's power as his own, the energy now coursing through him like a new, dark force. The tornado finally settles, and the group is able to see clearly again. Aiden stands there, drenched in sweat, his body still trembling from the overwhelming mana and life force he absorbed from the Sword of Gluttony. His body struggles to process it all, and moments later, he falls to the ground, nauseating violently after absorbing too much power. The Underlord taunts him, mockingly suggesting that he should have thrown some of it, knowing his body couldn't handle the excess. But Aiden, ever the greedy one, refuses to let any of it go. He's determined to absorb everything, his desire for power eclipsing his own well-being. However, as he struggles to steady himself, a flash catches his eye. His gaze fixes on a phoenix egg, and his thoughts sharpen immediately. He recognizes it instantly. It's in a critical state, teetering on the brink of death, consumed by the High Troll's fire magic. The troll had been using this egg to enhance its own flames. Aiden's expression morphs into one of sheer hunger, reminiscent of the Lord of Gluttony himself. He decides, without hesitation, to absorb the phoenix egg's magic, pushing past his nausea and the overwhelming mana surging through him. The Underlord, sensing his intent, agrees that it might be beneficial, though he reminds Aiden of the risks involved. Undeterred, Aiden prepares to consume the egg. Before he can indulge in his greed, however, Cetus intervenes. He taps Aiden's back, causing the excess mana to surge out of him violently, forcing him to throw up on the phoenix egg in the process. The moment is absurd, but Cetus knows the situation is too dangerous for Aiden to continue down this path. The next moment, Cetus realizes that he's looking at a phoenix egg. On the other hand, our dude is utterly devastated to find out that he's just thrown up the very mana he struggled so hard to absorb. Still, he remains stubbornly determined to consume the phoenix egg. But once again, his plan fails. This time because the phoenix chick decides it's finally time to be born. The egg cracks open, and from it emerges a beautiful, soaring phoenix. The Underlord dryly comments that it's probably the mana vomited by Aiden that saved the bird's life. Meanwhile, everyone stands in awe at the sight of a phoenix in person, even Cetus, though our boy is clearly still annoyed at him. The next moment, the phoenix settles itself on Aiden's head, catching everyone's attention. A golden aura begins to engulf him. At first, it feels like he's burning, and he panics, worried the phoenix might have sensed his earlier intention to eat it. But he quickly realizes that he doesn't feel hot at all. His unspoken question is answered by the Underlord, who explains that since the phoenix was saved by the mana Auden expelled, it now sees him as its savior, and in return, grants him a blessing of fire resistance. Hearing this, Aiden's expression turns serious as he begins thinking about to defend against his companion, who is the fire mage. Moments later, the phoenix takes flight and soars away on its own path. Cetus immediately checks on Aiden's well-being, assuming, like everyone else, that the phoenix had set him on fire. In response, Cetus remarks dryly that ever since Aiden entered his life, it's been nothing but chaos and surprises. Aiden, of course, tries to brush it off with an air of obliviousness, pretending not to understand. Turning his attention to the orc chief, Aiden asks him directly why he's come here. The orc mumbles vaguely about breaking an oath and, as penance, offers his head as the price. Our boy is completely thrown off by this cryptic offer, but the pieces begin to fall into place as he learns more about the orc's past. It's said that long ago the head of the House of Remes and the orc chief once fought a duel, one that ended in the orc chief's defeat. Shamed by his loss, the orc swore an oath to retreat into the forest and guard the land from there, away from human territory. Now that he's appeared here, he believes that he has broken that sacred vow. Hearing this, Aiden recalls Timon's earlier words about the orcs fiercely protecting their land, and it all starts to make sense. Recognizing Aiden as a clear descendant, or perhaps even the chosen heir of the House of Remes, the orc offers his head to him. But our boy has no interest in taking the orc's life, which only infuriates the proud warrior more. The orc insists that some actions carry weight and must be repaid in kind. For a brief moment, Aiden is tempted to grant his dramatic suicide wish, if only to shut him up, but quickly dismisses the idea. They need these green brutes alive if the territory is to stay protected. Then he halts his train of thought, because of course his old friend Greed kicks in again. With a sly, devilish glint in his eyes, he turns to the orc chief and suggests offering something else instead of his head. The poor orc, tragically unaware of the slippery slope he's just stepped onto, has no idea what's coming. A little while later, when our boy's plan finally swings into motion, Cetus can barely believe what he's seeing. Soldiers are grumbling and dragging their feet over manual labor, while the orcs, big, burly, and completely unaware they're being scammed, are hauling sand like they weigh nothing. Turns out, the grand plan is simple. Since our boy mercifully spared the orc chief's life, the orcs are now repaying the favor by doing all the grunt work to help repair the bridge. Free labor. Effective delegation. A win-win for everyone, except the orcs maybe. Cetus, watching this madness unfold, mutters that sometimes Aiden really does sound like a 1,000-year-old dragon. Then, while observing the bridge repairs, he advises Aiden to leave the rest of the responsibility to the slaughter tower, especially with the increasing monster activity from the wasteland, something they definitely can't handle right now. After a short moment of thought, Aiden agrees. He's already gotten what he came for, plus a surprise phoenix blessing as a bonus, so it makes perfect sense to return home and focus on training in peace. But his expression is downright grumpy when he returns home. Everyone's cheering for him like he just slew a god, and to top it off, someone even places a very girly flower crown in his hands. The crowd is praising his feats of bravery, with wildly exaggerated tales that make our boy's frown deepen with every word. He absolutely hates this kind of flashy, over-the-top parade, and has no idea who started these ridiculous rumors. Naturally, Underlord decides this is the perfect time to taunt him. But, for once, he follows it up with something genuine while pointing out the awestruck faces of the people, who clearly see Aiden as a true hero. Aiden, being Aiden, just scoffs. He more cares about money, that admiration, which earns him another jab from Underlord about sounding like a textbook mercenary. With a long, tired sigh, he resigns to the reality that his dream of quietly training in peace has just gone up in flames again. After surviving the unwanted hero's welcome, Aiden makes his way to visit Cassie, only to be told she still hasn't healed. In fact, her condition is even more severe than Rose. Determined, Aiden offers to pay whatever it takes. But with a sad, weary expression, Cassie gently replies that it's not about the money. The truth is that she simply doesn't have the apothecary skills or knowledge yet to create the miracle pill her body needs. This kind of person can only be found in the Imperial Palace. Anyway, she is grateful for everything he has done for her. But he still insists on finding an apothecary expert fit for her, if it means she can be cured. He gets up with determination despite her protest, while adding that he might know someone who can help her and even decides to bring him here. While looking at him, Cassie expresses her doubt why someone like him would help someone like her, because it's not like there are no expert alchemists around. But without turning to her, he shows her the ring he got from her, while adding that he has invested so much money and time into the research on her disease, so he would like to see the result, whether the cure will work or not. In other words, Cassie should be better off alive until then while being his pet project. Despite his rude remarks, his words bring tears to her eyes. She has indeed suspected his real intention in the beginning, but with no choice, she has to accept his offer. Until then, she had accepted that her disease was incurable. Everyone told her so, even with warm words. But despite his cold remark, she can feel a warmth suddenly, because no matter what, his actions speak louder. With a smile, she asks him to bring the best apothecary because she has perfect research. As he heads outside, the Underlord doesn't understand his sudden change of heart and jokes that he might be going to die, as the saying goes. He calmly replies that, as a mercenary, his words are important to him, so he is going to find the apothecary, since it seems like this doctor himself is short of time. For this purpose, he travels and reaches McKellen City after 3 days. While looking around the lively city, he feels nostalgic, remembering how this largest free trade city used to be so vibrant. At that, the Underlord is confused by his words, since he uses the past tense. He explains to his companion that, in his past life, this city was destroyed by a mad dragon. Then he looks around at the people and feels quite out of place. The Underlord asks for the location of the apothecary, but he shuts him up, insisting he will find it on his own. Meanwhile, in the slum area of the city, some goons are threatening that said apothecary, having apparently failed to deliver the goods they ordered. He calmly responds that it's impossible for him to produce more than 1 high-grade miracle pill per week. But the goons don't like his answer and remind him once again that if he can't deliver them by tomorrow, the collateral he put up will suffer the consequences. Just then, the goons hear someone shouting like a madman. It's our boy, who is loudly proclaiming that he's here to help any victim facing scams, extortion, or threats. The gang leader doesn't take kindly to this interruption and orders his bulky lackey, Karen, to beat him to a pulp. Karen tries to intimidate Aiden, who instead turns to the apothecary and pointedly asks if he's being threatened or scammed. Karen, annoyed at being ignored, attempts to strike, but before he can land a blow, Aiden punches him straight into the wall. The goons are stunned by the sheer display of strength. With a serious expression, Aiden tells them to move aside so he can deal with his customer, who's most likely this blonde apothecary. The boss is next moment on our guy for hitting his men. But our boy decides to be naughty instead of macho and pulls down the goon's pants to humiliate him. On top of that, the goon is wearing very girly teddy bear boxers, which infuriates him even more. Boss is determined to teach a lesson to Aiden, who dares to mess with his organization. But his eyes widen when he sees his blade shattered by Aiden. Now this so-called apex predator of the city is scared to death when he realizes that Aiden can use sword aura. But our boy is more irritated by another detail that he is again called a troll by this goon, so he beats him to the core. Watching the whole display, the other goons are astonished to see someone like our dude is at the slum area. Aiden then turns to the apothecary to make a business deal with him for a good price. The apothecary is skeptical, thinking he might get scammed by Aiden, even though Aiden has sword aura and no reason to help him. Left with no choice, he almost begs Aiden to help him. His story is really typical. He's a well-known apothecary, but everything changes when his daughter Alice is kidnapped by a nasty guild that calls themselves Cerberus. They demand he supply the miracle pill once a week to keep her alive. In Aiden's past life, Joseph was his client who had hired him to take revenge for his daughter. Because after Joseph kept providing the miracle pill for years, the organization still killed her. Now our dude hopes things won't turn out that way. Desperate, Joseph tells him he'll do anything if Aiden saves his daughter. He doesn't realize that his words once again stir the greed in our boy, who is already looking forward to making sure Joseph keeps his promise. So far, he earns the remark that Aiden is more surprising in terms of gluttony than his sword, Balzabul, which he arrogantly counters by saying that he's giving Joseph a very fair deal. Then he turns to the remaining goon who is about to sneak away, but our guy's eyes are too sharp to let him go. He keeps him conscious for investigation. Before starting, Aiden decides to give him a few hits. But completely terrified, the poor goon spills the beans the moment Aiden asks anything. The scene shifts to the Cerberus Guild office, where the guildmaster is greedily waiting for 2 miracle pills this time, thinking they'll help him earn a good amount of profit. He even considers consuming one to improve his health. At that moment, someone opened the door as his subordinate enters. Seeing his swollen face, the guildmaster asks about it. Before the man can answer, Aiden steps out from behind him like he's been playing peekaboo. But the guildmaster isn't impressed. He asks who Aiden is and warns him that he's stupid for infiltrating a tiger's den. His confidence comes from the emergency mana alarm hidden inside his desk, which he has already activated using his mana. He grins, while thinking his men will arrive any moment and Aiden will be finished. But after a while, when no one shows up, he starts to worry whether the alarm is broken. Panicking, he begins shouting for help. Sensing his intention, our boy casually remarks that when he came in, his guild members were sleeping. In other words, Aiden had already beaten them unconscious. Now the guildmaster's expression changes as Aiden warns him that he won't be getting any sleep tonight. He then asks about Alice. Ankle assumes he must have been hired by Joseph, but still thinks it's not enough, despite Aiden knocking out several of his guild members. With mana surging in his hands, Ankle charges at our boy, claiming that he's the strongest in the guild. It seems like Aiden defeats this so-called strongest person too, because after a while, he's seen with a swollen face, unlocking the prison door where they've kept Alice. Aiden can't believe they've caged a child in such a place, but he quickly realizes this child is no ordinary one. As if to prove that, the said child rushes at him and kicks Ankle back, shouting that she's going to kill Ankle. Seeing that, Aiden figures this guildmaster must not have been weak in power after all. Then the Underlord interjects, while saying that the child has a special power. Alice tries to attack him, but he stands there unfazed. He isn't interested in her power. His job is to bring her to her father. She demands the same, agreeing to go with him, and her expression immediately calms down. He tells her gently that her father sent him. Still in disbelief that she's going to see her father, she hugs him and emotionally admits how scared she was. As he consoles her, the Underlord finds it hard to believe someone like him can show empathy. Aiden protests, asking what kind of person the Underlord thinks he is. But the Underlord insists that Aiden seems like a different person from the one he was in his past life. There is a heartwarming scene when Alice reunites with her father, who apologizes for letting those people kidnap her. Watching the screen in front of him, Aiden slowly smiles. After a while, he tucks her into bed as she dozes off. Her father thanks Aiden wholeheartedly, but Aiden reminds him that he doesn't do charity work. He expects him to keep his end of the bargain. Joseph agrees to pay and asks how much he wants. Aiden calmly asks the worth of his daughter. As a doting father, Joseph sincerely replies that if he has to pay with his life for his daughter, he will. At that moment, Aiden casually informs him that money is not what he seeks, as he already has plenty of it. Joseph visibly flinches when Aiden reveals that he's after his apothecary skills. Joseph quickly concludes that Aiden must already know his identity, given that he approached him. Regardless, the most important thing is that he has received Aiden's help, so he agrees to repay him. Joseph then reveals the glowing miracle pill inside the box, which Aiden already recognizes thanks to his knowledge from his past life. Joseph explains that he has poured all of his life experience and expertise into crafting this high-level miracle pill. Despite drooling, Aiden barely manages to control himself as he asks whether he can truly receive the pill. Joseph urges him to take it, as it is part of the repayment. However, the Underlord is disgusted by his drooling, unaware of just how powerful the pill really is. Aiden swallows the pill and feels the flow of mana surge through his body. With just that sensation, he realizes that this is an extraordinary high-grade miracle pill, capable of doubling his mana with a single dose. After complementing the pill, Aiden is ready to receive a regular dose of it, but instead, Joseph asks him to join the House of Duke in exchange for their protection. Joseph clearly panics as he realizes that he didn't even bother to ask the identity of the man before him. As soon as Aiden introduces himself, Joseph exclaims that Aiden is the infamous Lord Troll, the one everyone talks about. It seems the title of Lord Troll has become a personal annoyance, as he is quite grumpy and irritated to hear it. Finally, Joseph asks what Aiden's purpose for being there is. Aiden reveals that he needs Joseph's help with a matter for which his family will be protected by the House of Remes, which seems like a good deal. Joseph is curious about the urgency of the matter. For this purpose, Aiden traveled with Joseph to the Cassie lab, where they examine her. After diagnosing her condition, Joseph concludes that she is suffering from severe mana depletion, which is something he has never encountered before. Even though it doesn't for her strong beast genes, she would have died long ago because of this strange condition. After checking her research, he concludes that it is possible for him to create a cure using her method. But the issue is finding the ingredients. Aiden offers to provide financial help to gather the necessary ingredients. Joseph clarifies that it's not about money. The problem is that obtaining these ingredients is nearly impossible. For example, one of the ingredients is an extremely rare fire elemental, which is needed to melt the frozen channel of mana in Cassie's system. Aiden is curious about where they can find this fire element. The answer comes from Cassie, who informs him that such a fire element, whether it comes from a dragon's heart or a phoenix feather, is impossible to acquire, as both creatures are mythical and nearly impossible to find. She says with dismay that having an apothecary doesn't solve the problem, but she appreciates his efforts anyway. However, both of them are shocked when Aiden casually pulls a phoenix feather from his pocket. He answers nonchalantly that a phoenix had dropped it, remembering the blessing he had received from it. Joseph takes the feather, while adding that it will only take him 2 days to make the cure. As she looks at the scene, a tear slips from Cassie's eye as she finally sees the possibility of a cure. At that moment, Philip knocks on the door and informs Aiden that he has been summoned by his father. Hearing this, Aiden begins to sweat profusely, remembering his mistake in leaving the house without informing his father. A while later, he stands before his father, who asks about his trip to McKellen City. Aiden informs him that he had some business there and even apologizes for not informing him beforehand. But it seems his father's intention is not to scold him. Instead, he extends an invitation envelope towards Aiden, while revealing that he's been invited to the imperial banquet held for the crown prince's birthday. Aiden reminds him that it's usually Carl who represents their family at such events. With an unnervingly creepy smile, his father relays that Carl refused the invitation because he was busy. Besides, everyone wanted to see Aiden. Aiden is about to respond that he's busy as well, but he stops himself when he remembers that it's the year 450 of the imperial calendar, a year linked to something from his past life. His father tries to convince him again, but Aiden simply replies that he will go, while stunning his father. Aiden fakes a reason, claiming that he must attend since his brother is busy. His father dismisses him, wishing him a safe journey. As he steps outside, his underlord, who knows him too well, comments that there must be some personal reason for him to attend the banquet. Aiden reveals that in the year 450 of the imperial calendar, there will likely be an attack by dark mages at the imperial banquet. During that time, there will be a silver witch related to the event whom Aiden wants on his side. The underlord reminds him that he has personally hated dark mages, so why would he want to recruit someone he despises? Aiden replies that she's different from the typical dark mage. She formed a faction called the Florence Flames, which is distinct from the Radical Chaos faction. In his past life, he had killed her. He recalls her final moments when she revealed that if they had met under different circumstances, they would have been quite close. She regretted not separating the corrupt side of dark magic and establishing the true will of her family before she died. Aiden is determined to change this course of action this time. The next day, Aiden sets out on his journey with his entourage, feeling quite confused about why he needs to bring so many people with him to a simple birthday party. Ro explains that it's a way to display his power and maintain the dignity of his house. But Ro doesn't understand why they need to stay at the village according to Ro's plan, when they could easily take a shortcut via another route. Aiden lies, claiming that it's because he wants to have a slow journey. But in reality, before arriving there, he meets with Joseph because he wants more of his miracle pills, but Joseph is unable to produce another one. The reason is that Joseph used Tyr's event as the key ingredient in the pills, and those are going extinct nowadays. Back in the present, Aiden reflects that he has never witnessed an Ent himself, but he knows someone who might know about them. Besides, he needs to collect a gift for him left by his master. He then orders his crew that he is going to visit someone in the village. Ro offers to escort him, but Aiden's savage reply is that Ro is weaker than him, so he doesn't need his protection. As he heads into the woods alone, the Underlord asks if he wants to meet someone in a secluded place. Aiden answers that he can't call this meeting because even now, after being reincarnated, he still doesn't fully understand what is going on in his own master's mind. His eyes then land on a large heart-shaped stone, which brings a nostalgic smile to his face. The Underlord comments that the stone doesn't seem like a natural one. Aiden, with a grumpy expression, remembers that this stone was crafted by his master as a gift for his disciples, proving his master's bizarre taste. Looking at the stone, it seems like just a normal one, and even the Underlord can't sense anything special about it. But Aiden is sure there must be something because his master had a way of wrapping things in big boxes. With that thought, he slashes the stone in half. The Underlord reminds him that he can't just destroy his master's gift. Aiden reminds him that the big heart was merely the wrapping. Now revealed inside is something else, which is a dungeon. The Underlord doesn't understand the logic behind this bizarre gift. Aiden explains that his master was eccentric, always believing that anyone worthy of becoming his disciple needed to be stronger by facing death. That's why this dungeon was not an ordinary one. As soon as Aiden enters, numerous zombie-like monsters await him. Seeing this, the Underlord comments that there must be some animosity between Aiden and his master. Aiden agrees, recalling how he once misunderstood that his master wanted to kill him when he first entered the dungeon in his past life. But now, looking at the boss monster, Aiden is thankful for the training. According to the Underlord, this boss monster is called a Lich, a dark mage who eventually turned himself into the undead. Aiden agrees with his Underlord because, in his past life, he had difficulty defeating the Lich. This is not a monster an amateur can play with. The Lich, on the other hand, arrogantly declares that they are foolish to step into his territory. Now he plans to make Aiden a part of his undead army. Before the Lich can finish his sentence, Aiden rushes at him, determined to finish him off. He knows that the undead army is linked to the Lich, and once he kills him, the zombies are likely to vanish. Aiden attacks, thinking that since he has killed many Liches in his past life, taking down this half-fledged one would be a piece of cake. Aiden manages strike and defeat Lich in one shot. While crumbling, it regret that he died before it could see the rise of its dark mage kingdom. As Aiden's new plan takes motion, the zombies start to vanish. He spots something shiny, which turns out to be a locket left by Lich. The Underlord questions whether it is a gift from his master, but Aiden replies negatively, as he has never seen it before. Upon looking closely, Aiden recognizes a pattern on the necklace and decides to keep it, intending to inspect it later. The Underlord advises him to take the Lich's bone powder as well, which makes Aiden grumpy at the suggestion. The Underlord explains that the bone powder can attract the Ent, which Aiden is searching for. Grumpily, Aiden wonders why he's following the advice of someone like the Underlord, but follows it anyway, as he knows little about the Ent. However, if it turns out to be a scam, Underlord should be ready for the consequences. Underlord is curious about the gift, but Aiden, who is busy collecting the bone powder, asks him to be patient. It seems like he wants to save all these useful items for future use. After gathering everything, he moves forward to search for the gift his master had left for him in the hidden room within the dungeon. He knows his master is likely crazy, but not fully insane enough to leave a dungeon and a Lich as a gift. The Underlord disagrees, while adding that leaving a dungeon with a Lich inside is crazy enough. Just then, they finally enter a hidden room, where Aiden spots a shiny shield. Both Aiden and the Underlord recognize it from their past life. This shield is no ordinary one, as it was a companion of Aiden in his past life, one he used to defeat the Underlord. With a nostalgic tone, he greets the spirit shield of the Banshee. As he moves forward, he reflects on how this shield is imbued with the soul of the Banshee, as the name suggests. Not only that, but the shield and the spirit of the Banshee together are enough to drive the user crazy. Now, he understands the insane tendencies that plagued him in his past life because of it. Despite this, he still wants to wield the shield. He touches it, knowing that the first time might be the hardest, but he is determined to use it for good. This shield also has another unique quality. It can transform into a bracelet for the user until it's needed for battle. As soon as he wears the shield, the Banshee inside it starts to shriek. Unfazed, Aiden still feels nostalgic after hearing it, as the shield was an item he had been familiar with for years. After hearing his nostalgic thoughts, the Underlord quips about how insane he is, just like his master, to miss the Banshee's shriek. Now that he's done with the gift, there's someone awaiting him. He looks around and calls out, asking someone to show themselves as he's about to offer a deal. A figure appears, more like a seasoned veteran merchant, waiting for someone like Aiden to come and make a business transaction. This rabbit introduces himself as Rabbits, who is a spirit from the Friendly Sprite Trading Company. He is eager to offer Aiden a number of items, ranging from potions to equipment. Rabbits, however, is not just any simple merchant. He belongs to a very greedy group of merchants who formed the organization of spirit merchants. These spirits are obsessed with trading, particularly dungeon items or loot from mercenaries. That's why the company sends their representatives as soon as someone clears a dungeon. The seemingly innocent-looking rabbit is far from innocent. He's been eagerly waiting for someone like Aiden to trade something for his shield. But our boy declines the offer, which stuns Rabbits. Aiden clarifies that he's here for information regarding the location of the Ent on the Western continent. This catches Rabbits' interest immediately, as he can make money by exchanging such valuable information. Like a good trader, he immediately asks for 2,000 gold for such precious intel, as the information is gold. Rabbit's eyes brighten as soon as Aiden offers him double the amount. Underlord remarks that Aiden might be crazy, but it's not like he owes Rabbits anything from his past life. Aiden, however, replies that he does owe him somehow, because now he's going to make use of everything he's learned from his master, which is how to exploit the spirit merchants. He shamelessly demands not only the location of the ent, but also 4,000 gold. Rabbits' expression immediately sours as he realizes that Aiden is not offering, but demanding the 4,000 gold. He assumes Aiden must have gone mad after fighting the monster. But our boy knows the game, offering something behind him that Rabbits will find hard to resist. Rabbits begins to sweat profusely, realizing that someone like Aiden knows exactly how to play this game. Impatient, Aiden demands that the deal be made immediately, threatening to destroy their most important asset, which is the dungeon core, if Rabbits doesn't comply. The scene flashes back to Aiden's past life, when his master showed him a dungeon core hidden inside a massive tree. This core was the key to making money from the spirit merchants. This was also their true reason for coming to the dungeon in the first place. As young Aiden looked at the core, he questioned to his master how this thing which looks almost useless, as no one would ever want to take it for free. So, how did the spirit merchants use it? His master, equally perplexed, didn't know its exact use either. But the most important thing was that the core was a treasure for the spirit merchants. Once Mercenary cleared a dungeon, they had the right to sell everything inside it, including the core. His master even suggested that if the merchants wouldn't buy it, Aiden should just break it. Now in the present, Aiden is impatient, waiting for Rabbits to make a decision. Rabbits, on the other hand, is fidgeting, nervously considering the consequences. Once his superiors catch wind of him trading money and information for a dungeon core, he will be humiliated beyond imagination. But on the other hand, Rabbits faces the threat of receiving an extermination letter from the hat merchant if he doesn't return with the dungeon core. Finally, pushed to his limit, Aiden is about to unsheath his sword to destroy the core. Left with no other choice, Rabbits admits defeat and agrees to buy it. Does Rabbits truly believe he's being cunning? Aiden is the master of cunning. With that, Aiden secures the information and 4,000 gold coins, bidding Rabbits goodbye, while adding that they'll meet again. Rabbits doesn't share the sentiment, though. While Aiden might be oblivious to it, the rabbit, being the sly merchant he is, played him when it came to the information about the ents. The location he provided for the ents was a place where no survivors ever return from. Meanwhile, Aiden is satisfied with his haul and heads back to his crew. Ro, however, is quite worried. After half a day without any sign of Aiden, he even decides to go searching for him. When he finally spots Aiden, his face lights up with relief as he expresses his concern. Aiden, however, isn't used to this kind of friendly behavior, and inwardly wishes Ro would return to his usual, more hostile demeanor, as in their past life. With a rude remark, Aiden asks if his servants have had enough rest. If so, they're heading straight to the capital. Unbeknownst to Aiden, someone else had also visited the same dungeon containing the Banshee spirit. This someone is none other than the Silver Witch, who had finally found the dungeon she had been searching for. However, something felt off as she entered. There were no monsters. What she had come for was gone. Someone had taken it already. The next day, Aiden and his entourage arrive at the capital city, Immortalium. With a graceful pose and a proper outfit, Aiden steps out of his carriage. A butler greets him, offering to guide him to his suite in the palace. As usual, the butler doesn't think highly of Aiden, but he knows better than to upset him. Aiden is guided to his luxurious suite, and he throws himself onto the extravagant bed with a satisfied sigh. However, his expression turns serious as he reflects on the possibility of an assault by dark mages, which is a threat that had killed many in his past life. Underlord asks if he's planning to warn anyone, but Aiden doesn't intend to do so. This is a rare opportunity after all. When Underlord tries to provoke him, implying that Aiden doesn't care about people getting hurt, he responds sharply, reminding him that he's a hero. Obviously, he has a plan. All Underlord needs to do is wait. At the usual party, everyone is mingling and having a good time. However, as soon as Aiden enters the hall, the atmosphere shifts. People begin to gossip and badmouth him. One even assumes that Aiden must have snatched someone else's achievement, claiming to have killed a troll. While observing the hostile faces of the nobles around him, Aiden couldn't help but recall the time when he had been treated the same way in his past life. When the mercenary king had taken him under his wing, people, it seemed, were just people, nasty and jealous, no matter their status. But Aiden doesn't care about their opinions. He has no business with these people. There are only 3 important individuals he needs to focus on, and one of them is already within his reach. As he scans the crowd, he spots a half-drunk man, swirling a glass of fine wine and complaining about how such high-quality wine can't be found in Mage City. This person is none other than Gustav Dora, the chief mage of Anguis, a mage tower kingdom. Aiden approaches him and greets him politely. Gustav, not even bothering to acknowledge him, rudely asks if Aiden even knows who he is. Aiden, sensing the need to impress him, tries to win him over, only to find that his usual tactics don't work with Gustav, who has no interest in higher-ups. Not giving up, Aiden decides to change tactics. He mentions a book he's read, one that discusses the potential of megatech. Gustav's interest is instantly piqued. He can't believe that someone like Aiden not only reads his book but finds it fascinating. It isn't long before the conversation shifts entirely to megatech, with Gustav starry-eyed and eager to discuss it. He marvels at how Aiden appreciates the technology, which is something that the old-timers in his kingdom fail to see. Aiden knows exactly what he's doing, and with Gustav now engaged, with a huge smile, Aiden pretends to appreciate Gustav's effort and his long-winded speech about his research, which is so boring that even Underlord pleads with him to make Gustav shut up. Aiden, with a bleeding ears, asks Underlord to pretend he doesn't have ears at all. Underlord can't understand why Aiden needs someone so obsessed with magitech. But Aiden knows that in the future, magitech will become indispensable. His knowledge of what's to come is the driving force behind this seemingly pointless interaction. In this moment, Underlord is starting to realize that Gustav will indeed become famous in the future, but in a very twisted way. Gustav will eventually earn the title of Mad Mage of the Tower, Radical Gustav Dora, after causing one of the most destructive events in history. His obsession with magitech will eventually lead to a catastrophic accident. His aura will be sealed, and he will be banished from the Mage Tower Kingdom. But in his thirst for revenge, he will use his magitech inventions to destroy the tower, pushing himself to the brink of destruction. In the end, he will be stopped by another mage, Shora. Meanwhile, though Aiden is bored to death, he continues to listen to Gustav, who, despite his rambling, doubts that he's boring Aiden. Aiden politely declines the accusation, claiming that the discussion is enlightening. But finally, he's had enough and asks Gustav if they can continue the discussion at another time. Just as he's about to turn away, someone shouts his name. He looks behind to see a seething young man who seems familiar but who he doesn't quite recognize. The man turns out to be son of Cetus, accusing Aiden of stealing his family heirloom. Aiden, completely unfazed, responds with confusion, while claiming he has no idea who this person is. Tyan angrily exclaims that Aiden is the one who stole their family heirloom, and for that, he won't forgive him. Aiden is still confused about who this person is. When Gustav asks if he has some past conflict with Tyan, he counters that this is his first time meeting him. Then suddenly he remembers the name Cetus that Tyan mentioned. While analyzing Tyan's resemblance, he puts the pieces together. He greets him politely, but Tyan doesn't buy the niceties. He accuses Aiden of scamming his father to steal their family sword. Soon, everyone's attention shifts to the sword, realizing that it's indeed the Cetus family sword. With that, the accusations rise that Aiden might not have defeated the troll through his own skill. Aiden tries to reason with Tyan, explaining that he won the sword through a fair bet, but Tyan isn't in the mood to listen. He accuses Aiden of running wild, saying there's no way someone like him, who's basically a nobody, could win a fair fight against Cetus. Now Aiden is clearly annoyed, but he still restrains himself. He reminds Tyan that he's overstepping by being disrespectful. Underlord is astonished that Aiden is still holding back. He reasons with Underlord that he can't just beat up Tyan and cause a scene. Meanwhile, Tyan is still seething with anger. Then he challenges Aiden to a duel. Whoever loses will kneel down and apologize to everyone, and Aiden will return the sword. Hiding his irritation with a wide, creepy smile, Aiden responds that it would be rude to have a duel at the Crown Prince's party. At that very moment, the Crown Prince Mars interjects, while expressing his interest in the duel. At the sight of him, everyone immediately bows to greet him. Both Tyan and Aiden follow suit and also apologize for their behavior. Mars answers that they don't need to apologize and asks them to raise their heads. Then, with a smile, he drops a bombshell that he actually wants to see them duel. Tyan is already a well-known knight, and Aiden is becoming increasingly infamous, so it would be exciting to see them fight as a birthday gift for him. With those words, Aiden remembers that despite being perfectly suited to rule the Empire, the Crown Prince has a bad habit of being a battle fanatic, so there's no way he can refuse the proposal. Before he can come up with an excuse, Tyan jumps ahead and accepts the command with enthusiasm. The reason behind Tyan's motive is that he is burning with jealousy because for the first time, his usually unsatisfied father acknowledges someone, and that someone is Aiden. He assumes Aiden must have played some trick on his father, so this duel becomes the perfect opportunity to expose the so-called scammer and reclaim his family heirloom. At that moment, Tyan also notices our guy shaking and mistakes it for trembling in fear. Underlord looks at him with concern, unsure of what's going on, but in reality, Aiden is shaking with excitement, while pretending to be someone reluctant to shed blood and simply following the Crown Prince's orders. Meanwhile, he's more than ready to teach Tyan a lesson. Underlord, even as a demon, reminds him that Tyan is just a teenager. Despite that, Aiden is still prepared to fight. Mars announces the rules. The use of sword aura and artifacts is strictly prohibited for safety reasons. Tyan confidently assures him that the match will remain honorable. He then turns to Aiden, warning him that he'll expose his true face to everyone. Aiden, looking completely nonchalant and sluggish like a sloth, simply asks him to start the match already. Fueled by anger, Tyan rushes toward Aiden, wondering how someone this sloppy could have defeated his father. He's fully confident that he'll finish the match in one move. But before he even realizes it, Aiden's sword hits him square on the head while startling everyone watching. Aiden casually says that the sword just slipped from his hand, and Tyan happened to be in the way, so he likes to call it a draw. Mars agrees with him and reminds them both to focus better. Seething with anger, Tyan realizes that it was his own stupidity to underestimate Aiden, who clearly knows how to use a sword. And that smug, satisfied expression on Aiden's face only adds fuel to the fire. He exclaims that this time, he'll attack properly. Aiden, pulling a face, provokes him further, coolly stating that whether Tyan attacks or defends, he still won't be able to win. Tyan, now trembling, not with fear but frustration, grips his sword tighter and charges at Aiden, continuously attacking. Aiden dodges every strike with ease. While observing his movements, Aiden notes that Tyan has clearly learned textbook-perfect swordsmanship, which makes sense considering who his father is. But when he blocks Tyan's next swing, Aiden coolly remarks that Tyan lacks his father's strength behind the blade. He even adds that Tyan's fighting style feels more like a child merely mimicking his father, rather than mastering his own form. Now Tyan is burning with humiliation. But before he can gather himself, Aiden prepares to show him what real swordsmanship feels like while lunging toward him with serious intent. In just a millisecond, Tyan is startled, then confused, unsure if he can even block the blow. He tries to reassure himself that his father couldn't possibly have lost to someone like Aiden. But as he raises his sword to block the attack, Aiden suddenly shifts the direction at the last moment, striking Tyan clean on the forehead. Underlord assumes the Aiden might go easy on him because of Cetus. But Aiden believes Tyan is like a stubborn beast that won't stop until he knocks some sense into him. While stumbling back, Tyan reflects on how he can't be defeated by some unknown fighting style. With this thought, he stops himself from falling and steadies himself. He exclaims that, as a son of Cetus, he will win. But he doesn't know the mercenary king's swordsmanship is a nightbreaker, as Aiden finally strikes him and defeats him. Before Tyan falls to the ground, his friend supports him, wryly noting that Tyan is causing trouble while he's away. Aiden brushes off the comment, remarking that it gives him some exercise. While looking at this new man, Aiden feels relieved to spot the person he seeks. He is none other than the younger brother of the Night King and a traitor in his past life, Sylveta Sias. He introduces himself as Dare Sias, the son of Grand Duke Sias. The House of Sias, better known as the Grand Duchy of Sias, isn't merely a noble lineage. It's a fortress of steel guarding the northern edge of the continent. They're called the Sword of the North for good reason. In their blood flows a legacy so powerful that no one born into the family has ever failed to become a swordmaster. This unmatched record makes the Sias name resound across kingdoms as the strongest bastion of knighthood and military might. Power in the House of Sias isn't merely handed down by birthright. No. In Sius, the title of head is forged on the battlefield. Only the most skilled, the most fearsome warrior among them earns the right to lead. As Aiden observes Dare, he wonders if he might already be a swordmaster had he been reincarnated as a Sias. Yet even in a house brimming with talent, Dare stands out as a genius. Underlord nudges him to approach Dare as he was expected to meet him. Sipping his juice, Aiden relaxes, biding his time for the perfect moment. Then he senses intense gazes prickling his back. Turning, he finds the hypocritical petty nobles, those who once dismissed him, now eagerly introducing themselves, as if they've just grasped his value. He shouts in frustration when someone dares call him Lord Troll again. After a while, he escapes the stifling crowd to the balcony. Underlord, feigning reflection, asks if Aiden is disgusted by the nobles who scorned him moments ago. Aiden, unfazed, doesn't indulge the sentiment. He's too pragmatic to care, knowing that it's human nature. People see only their own motives and use others accordingly. He even adds, with a touch of dry honesty, that Underlord probably shouldn't trust him too much. After all, he's still human. But when Underlord replies that he does trust him, Aiden starts to look mildly annoyed. And to really push his buttons, Underlord throws in a cheeky jab, saying that Aiden has more troll tendencies than actual human ones. Their exchange is cut short when a woman suddenly strolls into his hidden corner like she owns the place, casually asking if the swordsmanship he used was that of the mercenary king. For a brief second, Aiden stiffens. Someone actually recognized his fighting style? But then he senses her aura and grins. Of course. The last person he expects to show up ends up finding him herself. How typical. He asks if she's seen this fighting style before. She says no, but adds she's heard that it can break through any defense. If the mercenary king had been a knight, he'd have had a glittering reputation. Aiden smiles a little. thinking of his former master who was the man wouldn't care for titles unless they came with a nice chunk of gold. But out loud, he politely agrees. Then, with the enthusiasm of someone stuck at a 5-hour wedding ceremony, he mutters how dull all these formal events are. And now, our boy decides to casually drop a bomb. He knows exactly who this girl is. Not by her face, but by her aura. No matter how much she tweaks her appearance, he could recognize that presence in his sleep. They've fought each other hundreds of times in his past life. So, without missing a beat, he finally addresses her by name, Nikita Florence, the real Silver Witch. Before she can respond to him, she sees the sudden light of magic from downside. She first doesn't understand, but suddenly there's a carving of that magic. She's also baffled to see that this carving is used to summon the undead. She doesn't expect the Chaos organization to go this far, while our boy still thinks their actions are predictable. Then he turns to her and adds that they need to kill the caster in order to end the dark magic. He asks her to deal with this mess first because he knows she's here to take care of the Chaos organization, which is a dark mage faction. She is confused about his identity but still decides to talk to him later, as she's busy for now. Aiden decides to leave this matter to Nikita since he has something else to deal with. With that, he walks into the banquet hall, where several knights make formation to fight the undead. With a swift motion of his sword, Tyon fights the zombies. While watching them, the Underlord comments that Tyon is already at the advanced level of sword aura. Aiden agrees with him, adding that it's unfortunate for Tyon to have picked him as an opponent. Not only that, having a best friend and genius like Dare also makes him feel like a loser. The next moment, an undead troll appears. Tyon shouts for reinforcements. Before Tyon can finish his sentence, Dare rushes forward and deals with the troll himself. The Underlord comments that Dare is on the verge of becoming a swordmaster. Aiden agrees, saying that he's nearly a semi-master already. Tyon, however, seems to have bad luck. Having someone like Dare as a friend only makes things harder for him. Finally, the Underlord realizes that he hasn't been helping them. He replies that he's observing how they handle the undead, while waiting to confirm something. The scene shifts to the outside of the hall, where Tyon and Dare are fighting with the undead army. Tyon comments that he senses a very dark aura approaching them, which is coming from the Death Knight. The said Death Knight has set his eyes on Dare and is about to attack him, but just before he can succeed, our boy blocks the strike with a banshee shield. Auden has been waiting for the appearance of this Death Knight. In his past life, this monster was the strongest. Not only did it ruin the banquet, but it also killed Dare. He was so powerful with dark magic that if Aiden hadn't had the spirit shield of the banshee, Dare would have been finished. The Dark Knight still keeps his eyes glued to Dare because clearly, subtlety isn't in his job description. That confirms our boy's theory. He realizes the undead aren't here to launch a grand attack. Their actual purpose is much more specific. Separate Dare from the rest of the soldiers. Turns out, this whole dramatic spectacle has been orchestrated for one simple reason: to assassinate Dare. Aiden blocks another blow from the Death Knight, who of course just happens to be at the level of a semi-swordmaster. Blocking his attacks is no walk in the park. He asks Dare if he sees any chance of landing a solid hit. Dare, mid-assault while Aiden defends, replies that his spear is being casually brushed off by the Tin Can Deathman. Aiden agrees, adding dryly that the knight's magic feels like it belongs to a semi-master. But one thing still doesn't make sense. Who wants Dare dead badly enough to raise an undead army? Then it hits him. Of course. His eyes widen as the obvious finally clicks into place. Dare's brother, Silveta. The guy must be panicking at the idea of living in Dare's shadow. In the Grand Duchy of Sias, where leadership goes to the most skilled, not the eldest, just the deadliest, Silveta's destiny as a glorified background character is basically sealed. Now he truly realizes that in his past life, Silveta didn't become the Night King by sheer luck. No, now he sees the twisted ambition behind that smug face. The man killed his own brother just to climb the ranks. And if that wasn't enough, he even went behind everyone's backs to strike deals with dark mages. Meanwhile, Dare is frustrated. There was supposed to be a plan to defeat something like this, but nothing seems to be working. That's when Aiden casually mentions that he does have a plan. Dare, understandably taken aback, questions how anyone could have a plan to defeat something this monstrous. Aiden, with the calm of someone discussing tea preferences, replies that he developed the tactic through personal experience, which is the experience in beating opponents stronger than him. Dare is mildly impressed and asks for the name of this miracle tactic. Aiden, of course, delivers that it's called the annoyance strategy. Dare's awe immediately evaporates. He's unimpressed but out of options, so he reluctantly agrees to give it a shot. At that moment, the Underlord chimes in, reminding Aiden that even he gets annoyed sometimes. But that's exactly why he knows how effective this strategy can be. Give it a name and suddenly it sounds tactical. The Death Knight, clearly done with their banter, announces once again that Dare must die. With that, he lunges forward to strike. But once again, our boy blocks the blow with his shield. While holding him off, Aiden thinks bitterly about how low Sylveta has stooped. But this time, he's not letting him win. The Death Knight is getting visibly irritated and demands Aiden step aside. Still, Aiden doesn't move an inch. Instead, Dare channels his sword aura and launches an attack that actually pushes the Death Knight back. Aiden is quietly impressed. That level of power is clearly approaching semi-master class. If it hits properly, it might just finish the knight off. But just as Dare loses sight of the Death Knight's aura, the enemy leaps into the air, aiming to land a fatal blow. Predictably, Aiden intercepts the attack once again, because of course he does. The Death Knight is now fully irritated. And to make things worse, Aiden has the audacity to make mocking faces at him like a petty child who just stole his lunch. The Death Knight, now thoroughly annoyed by Aiden's antics, decides to finish off the source of his frustration before dealing with Dare. The battle continues in a frustrating loop. Aiden defends while Dare attacks, and through it all, Aiden keeps provoking the undead foe, which only seems to add fuel to the Death Knight's fury. Despite their combined efforts, they can't land even a scratch on him. At one point, Dare raises the issue, asking why they haven't made any progress. Unexpectedly, Aiden starts to snicker, which causes both Dare and the Underlord to be worried, assuming he's gone mad. Underlord even accuses Balzabul of somehow causing this madness, to which the innocent Balzabul defensively responds that he's done nothing wrong. Aiden, however, reassures his companions that he's still sane, despite the odd behavior. The Underlord remains concerned, especially since his life force is tied to Aiden's, and he's yet to even attack the Death Knight. Aiden clarifies that it's not that he can't attack, but that a simple attack won't work against such a powerful foe. He needs the shield to succeed. The Underlord, curious, asks if Aiden will indeed attack using the shield. Aiden smirks, explaining that his attack won't be so simple. The shield, he reveals, is imbued with the soul of a banshee, which is a soul known to drive others mad. However, through constant use, Aiden is learning to wield its energy alongside his sword, making him stronger with each use. With a sudden motion, Aiden slashes at the Death Knight, and for the first time, grins in victory. He reveals that, like the Death Knight, he too is a semi-master. Dare, watching in shock, realizes that Aiden has been hiding his true power this entire time. This revelation forces Dare to acknowledge that Aiden is, in fact, stronger than he is, a fact he never expected from his earlier clash with Tyon. The fight shifts. Aiden is no longer just defending. He's taking the fight to the Death Knight, and for the first time, they have a chance to win. Dare stands stunned, realizing that Aiden is more powerful than he could have ever imagined. Aiden grins widely, realizing that he missed his target because he was too drunk on his own power. The Underlord quickly retorts, questioning how every weapon Aiden possesses seems to be so insane. Aiden responds that the best weapons are always a bit crazy. The Underlord disagrees, thinking these items might actually complement Aiden's own madness. Meanwhile, Aiden, ready to end this fight, activates the Ring of Swiftness. The Death Knight, sensing the shift, prepares to strike as well. In a swift motion, Aiden leaps into the air, positioning himself behind the Death Knight. Then he challenges the Death to face him directly, teasing that he is too slow to catch up. Next moment, he attacks with a speed that shocks Dare, who hadn't realized just how powerful Aiden had become. As the fight continues, Dare watches in awe as Aiden relentlessly presses his advantage. The Death Knight, realizing he might lose this battle, becomes desperate. He turns towards Dare, raising his sword with a cry, determined not to fail in his mission. In the next moment, as the Death Knight shifts his focus toward Dare, Aiden, still reeling from the side effects of the Ring of Swiftness, is temporarily slowed by the intense pain coursing through his body. He curses under his breath, knowing that if he doesn't act fast, Dare might be struck by the Death Knight's final attack. Dare freezes, watching as the Death Knight moves toward him. With no time to waste, Aiden struggles to push through the pain, hoping he can reach Dare in time before it's too late. At that moment, the author decides to make Tyon the hero, rushing to defend his friends. Despite knowing he doesn't stand a chance against the Death Knight, he is determined to save his friend. In that instant, Tyon remembers Aiden's words from earlier, when he advised him that his sword swings were not powerful and precise, like his father's. With newfound determination, he channels all his strength, adding more power and precision to his strike. With a bright sword aura, Tyon slashes at the Death Knight. The Death Knight, even in death, realizes that his mission remains incomplete, but he is finally taken down by Tyon. The other undead creatures vanish as if the fall of the Death Knight is the key to ending the calamity. At that moment, some soldiers notice Tyon standing behind the fallen knight and cheer for him. Moments later, Dare approaches and remarks that Tyon not only saved his life, but also became a semi-master. He promises to repay the debt, extending his hand. Tyon takes it with a somber expression. Dare then wants to include Aiden in the celebration, acknowledging his contribution. But Aiden is gone by the time he turns around. Meanwhile, Tyon doesn't feel like he's truly the one who defeated the Death Knight. On the other side, Aiden is completely drained, having pushed himself to the limit. He needs rest. The Underlord urges him to enjoy the victory, but Aiden knows his body will break down if he doesn't recover. Besides, he can't celebrate. This victory is just a small step toward his revenge. He's also discovered that Sylveta is working with dark mages, making him suspect that his other companions may be involved in shady dealings too. The Underlord consoles him, while saying things are going according to plan. Aiden agrees, though his thoughts linger on Nikita, who once dealt with people from the organization Chaos. It's because of that, the summoning was reversed, and the Death Knight was defeated. At that moment, Ro rushes over, asking about his well-being. Aiden dryly replies by asking if he looks alright to him. Then he notices Ro's swollen face, and Ro explains that he was fighting the undead himself. With no other choice, Aiden tells him to rest, and Ro agrees. The next day, in the guest room of the Imperial Palace, Aiden is sleeping like a log. Suddenly, he senses someone in the room. As he turns toward the intruder, he suddenly realizes who it is and shouts. Nikita, completely unfazed, informs him that she has already placed a soundproof barrier around the room, so no one will come to help him. Aiden goes quiet. He expected her to come, but he didn't think it would be this soon. When he asks how she managed to sneak into his room, she answers that it was as easy as killing a goblin. With a darker aura surrounding her, she seriously asks how he knows so much about her. She even threatens to kill him, but he calmly replies that there's no need for hostility, as their goal is the same. She doesn't believe him. She points out that, as a noble, he couldn't possibly know her goal firsthand. He cuts her off and tells her that he loathes dark mages. Nikita's mood shifts as she threatens him to say it again. Aiden clearly flinches, but continues, saying that nowadays dark mages forget their roots, which catches her off guard. He explains that someone once told him that dark magic, though imbued with demonic energy, was originally created to purify the land and fight against underworld monsters. But New Age dark mages have strayed from that path. That's why he hates those kinds of dark mages, especially the ones from Chaos. Then he extends his hand, adding that this is reason enough for them to have a friendly relationship. Nikita, meanwhile, is stunned and in disbelief, wondering if this is just a trick that a noble acknowledging her beliefs. Seeing the hesitation on her face, he tells her to take her time. He even offers to share some very interesting information. She counters, saying she's part of the intelligence organization, so she already knows everything. At that, he leans in and whispers into her ear that this information is about something yet to happen in the future, and that he is the only one who knows it. Just as he's about to reveal the secret, Ro escorts Tyan into the room. The moment Tyan sees him that close to Nikita, he completely misreads the situation, assuming they're engaged in something romantic. Without a word, Tyan slams the door and storms off. Aiden is left baffled, shouting after him that it's not what it looks like. After a while, he finds himself standing in front of Tyan, whose face flushes just thinking about the awkward encounter. Tyan asks whether the boy had a good time with Nikita. Aiden awkwardly replies that it wasn't like that they were only having a conversation. Judging by Tyan's expression, it's clear that he doesn't believe him. A little while earlier, Aiden had finally revealed to Nikita that a drought is going to hit Barkan territory. However, she refuses to believe it, as that region is known as the Land of Abundance and hasn't seen a drought in decades. Aiden tells her it's up to her whether she believes him or not, but insists that the drought will come in exactly 3 months. Besides, he adds, he needs to warn Tyan too. She casually responds that it doesn't matter, since he's already infamous in a bad way. As he tries to get her to believe him, he ends up pushing her out of his room. Before leaving, she warns him that if he's lying, she will find him, no matter where he hides. At her cold glare, he trembles, even though deep down he knows the drought will come. Now, in the present, he asks Tyan about his reason for being there. He wonders if Tyan might have come for another duel. That makes Tyan clench his fists as he reluctantly admits that his father was right. Aiden is worthy of wielding Balzabul. Aiden already knows it, so he directly asks whether that's the only reason Tyan came here. Finally, Tyan bows in front of him, showing his gratitude. Aiden is taken aback by this display of politeness. He can't believe this is the same Tyan he confronted just yesterday. Tyan, on the other hand, sincerely answers that it was Aiden who showed him the path, one that helped him save his friend. Besides, he also knows that before he even managed to strike the Death Knight, the enemy was already weakened by Aiden's blow. Still, he insists it was Aiden who led him on the path to becoming a true swordmaster. Hearing Tyan's statement, Aiden realizes he was wrong about him, that he's not as reckless as his father. But then Tyan suddenly places a hand on Aiden's shoulder and boldly declares that he's going to make him his rival after Dare, which takes Aiden aback. Still, Tyan adds that one day he will defeat him and reclaim Balzabul, making Aiden think that Tyan really does take after his father. After that, the two agree to be on informal terms with each other, treating one another as equals. A few days later, they leave the Imperial City and are about to reach their own territory. On the way, Aiden asks about Ro's wounds. Ro answers that thanks to the holy potion Aiden gave him, his injuries healed quickly. He's so grateful that he starts to cry, prompting Aiden to remind him with a smile to take care of him to compensate. Then, grinning, Aiden remarks on how generous the Imperial family has been, giving them enough gold to buy several mansions. That's why he's brought gifts for his family and friends. He's even picked out some for Alice and wonders whether she'll like them. While looking at one particular gift for her, he guesses that maybe she might be. After a while, they arrive at Maryland City, the heart of Remes territory. As expected, the moment Aiden steps into his domain, the crowd erupts in cheers, which instantly irritates him. He wonders how rumors could travel so fast. Underlord casually reminds him that rumors spread faster than the wind. Aiden retorts that he'll never get used to these overly cheerful welcomes. But then, something catches his eye. Something so outrageous that his jaw nearly drops. Right in the center of the plaza stands a massive, golden, flashy, and rather revealing statue of himself, striking a heroic pose like some kind of dramatic savior. He's even more horrified to learn that it was his father who ordered the statue after hearing that Aiden defeated a troll. Ro, meanwhile, stares at the statue with sparkly eyes, genuinely appreciating the sculpted body, which prompts Underlord to gag theatrically. Aiden yells at Underlord not to throw up in his body while Ro frantically tries to calm him down. Later, when they reach the Remes mansion, Aiden instructs Ro to hand out the gifts while he goes to meet his father. He's still fuming about his father's stunt about installing such an embarrassing statue right in the middle of the city without even bothering to ask him. Just then, he notices the servants wearing strangely downcast expressions. Confused, he assumes it must be because of the ridiculous statue, which only makes him even more annoyed. Aiden knocks on his father's door, ready to bring up the embarrassing statue. But before he can say much, his father apologizes. Aiden assumes the apology is for the statue, thinking his father feels bad about making him look like the bad guy. However, his father's grim expression stops him in his tracks. His father then reveals something far worse. Joseph and Alice have been taken into Inquisition by the Sacred Flame. Aiden's father explains that these individuals claim to be fugitives from the Order, and his father had tried to stop them. However, Joseph had volunteered to go with them. Aiden asks if they will be taken to the headquarters of the Sacred Flame, and his father confirms this. Aiden doesn't say much after that, despite his father calling after him. His father, still worried, reminds him that going against the three orders could bring ruin to their family. With a fake smile, Aiden replies that he only wants to say goodbye. His father, though clearly troubled, wishes him a safe journey. Once outside his father's office, Underlord comments that Aiden was only pretending. Aiden agrees, explaining that if he told his father his true intentions, his father would try to stop him. But he's furious that the Order took his people without his permission. His intent is clear. If they touch them, he will destroy the Order. In the Western continent, there are three major holy orders: the Church of the God of Slaughter, the Church of the God of Law, and the Order of the Sacred Flame. These places represent and speak for the gods, so even the Empire can't go against them. There are also saints, humans chosen by the god to represent their order. They serve as intermediaries between God and humans, revealing their divine will and power in this world. While on his journey, Ro reflects on the reason behind the Order of the Sacred Flame taking Alice and Joseph. For over a decade, this church hasn't chosen a saint, which makes it different from the others. In this way, the Sacred Flame is pretty weak now because of its inability to produce a saint. That's why this order has lost about a fifth of its former power. Then his wagon driver informs him that they've arrived. Ro instantly throws up, while our boy is feeling a wave of nostalgia about his mercenary days. Traveling in wagons like this after waking up in this body. He turns to Foval and thanks him for helping him make it in time. Foval brushes off the thanks because, obviously, he likes doing favors for his regular customers. Aiden knows that merchants from the Merchant Guild are pretty familiar with the routes and funding the shortcuts. That's the reason he's only done business with Foval's guild ever since selling that troll. Seeing Ro's condition, Aiden tells him to rest for a bit, as it looks like he might even throw up yesterday's breakfast. He now observes the Temple of the Sacred Flame, still thriving despite the Order's growing weakness. Luxurious and dignified on the surface, there's something unnerving about the place. An eerie calm born from the Order's self-imposed seclusion. Foval had mentioned it before, but now Aiden sees it firsthand. People come seeking healing from the Sacred Flame, but the guards turn them away. The gates remain closed, the sacred grounds silent. It's the very season when pilgrims should flood the streets in search of blessings and recovery, yet the quiet lingers. Aiden quickly connects the dots. This seclusion must be related to Joseph and Alice being taken into the Order. Foval, always suspicious, curiously asks how Aiden plans to get inside. Aiden only gives a vague response, saying he has his own way. That's enough to make Foval visibly nervous. Experience tells him that whatever Aiden has in mind is bound to be troublesome. Moments later, Aiden stands before a monk guarding the entrance and introduces himself calmly, stating he has urgent business inside. The monk apologizes, while explaining that even a lord is not permitted entry as the order is closed to all outsiders. But Aiden insists, his voice firmer now. Still, the monk refuses. Patience snapping, Aiden finally strikes. One blow sends the monk sprawling to the ground. Outraged, another monk nearby cries out, furious that someone would dare attack a monk of the order. Aiden doesn't flinch. Without hesitation, he turns on him too, attacking the so-called protectors of the sacred place. Watching the scene unfold, Fauvel sighs inwardly, unsurprised that his lord's scoundrel tendencies persist with the same elegance as ever. Before entering the order, Aiden asks Underlord to remain cautious, noting how the place pulses with divine energy. Underlord agrees that this is far from his favorite location. As the doors of the order creak open, the monks inside initially assume their shift is beginning. Their expressions shift to alarm when they realize someone has actually managed to enter. Meanwhile, Underlord asks if he knows the exact location of Joseph's family. Being impulsive as always, Aiden clearly has no idea. When asked how he plans to find them, he simply replies in his usual vague manner that he has his own way. The monks, understandably alarmed, already look prepared to kill him just for breaching the sanctity of the order. Underlord, dry as ever, wonders aloud if the plan is to take on every monk in the building. Aiden admits he's not quite that crazy. He only plans to activate his Ring of Swiftness, just enough to ring the bell of lamentation and stir some chaos. He rushes toward the location of the bell. According to the Order's own rules, if someone is facing a severe problem, illness, or deep lamentation, they are allowed to ring the bell of lamentation, which grants them an audience with the leader of the Order without any interruption. However, over time, people begin to abuse this privilege for trivial matters. To avoid the constant annoyance, the Order has no choice but to relocate the bell to a place nearly impossible to access. The Underlord remarks dryly that it would have been much easier to simply remove the bell altogether, but they can't, because it is protected by law. As Aiden heads toward the bell's new location, everyone quickly notices. Orders are issued to intercept him before he can reach it. He is still far from the bell and realizes he must activate the Ring of Swiftness for a third time, despite its side effects. Finally, he spots the bell, and his face lights up with renewed determination. He only needs to ring it now. But just before he reaches it, someone catches up from behind and attempts to strike. Despite the close call, our boy skids away from the attack, narrowly avoiding being crushed. He's genuinely surprised. Whoever this attacker is, they manage to reach him even while he's using the Ring of Swiftness. The monk claims he surpasses other monks in power, but he refuses to let Aiden ring the bell. After all, he is the guardian of the bell. Valley, a high-ranking monk. Upon seeing his massive size, the Underlord wonders if this person is even human. Aiden stands dumbfounded. He's never seen anyone like this before. The resemblance to something inhuman stuns him. Realizing he can't rely on the Ring of Swiftness anymore, Aiden grabs his sword, ready for combat. He unsheathes his blade and politely asks Valley to step aside. Valley just laughs, amused that an intruder dares to threaten him. Still, he's excited. He hasn't faced a worthy opponent in a long time, and judging by Aiden's aura, this one seems strong. Valley strikes first. Aiden blocks the blow with his sword, but it's tough. Valley's raw physical strength is monstrous. In fact, it's so overwhelming that he even surpasses Cetus in power. Never in either of his lives has Aiden faced an opponent like this. Valley, on the other hand, is clearly enjoying himself. No one in the Order has been strong enough to challenge him. Until now. As Valley expresses his chaotic excitement, the Underlord dryly remarks that the stronger someone is, the crazier they seem to get. Aiden nervously agrees, saying it feels like bad luck that they always encounter lunatics. The Underlord adds with a grin that he too is crazy. Aiden disagrees because he considers himself pretty normal compared to these maniacs. Then again, Valley is ready to attack him. But knowing Aiden is no match for him in his current state, Aiden decides to give him everything he's got. He pulls out his shield, planning to block the attack and counter. However, before he even completes his strategy, he's stunned to see Valley's weapon shatter his shield. The next moment, he's thrown through the air. Aiden slams into the wall from Valley's attack, bloodied and lying on the ground. Valley looks somewhat satisfied, commenting on Aiden's performance and expressing his disappointment that he couldn't last longer. But it's still fun for him as he steps forward, ready to finish the job. He declares that he will end Aiden's life for his sins. However, to Valley's surprise, Aiden still moves, despite his fatal injuries. Valley is shocked, unable to believe how Aiden can still fight. He analyzes the situation, realizing that Aiden hid his mana-infused sword within the smoke, planning to strike when Valley let his guard down. Valley is impressed that Aiden tried, but disappointed to see that he missed. Raising his weapon again, Valley taunts that Aiden is a useless knight without his sword. But then he's confused as Aiden gives him a sarcastic smile. Valley thinks he's gone mad, facing certain death with that grin. But the next moment, his eyes widen as he realizes that Aiden's sword was never aimed at him. Instead, he hears the sound of a bell. Valley understands that Aiden's tactics upon hearing it. Aiden, in a weak voice, asks if he now has the right to meet his leader, since the bell has rung. However, exhausted from using the ring and the fight, he loses consciousness. After a while, Aiden is given a great healing testament by the monks, which helps him regain consciousness and melts away his tiredness. Underlord, however, is not pleased with the whole ordeal. The divine energy used in the healing process causes him immense pain, and during it, he endures a kind of torture. With a smug smile, Aiden supposes that it serves him right. Underlord, understandably, gets quite irritated by this. At that moment, Valley escorts Hakel, the vice leader of the Sacred Flame Order. Aiden introduces himself. Looking at the person, Aiden concludes that he may have heard wrong about him. Hakel seems kinder than expected. Thinking about the information he has of the future, Aiden learns that Hakel will one day become the last leader of the Order, eventually causing its downfall due to corruption. Despite this, Hakel looks quite normal for someone who will later bring about the ruin of a centuries-old order. Aiden nervously apologizes for intruding, but Hakel brushes it off, explaining that according to the rules, he is the guest. At that moment, Valley also shows his face to him, which makes Aiden a bit more cautious. But he still greets Valley back, albeit reluctantly. Valley then offers Aiden another shield of the Order, as his own shield had been broken. Aiden brushes off the offer, while saying that his shield has regeneration abilities and will fix itself. In reality, the shield originally belonged to the spirit realm, which is why it has such properties. However, it has taken significant damage due to the constant night attacks. Therefore, it will take 4 more days to fully regenerate. Until then, Aiden plans to take it easy. He then turns to Hakel and asks to meet with the leader, as it's necessary to sort out the situation with Joseph and Alice. Hakel apologizes, explaining that it's not possible to meet the leader as he is currently unavailable due to certain issues. Instead, he can meet the highest authority present at the moment after the leader. Aiden suspects that something must be wrong because, according to the rules, he has the right to meet the leader after the bell rings, which indicates a special circumstance. Besides, Aiden wants to meet Curdle, the current leader of the Order, who is known to be a sensible and reasonable person. Although Curdle's methods are often hard to understand to someone like our hero, but Aiden recognizes that he saved his life in his previous life without asking for any rewards. If Aiden were in his place, he would have expected some form of payment or repayment, which is why he earned the nickname Talos from Underlord, which is the monster of the underworld. Aiden dislikes this remark, but he promises to bathe in holy potion, implying that Underlord now will have to endure whatever comes next. Then Hakel informs Aiden that he's about to meet the current highest authority, someone who holds a rank lower than the level of the leader, but above Hakel's own. Aiden remains determined to bring Joseph and Alice back, though his curiosity about who this higher-ranking person might be continues to grow. As they proceed, Hakel informs Aiden that the person they're going to meet is a bright individual, which only adds to Aiden's anticipation. However, when Aiden enters the room, his expression shifts drastically as he sees Joseph and Alice, seated at a lavish table, enjoying a luxury meal. To his surprise, both Hakel and Valley bow before this individual who turns out to be Alice, calling her the Saintess of the Sacred Flame. Aiden's panic sets in as he realizes the gravity of the situation. Finally, after the shock wears off, he confronts Joseph with a glare that could kill, demanding an explanation. Joseph, ever so calm, smiles nervously, and then drops the bombshell. He's reintroducing himself. Joseph reveals that he was once a member of the 7-Star Council, serving as a master of the Sacred Flame. Aiden is once again left speechless, shocked by this revelation. The 7 Stars Council is made up of the greatest apothecaries, chosen from the best of their generation. This is why Aiden believes Joseph is the best apothecary he's ever met. Underlord raises a question, wondering why these apothecaries are only slightly better than regular doctors. However, the truth is that the Sacred Flame Order controls all of the best apothecaries on the continent, giving them significant power over the leaders and vice leaders. Despite all of this, Aiden can't understand why someone like Joseph, who is clearly at the top of the food chain, is living in a slum area. Joseph explains that every 40 years, a saint is born and ascends to the position of the leader. This chosen saint fulfills their duties for the next 40 years, and during that time, new candidates are born, chosen by a divine mark. However, for the last 10 years, these candidates have been getting assassinated one by one, from newborns to young adults. Alice is one of these candidates, so Joseph had to run to protect his daughter. Joseph adds that he had to return after hearing the news of another catastrophic event. Aiden's eyes widen in disbelief, wondering what on earth could be as catastrophic as the death of the saint candidates. A growing sense of dread creeps over him, because from his knowledge of the past life, This period is supposed to be one of peace for the Sacred Flame Order. A few days ago, a group from the Sacred Flame Order arrived to take Joseph and Alice. However, they were denied entry, as they couldn't take Aiden's guests without his permission. The monk leading the group was furious. He argued that no matter if they belonged to the Duke family, they had no right to interfere with the Order's business. They demanded that Aiden hand over his guests. For a while, both sides exchanged heated words, until Joseph opened the door and asked if they could speak privately. The monk agreed, but Joseph was clearly angry. He demanded to know how this person had found out about their whereabouts, and if he knew already, why hadn't he come sooner? The monk explained that he had assumed they were dead. Until recently, there had been no other child with the divine mark born, but after the destruction of the Cerberus Guild, they began to suspect their location and found out about it. He was now ordered to bring Joseph and Alice back. Joseph reasoned with him that there was no need to be so aggressive. Besides, with the murder of the Saint candidates still unresolved, he couldn't risk sending Alice to such a place. But the monk expressed that he had no choice but to bring them back, even by force. He then revealed that the leader of the order had fallen ill and collapsed. Now in the present, Joseph confirms this to our boy, adding that the order is already facing hard times. But now, with the leader having fallen ill despite all the monk's efforts to heal him, the situation has worsened. If things continue this way, the order will be on the brink of extinction. The new plan is to awaken Alice as the new saint in 4 days and use her divine power to heal the leader. This will hopefully reignite the order and possibly restore its former strength. Joseph apologizes to Aiden for not explaining everything sooner. Looking at Aiden's face, he realizes that Aiden might be furious, and indeed Aiden is angry, but not at Joseph. Instead, he's deeply worried. How could Curdle, the man who saved his life in his past life, be so sick? This is the same event that, in his previous life, happened 3 years from now. Aiden begins to wonder if he is the cause of this timeline disruption. Have his actions created a ripple that changed the course of events? After a long pause, Aiden processes everything and makes up his mind to stay until he uncovers the reason behind this change in the timeline. Underlord, as always, dreads the idea of staying in this holy place, but Aiden silences him, reasoning that the sooner they find the root of the problem, the sooner they can leave. So, there's no point in complaining. Later, Valley escorts Aiden to the room where the leader has been given only 5 minutes to meet him. As soon as Aiden steps inside, he is hit with a foul odor that immediately unsettles him. The sight of Curdle in such a terrible state takes him back. In his past life, he was never able to repay the debt Curdle owed for saving his life. Now, in this new life, he desperately wants to do so. But just as he is processing his emotions, he senses an ominous energy coming from Curdle, one that feels strangely familiar, though he can't quite place it. Underlord reminds him that he should recognize it, given his past life experiences. Aiden is startled, realizing he can't identify the energy. Underlord, with his usual dry tone, clarifies that it's a curse. Not just any curse, but a subtly crafted one. Normally, humans can't perceive it, but Aiden can because of the Underlord's soul within him. Underlord adds that this curse has been layered over time, slowly breaking down Curdle's body from the inside. Listening intently, Aiden immediately concludes that there must be a mole in the order responsible for this who can be a dark mage who has been gradually building the curse, like a slow poison. Even in his past life, Curdle had likely been assassinated by such a curse, rather than natural decay. The realization hits him hard. He is horrified to think of how deeply Curdle has been betrayed. Now Aiden's focus shifts. He needs to find a way to break this curse. Underlord explains that it's impossible to remove this curse, even with a powerful caster, because the curse is deeply infused into Curdle's body. However, a dark mage who fully understands the curse's structure might have a chance at breaking it. There's also a possibility that Alice, with her immense divine power, could heal him. This information worries Aiden, particularly about Alice. If the caster is aware of her potential to remove the curse, she could become a target. He decides to inform Joseph beforehand so that Alice can be better protected. But his thoughts are interrupted by a loud shriek, and with dread, he immediately recognizes the voice. It belongs to Alice. He rushes toward the source of the scream, and soon finds himself in her room, where Joseph and others have already gathered. Joseph is checking on her, and there doesn't seem to be any signs of an intruder or attack. Aiden asks what happened, and a panicked maid explains that she hadn't done anything except turn off the candle to replace it, and then Alice started shrieking. Aiden remembers that back in the palace, Alice always slept with the lights on. He wonders if she's experiencing PTSD from her time in captivity. He turns to Joseph and asks for a moment alone with Alice. Joseph agrees, allowing him the time. Alice is trembling with fear, repeating that she doesn't want to die. Aiden raises his hand toward her, gently reassuring her that as long as she has his protection, even the Underlord can't harm her. In her distress, Alice hugs him and starts to sob. After a while, she calms down. and Aiden asks how she's feeling. She assures him that she's fine, but she confesses that she's having second thoughts about becoming a saint. Alice expresses that in stories, saints are brave and powerful, but she's unsure if she can live up to such expectations. All she really wants is to return to her territory and play with Cassie and Chaco. Aiden taps her on the head and tells her that she's still just a child. Even though she thinks she's seen enough, she doesn't truly understand what it means to be a saint. She then asks if he knows anything about saints. Aiden smiles, happy to answer, and reveals that he's actually friends with a saint. However, as soon as the words leave his mouth, a painful memory of her betrayal flashes through his mind, and he stops himself from saying more. Alice presses him to explain, but instead, Aiden gently pats her head, assuring her that she doesn't need to be kind and brave all the time to become a saint. Saints are human too, and it's okay to show emotions. If she wants to go home, she's free to do so. Curious, Alice asks about his history with the saint, wondering if they're still friends. Aiden confirms that they're not. She asks why, which leaves him momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he lies, weaving a story to satisfy her curiosity. When he finishes, he feels mentally drained, as though he's just completed a grueling training session. Even Underlord seems to agree with him. Not long after, Joseph arrives with Hackle, asking about his daughter. Aiden reassures Joseph that everything is fine and that he can meet Alice. Once Joseph enters, Aiden turns to Hackle and asks why he's still here. Hackle extends his hand, thanking Aiden for saving Alice's life. Aiden politely accepts his gratitude, replying that it was his duty. However, the moment Aiden shakes Hackle's hand, Underlord's eyes widen with alarm. He senses dark energy emanating from Hackle and urgently addresses Aiden by his old name. He reveals that Hackle is a dark mage, which leaves Aiden stunned. After thanking Aiden, Hackle heads down to the basement of the Order, which has become the stronghold for the dark mages. He's frustrated, cursing the fact that his plan has been ruined because of Alice. He regrets not killing her earlier when he found out her father had escaped. His subordinate tries to calm him down, but Hackle is in no mood for it. He asks about the special guests expected to arrive soon. The subordinate replies that they'll be there shortly, and once they arrive, he'll escort them to Hackle. Hackle's plan is to have the intruder assassinate Alice during the awakening ceremony. After that, he's sure he'll take control of the Order and become the leader. Unbeknownst to him, Aiden is witnessing the entire ordeal. He already suspected there was a dark mole in the Order, but he didn't expect Hackle to be the one. Underlord smugly comments that he could sense it the moment Aiden touched Hackle's hand. Dark mages give off demonic energy. Aiden curses under his breath, realizing there might be more dark mages in Hackle's circle. But one thing he doesn't understand is why Hackle sped up Curdle's decline compared to his past life. He wonders what changes in the timeline, aside from saving Alice, could have led to this. First, though, he needs to find out who Hackle has invited. Meanwhile, outside the Order of the Sacred Flame, at the outskirts of the village, a mysterious figure steps forward and meets another person. The monk asks the new person to lead him inside. The newcomer scoffs at the mess the monk has made. The monk defends himself, explaining that they're rushing things because of Alice. They didn't anticipate her surviving their plan. Meanwhile, Aiden quietly follows the monk, absorbing every word. The new person's voice seems familiar, but he can't quite pinpoint where he's heard it before. Suddenly, the monk announces that this mysterious person's commander will gain great benefits from Hackle's leadership in the future. The new person, clearly agitated, grabs the monk, his tone sharp with threat, warning him to be cautious or face serious consequences. The monk, struggling for air, begs for mercy, and the person finally releases his grip, allowing the monk to catch his breath. As the figure steps forward, Aiden's heart skips a beat. Recognition floods him when the person's face is finally revealed. It's none other than Benij Haima, the Red Knight. Aiden's mind races, piecing together the fragments of his past life. In that life, Benij had been one of Sylvita's subordinates, the very same Sylvita who had promised to rid the Order of the Dark Mages. Now it becomes clear to Aiden that Sylvita's corruption was far deeper than he ever realized. Everything that's gone wrong in this timeline can be traced back to Sylvita's actions. Underlord, sensing Aiden's turmoil, asks what Sylvita stands to gain from Hackle's leadership. Aiden's thoughts turn sharp, realizing that Sylvita wasn't just after power for his family's name. He needed it to solidify his position. With Hackle in power, Sylvita could easily ascend to head of his family. But what's more troubling is the thought of Dare's role. In this timeline, Aiden had saved Dare, which is something he didn't do in the past, and it was all for Sylvita's plans. The anger begins to rise within him. How low can Sylvita go? His thoughts are cut short when he senses movement behind him, his instincts kicking in. Benij, having realized that Aiden had overheard the conversation, suddenly turns to face him, a deadly intent in his eyes. Before Benij's sword aura can touch our boy, he leaps into the air to dodge. While airborne, he analyzes that Benige still has the same impulsive and explosive swordsmanship. The monk immediately rushes toward him, making him cautious that he can't make a move outside the order building. But Benige glares at the monk, since he's the one who let Aiden follow him, so he tells him to get lost, which terrifies the monk and sends him running. Benige then turns to our boy, analyzing aloud that he can't be an ordinary person judging by the way he defends with his sword. Aiden replies vaguely, saying that he doesn't want to tell him anything. At that, Benige grins widely, deciding to have some fun fighting with him. Aiden, meanwhile, understands that Benige is out of his league and tries to escape, but Benige's swordsmanship doesn't allow any room for it. Grinning, he exclaims that Aiden likely won't last much longer. For a while, both of them engage in an intense sword battle. Meanwhile, even Underlord is astonished to find someone more unhinged than Talos or Aiden. Aiden agrees with him because in his past life, he never met anyone crazier than Benige. On top of that, Benige is already at the mastery level of his sword aura. To make matters worse, Aiden is at a disadvantage. Not only is he weaker than Benige, but he also can't use his shield at the moment. He quickly forms another plan to get out of the mess. By now, Benige has already recognized that our boy's swordsmanship resembles that of his commander. To escalate the plan, Aiden addresses Benige by his full name, which catches him off guard. With a laugh, Benige assumes he must be someone from Dare's side. Aiden silently apologizes to Dare in his mind while deciding to play along. Aiden threatens that both Benige and his master will surely face the consequences for involving dark mages in their schemes. Enraged, Benige attacks him again to shut him up, but our boy dodges once more. While blocking and dodging the wild, maniacal strikes, Aiden realizes he may have just dug his own grave by implying he's Dare's henchman, something that only makes Benige more unhinged. Already being the Crimson Knights, Benige becomes even more impulsive. With that, he grows more violent and less rational, unable to think straight. Even without getting serious, what the heck is even going on around Benige with his impulsive madness? Then, with a maniacal smile, Benige challenges Aiden to counterattack, convinced that he can't possibly beat him with his power. But in the very next moment, he's startled to realize he has a nosebleed. Taking full advantage of his stunned state, Aiden immediately attacks him with sword aura. Benige manages to block it, but not for long. He starts losing his balance. Aiden wears a smug smirk, having successfully used his main skill, Resonance. It's a subtle technique that disrupts the opponent's internal mana flow every time his sword collides with their mana wave. It's slow and almost imperceptible at first, something most opponents dismiss as an illusion, but over time it becomes a fatal poison that eats away at their core. Despite this, Aiden frowns slightly, annoyed by how absurdly powerful Benige is. He's still standing, even under the effect of the mana disruption. Benige shouts that Aiden can't defeat him with dirty tricks and demands he fight seriously. Aiden replies nonchalantly that if Benige wants him, he should come and get him. This enrages Benige further, and he curses him again. Our guy calmly retorts that he too is Sylvita's dog, and one should never underestimate the might of the knight. Now Benige is furious at the very idea that someone like Aiden dared to take his commander's name so casually. Provoking him further, Aiden mocks that he must be scared. In the next moment, he throws something at Benige's face. Benige blocks it instantly, scoffing that Aiden only knows dirty tricks like Dare. But then he freezes, realizing what was thrown. It's a smoke bomb, now shattered, releasing a thick cloud of smoke around him. Enraged, Benige shouts again, but by the time the smoke begins to clear, he's stunned to see that Aiden is already gone, having used the cover to vanish. As Aiden sprints away, Underlord grumbles, asking if he's really planning to run instead of standing his ground. Aiden replies that he's in no condition to fight a sword or a knight without his shield. The best he can do is delay Benige's pursuit with skill and timing. He silently thanks Cassie for the smoke bombs she makes for him, even if she's always grumbling about it. However, his main reason for retreating isn't just to escape Benige, but it's to chase down the dark mage. The said mage is already fleeing, trying to reach Hakel and report that there's a mole in the order who knows their secret. But before he can make it, Aiden catches up and strikes him down with a surge of sword aura. The next day, Hakel is found in the underground cave beneath the order. He's shaking with rage. Not only has the priest who was supposed to bring him a knight sent by Sylveta vanished, but the Sylveta knight himself never showed up. He begins to wonder if he's been betrayed. Regardless of the failure of his plan, Hakel decides to stop Alice's awakening ceremony at any cost. Then, a wicked idea strikes him. He decides to use our boy as a scapegoat. Finally, the day of the saint's awakening ceremony arrives, and priests stand near the entrance of the Church of the Holy Fire. Joseph is overwhelmed with joy as he hugs Alice tightly, his tears giving away his emotions. But she asks him to stop. She feels awkward with all the emotions. Aiden reminds her his teaching that she is supposed to make the god to repay her for all the hardships she faced with interest. Joseph feels shocked, unsure what he ever taught his innocent little child. Aiden retorts that this strength might help her survive without sacrifices. To lighten the mood, he shifts the topic and agrees they should proceed. One of the priests steps forward to guide Alice into the altar chamber. Joseph tries to follow, but they remind him that Alice must go alone. She will be safe, and everyone tries to comfort Joseph, who behaves as though he might never see her again. Aiden doesn't have time to dwell on this thought. Hackle approaches him quietly, asking for a moment of his time. Curious, our guy follows him, wondering what it's about. Hackle simply wants to thank him. He offers a rare, high-grade pill from the church's collection, as a gift he claims is too valuable to be given in front of others. Grateful, our guy is reluctant to accept it first, but then accept it eventually after Hackle insistence. He then swallows it immediately, but the moment the pill enters his system, his face darkened. Hackle watches with satisfaction. The pill is cursed, crafted to manipulate and brainwash. Under its influence, our guy is commanded to sneak through the back and kill Alice undergoing the awakening. Meanwhile, Alice walks toward the shining flames, struck by their beauty. The priest has told her she must pass through them to see God. He insists the flames are not hot, but fear creeps into her heart. Still, she recalls Aiden's words, that it is not she who should fear God, but God who should fear her, for everything he allowed her to endure. With those thoughts, she steps forward, prepared to face what lies beyond. At the same time, our guy walks toward the main hall of the ceremony. Joseph is still outside, unable to stop crying. Hackle stands nearby, confident in the plan. Soon the cursed intruder will kill the saint, and this story will make Hackle worthy of becoming the next high priest. But things don't go as planned. Suddenly, Valley with warrior monks arrive in full battle gear. Everyone freezes in surprise. Their leader, Valley, orders them to stay calm. His appearance in armor raises tension, especially during such a sacred ceremony. Hackle reminds him that no one is allowed in armor today, but Valley says this matter is more urgent. He claims a heretic is among them, someone aligned with darkness. Hackle and the other priests murmur in disbelief. Hackle shouts that it's nonsense, possibly a mistake or blasphemy. After all, accusing a fellow priest of dark magic is serious. Before Hackle can argue further, a priest steps into the light, confesses that he is the one who summoned them. Everyone is stunned, and the archpriest looks healthy, something they thought impossible. Hackle is shaken because he spent years cursing him, and yet here he stands, fully recovered. He wonders if someone with power equal to the saint healed him, or if a traitor helped him. Just then, Curdle steps forward and declares the truth that Hackle is a dark mage. The crowd gasps. Hackle, who has waited for decades to rise in power, trembles in anger, but he refuses to accept defeat. He hasn't fully recovered and accuses someone else. Aiden. According to Hackle, Aiden is the real dark mage, and he had overheard him plotting to kill the saint. He urges the others to find Aiden and stop him before it's too late. At that moment, our guy arrives. Hackle confronts him, demanding to know what he did to the saint. Calmly, our guy explains that she is inside, undergoing her awakening. Hackle's eyes widen as he realizes our guy is no longer under the curse. He can't understand how it failed. The night before the battle with the Crimson Knight, our guy had spoken to Nikita. He had sensed her presence and knew she was watching him. She had taken the form of an owl and flown closer, curious about his intentions. He suspected that chaos was behind the trouble brewing in the church, an enemy they both shared. He planned to face the dark mages himself and asked her to lend him a special artifact. The owl can't quite grasp why he needs the artifact just to break a curse. It seems more likely to her that he plans to fight chaos, but in reality, he needs it for Curdle, whose body is frozen in paralysis while his mind stays intact. He believes that the priest has already realized where Hackle's true loyalties lie, and once Curdle wakes up, exposing the traitors will be simple. That reasoning makes sense to the owl, so she proposes an alternative. She summons a magic ring of her own creation, explaining that the curse can be lifted if the ring reaches the high priest. However, she warns that much of the church has already fallen under Chaos's influence, and they might try to do the same to our guy. Still, Aiden assures her that she doesn't need to worry, he already carries curse, and the others won't affect him the same way. The Underlord, clearly aware he is being referenced, initially refuses to help, but he gives in once our guy threatens him with a holy potion. At this point, Aiden is pretty sure Hackle has been caught. Not everyone believes it, many doubt Hackle could really be a dark mage. Curdle asks him to surrender, but Hackle refuses, angry and bitter that the church has never chosen him. He has dedicated his entire life to becoming a saint, and now that dream has crumbled. To him, life no longer holds meaning. Curdle tries to calm him down, but Hackle has already reached the point of no return. He swears that everyone will die and bow to him. Dark magic surges around him, and before anyone can react, he summons his dark comrades. Panic ripples through the room as some priests respond by drawing on dark energy themselves. The fighters try to stay calm, determined to stop the spread of dark magic, but under its influence, some submit to Hackle's will and begin attacking one another. The few priests who haven't been affected stand in disbelief, unsure what is happening. Valley is furious and ready to destroy them all, but the archpriest holds him back. The archpriest recognizes how far Hakel has fallen, noting his cunning. Hakel seems to take twisted joy in watching the priests fight among themselves, and before long, he places a submission curse on each of them. Anyone who raises a hand against him will die instantly. Kurtle is enraged but powerless. Our guy guesses there are around 15 dark mages in the room. He spots the unique energy signatures they give off and uses his speed to eliminate 2 instantly. When he declares this, Hakel warns that the rest will die, but our guy doesn't flinch. He isn't part of the church, and this isn't his fight for holiness. It's his personal vendetta against chaos. Hakel, now shaken, realizes this is never about the saint and our guy has come for him. The fighters Hakel has sent earlier have failed, and the Underlord hasn't been able to confirm whether our guy truly intends to kill everyone. That doubt breaks the curse's hold. Knowing the key to breaking the spell is reducing the number of dark mages, our guy launches smoke bombs into the chaos. Hakel has no idea what he is planning, but under the cover of smoke, our guy moves quickly, striking down more enemies. Hakel feels his forces thinning and grows desperate. After a decade of preparation, his plans are falling apart. With no options left, he taps deeper into dark energy. Another mage tries to flee, but our guy catches him and ends it. He can sense the dark mana in the air, making it impossible for his enemies to hide. Now only 6 dark mages remain, but then something strange happens that their numbers seem to drop even more. He suspects Valley has joined the fight, but that isn't the case. The Underlord confirms that the dark mana isn't vanishing, instead it is gathering. A single point begins pulling it all in. One scared mage begs Hakel for mercy, but Hakel drains him dry, offering the Underworld's Baron half his life and every soul he's taken. Our guy silently wishes this won't go through. As the sky shimmers with ominous light, the priests look upward, and Kurel braces himself, certain that the end is near as a magical portal begins to open overhead. The priests slowly come to their senses. They have no idea what just happened, but the others instantly realize that the Underlord has finally lifted, and now they are regaining their insights. Still, they know this isn't over. The real fight is only beginning and they must regroup. The portal in front of them keeps growing, pulsing with strange energy. Valley freezes at the sight of it as he's never felt anything like this before, and it sends chills down his spine. Then, without warning, a blinding beam of light shoots out from the heart of the portal. The priests panic as the light slams into the ground, breaking it apart and throwing massive fragments everywhere. People scream as they're hurt, but somehow Valley and Archpriest remain unharmed. That's because Aiden steps in just in time, blocking the debris with the aura of his sword. He tells Valley to get Archpriest out of there, anywhere safe and far away from church. As the dust slowly settles, a silhouette emerges through the haze. A creature, Talos, breathes in deeply, as if savoring the fresh air. It's been so long since he last experienced this world. To him, everything here looks soft, delicate, and strangely beautiful. Fragile beings surviving in such a place, and it fascinates him. Aiden, on the other hand, is angry. Too much has already gone wrong. Underlord is stunned to see Talos standing there, who quickly demands to know who summoned him. Hakel proudly steps forward, claiming that he is Talos's master and ordering him to kill the remaining priests. But before Hakel can even finish his sentence, blood spurts from his body. Talos expected the soul of his summoner to be delicious, something rich and satisfying. But this one disappoints him. He hadn't expected such a letdown. It's been centuries since he last consumed a human soul. Our boy, meanwhile, thinks how this Talos is the very monster responsible for the destruction of the world in the main character's past life. Judging by Talos's behavior and power, he must be high-ranking. Even a skilled swordmaster would struggle against someone like him. In the past, our guy might have taken him down with a single strike, but things are different now. Suddenly he senses something and looks back that every priest around him is unconscious. It's Talos's doing. He used a special spell called Illusion Fog, which is a technique that traps anyone who breathes it into their worst nightmare, slowly draining their life. But thanks to the protection from the Underlord, our guy isn't affected. Curious, he asks the Underlord what he knows about Talos. Turns out that he is Mephisto, the Talos of deceit and cunning, known for trying to deceive even the Underlord. But in the end, it backfired because his soul was captured and turned into a slave. Our guy actually finds this hilarious. The idea that Talos once dared to fool the Underlord makes him laugh. He calls the guy insane, but the Underlord doesn't join his amusement. Instead, it gives a grim warning. Out of nowhere, our guy realizes Mephisto is already standing right in front of him. He didn't even notice when he moved. The fog hasn't touched him. Mephisto starts wondering aloud what our guy's soul might taste like. Just being this close is terrifying. The Underlord tells him not to be scared. Not yet. Mephisto hasn't even reached his final form. Because the summoning wasn't done properly, Talos is only using half of his true power. Hearing that, Aiden feels slightly better. Mephisto decides that Aiden will be the first to die. But instead of being afraid, Aiden provokes him. He's had enough of its dramatic speeches and even calls him by name, which shocks Talos. Aiden explains that everyone on this world knows who Mephisto is now, thanks to how the Underlord used to drag him around like a pet. Then, with a smirk, he offers to help trick the Underlord together. Talos doesn't like that. Furious, he swings an arm to strike, but Aiden leaps into the air, dodging it. Talos shouts that he's going to make Aiden feel the agony of having his soul torn apart, something he once experienced himself. Aiden doesn't get it. He suspects the Underlord is hiding something from him. The Underlord hesitates but then admits that, a long time ago, he used Talos in experiments, driven by curiosity. Aiden for a moment forgets who the Underlord really is. Then it clicks. Yeah, the guy's completely insane. But according to the Underlord, our guy is even crazier. Eventually, their arguing stops. There are too many people here. They need to lure Talos away. But Talos has no intention of leaving. He charges forward and swings his arm, unleashing sharp energy cuts that slice through the building behind Aiden. Realizing this is still less than half of Mephisto's power stuns him. He braces for the next attack. Just in time, he blocks it with his sword, but the force still sends him flying into a wall. The impact cracks the surface, but he remains conscious. That alone impresses Mephisto. He now understands that this boy isn't ordinary. Aiden meanwhile thinks for further strategy as the Banshee shield's still regenerating. Aiden knows there's only one real option left. He doesn't like it, but he has no choice. Thanks to a high-class pill given to him earlier by Hakel, all of Aiden's abilities are now one level stronger. Maybe he should thank that guy later. Magical energy starts swirling around Baalzebul. Talos senses something off. It's an unfamiliar aura. What he doesn't know is that Baalzebul's gluttony powers have grown too. Our guy can now summon the souls he previously absorbed, calling them forth as ghosts. Using a skill called Wraith Enslavement, he brings one out. To Mephisto's shock, a troll materializes beside Aiden, waiting for his command. Even dark magicians would struggle with that spell. The fact that this boy did it so easily shakes him. Aiden smirks. Everything is serious now. Just to annoy him more, he calls it the Underlord's little experiment. That's it. Talos snaps that he's ready to drag Aiden straight into the depths of hell. Meanwhile, Alice has wandered off to a different area, drawn in by the fire's light. She finds the place surprisingly beautiful. Suddenly, a figure appears before her, the master of the sacred flame, the main lord of the Holy Trinity. He looks at her with curiosity, mentioning that it's been ages since he last encountered a human. Not really in the mood for a long chat, he tells her to take his power and leave so he can go back to sleep. Alice, however, isn't just going to nod and walk away. She assumes he's a lord, and her tone catches him off guard. Instead of reverence, she vents saying she suffered a lot because of him, and now wants compensation, interest included. The lord blinks, stunned that a mortal dares to demand payment from a divine being. Still, instead of getting angry, he smirks. He's always been unpredictable anyway, and if nothing else, her boldness might be entertaining. He tells her he'll repay her, not just for this life, but for the one before as well. Alice blinks in confusion, and he softly explains he hopes things go differently this time. He refers to her as a child whose destiny was altered by Aiden who had lost their own, referring to him saving her life in this timeline. Now, he seems genuinely interested in seeing how all of this turns out. Back on the battlefield, the troll is channeling fire and hurling blazing attacks at Mephisto. Mephisto manages to dodge, flinching every time, clearly uneasy with fire magic. But it's not nearly as terrifying as what he's faced before. While he's distracted, Aiden quietly moves in from behind. He doesn't waste time, swings hard, and slices off one of Mephisto's wings and an arm in one brutal motion. Mephisto screams in agony and crashes to the ground. Landing nearby, Aiden points out that ignoring him was a mistake. Mephisto, writhing in pain, swears he won't forgive him for taking his limbs. Aiden sarcastically suggests asking the Underlord for replacements, maybe even some shiny angel wings. But it doesn't matter much. Mephisto is done for, except he's not. The troll is already behind him, unleashing a torrent of flames. The fire engulfs Mephisto while Aiden casually warns Underlord that he might need to find a new test subject. But the Demon Lord simply tells him to stop joking, because Mephisto isn't that easy to kill. As the flames start to die down, Aiden stares in disbelief. Mephisto is still standing. Not only that, he's already healing. Even for high-ranking Talos, this is shocking. But Mephisto isn't just any Talos. What makes him so powerful isn't raw strength, it's his endurance. Fire, the very thing he seems to fear, doesn't even burn him anymore. Aiden can't understand the contradiction. But the truth is, Mephisto's fear of fire comes from trauma. The Demon Lord had once trapped him in hellfire, forcing him to endure its searing heat until he built up resistance. But the damage it left behind stayed. Mephisto now finishes regenerating, having survived the flames. He realizes Aiden's trick failed and grins. He finally understands the gap between them. Underlord, on the other hand, wonders if Aiden has anything else up his sleeve. Aiden knows the odds aren't great. He probably can't win, but walking away isn't an option. He charges at Mephisto anyway. Mephisto meets his attack head-on, and their clash triggers a powerful explosion. As the dust settles, Mephisto approaches the nearly unconscious Aiden and looks down at him with mild surprise. This is all he's got? Sure, Aiden is stronger than most, but he still hasn't reached the level of a true powerhouse. Just like before, Aiden's focus slips. He's tired, everything feels heavy, and sleep is calling. He doesn't want it to end like this. He's still got people to protect, still has unfinished business with those who betrayed him. He was supposed to surpass the strength of his past life, not die here. Mephisto raises his arm for the final strike. Aiden lies still, quietly accepting that this might really be the end. He just wishes the last thing he saw wasn't the face of a demon. Underlord, however, is fed up with his dramatic antics. He scolds Aiden for being arrogant and foolish, then offers him something unexpected, access to his true power. With that, something deep inside Aiden awakens. A massive surge of magical energy bursts out of him, and Mephisto freezes in place. He knows this energy, it's unmistakable, it's Underlord. Underlord in Aiden's body slowly gets back on his feet, his eyes now open, glowing with power. Mephisto starts trembling. That aura, it's one he hoped to never face again. Our guy commands him to kneel. Mephisto, barely able to control himself, obeys without hesitation. His voice shakes as he admits he hadn't known. Then, with a bowed head, he considers it an honor to meet the Underlord in person. The authority surrounding Aiden feels like something deeply familiar to the Underlord. It's the natural energy of an Underlord, the one chosen to rule and obeyed by all Talos without question. That kind of power is absolute. It's what keeps the Demon Lord in control, and now it's the very reason Mephisto kneels in front of Aiden. He hadn't expected this strength to be so overwhelming. Underlord, watching this unfold, feels satisfied. Finally, he acknowledges the truth. He reminds everyone almost proudly that the world once trembled in awe of him. But the pride in his voice fades quickly as he realizes his former power no longer exists. Aiden thinks of saying that no one invited Underlord into his body in the first place, but he decides not to pick a fight. He lets it go and instead compliments Underlord. That unexpected praise lifts Underlord's spirits again. Meanwhile, Mephisto's eyes flick toward Aiden, filled with unease. Somehow, he'd completely forgotten about this monster who asks our boy if he really is the Underlord. But now that the tension returns to Aiden's expressions, and he immediately assures him that yes, he is, and now he is going to use him for cooling his head. Mephisto realizes with dread that he's in real trouble. Around this time, Alice finishes her initiation ceremony. As she walks out of the ceremonial hall, a familiar voice catches her attention, commanding, "Steady." She hurries forward, hopeful that she'll see Aiden. But then she freezes. There he is. Aiden stands calmly, while Mephisto lies on the ground, trembling and exhausted. Alice blinks, trying to understand what happened. She asks Aiden, but he doesn't really explain. Instead, he asks how her awakening went. Curious, he questions her meeting with God. Alice tilts her head, puzzled. The god didn't offer her anything, just glowed faintly, and then she returned, empty-handed. Her thoughts drift back to Mephisto. Something feels wrong, thinking he must be sick. Aiden shrugs and says it's just his friend's pet. She's confused for a moment, but he adds they were just playing a little too hard. That makes sense to her. Underlord watches in disbelief that he's calling that thing a pet again. The memories of Aiden tormenting Mephisto flash back, but he thinks it's probably best that Alice doesn't learn the truth. With concern, Alice gently rests her palm on Mephisto's head with holy power. That simple touch ignites his body in sacred flame, and he cries out in pain. He begs for forgiveness, pleads for the trial to stop. Aiden immediately recognizes the energy, holy power. This means Alice has truly awakened. But before he can dwell on it, Underlord pulls his attention back to the present. Realizing what must be done, Aiden raises Balzabul and tells Alice to shut her eyes. She does. Then, without hesitation, he thrusts the sword forward, commanding it to absorb Mephisto. Mephisto panics that even Balzabul is here, but he doesn't get time to process it and his body vanishes into the blade. Aiden breathes out in relief as it's finally over. But the moment he says it, he collapses. Alice rushes over, worried. A few days pass. The Church of the Sacred Flame begins an intense purge, hunting down heretics. The scale of it is massive. Priests who'd been trapped in dream-induced sleep are told that Aiden helped Alice defeat a dark mage. They celebrate her, singing her praises. Aiden watches it all and can't help but feel how weak he still is. The ones who betrayed him long ago could have destroyed Mephisto without blinking. He isn't even close to that level yet. He needs to grow stronger, but his thoughts are interrupted. High Priest Kirtle steps into the scene. The man has recovered due to Alice's power. He approaches, thankful. Because Aiden exposed the heretics, the church was able to act quickly. Aiden nods, glad to help. After all, he's good at sensing dark mana. Underlord snorts at his humility, whispering that Aiden should have let him die instead. Despite that, Curdle bows as he formally thanks Aiden on behalf of the entire church. If not for him, he says, the saint would never have returned, and the church itself might have collapsed. Aiden is taken aback by the praise but quickly regains composure. He simply smiles, saying that he's just repaying a debt. Curdle blinks at hearing debt. Aiden remembers a kind stranger from his past life, a man who once told him that a reason is not necessary to help someone. That memory had stuck with him. Curdle looks pleased to know someone in the church lived with such strong beliefs, and it gives him hope. Our guy is quietly glad that Curdle helped him in a time of need, and now the debt has been paid, with interest. They're even. But Curdle has one more thing to say. He knows why Aiden came here, but Alice, she's different. She's the future of the church. She belongs here, receiving the teachings she's missed all her life. Still, considering the murder 10 years ago and the most recent events, Curdle admits their church failed in protecting its image and responsibility. Keeping Alice here isn't enough anymore. So they've made a decision. A new church will be established in the Remes territory. That way, Alice can continue her training while staying under his family's protection. It's also a win for the Remes family. Having a church in their land will boost their status. Usually, such churches are built only in the most powerful cities. Aiden hears all this and thinks that it's a lucky turn of events. All his efforts to protect the people have led to something truly good. Far away in the forest, a knight stands still, frustrated. He had known the Red Knight would mess things up as he's too sentimental and too clumsy. But failure isn't an option. He turns to the others and gives the order that everyone must stay alert. Whatever happens, they need to make sure Lord Sylvetta becomes the next Archduke. Next, Ro and Aiden approach on a carriage. Ro stares ahead, clearly worn out. Aiden glances at him and casually asks why it seems like Ro has got it tougher than him. Ro sighs and assures that it's not like that at all. Aiden can't help but remember that he had told that fool to lay low but quietly catch every member of Chaos. But in the end, Ro had ended up cursed with rapid aging. That thought makes Aiden scowl in disbelief. It still irritates him that he had to ask Alice for help back then. With a mix of frustration and determination, Aiden mumbles that once they return, he's going to throw Ro into training. Ro looks at him and asks where he stashed all the treasures the church gave him before they left. He remembers there had been an overwhelming amount of valuable stuff. Aiden casually pulls out a tiny pouch and says it's all inside. Ro blinks as he stares at the miniature bag and blurts out, surprised that it is a spatial pouch. He quickly realizes it's a rare artifact which is used as subspace, one that protects any item inside from damage. He's stunned that the church gave him something this precious. Then again, maybe it's not so strange that religion is one of the top 3 across the entire continent. Aiden sticks his hand into the bag and adds that there's all kinds of good stuff in there, including magic silk. But then he mentions something odd he found while packing. Something he came across in the church that is a large egg, glowing faintly with dark magical energy. He shows it to Ro and asks what he thinks it might be. Ro frowns at the strange object, admitting it kind of looks like an ostrich egg, but wonders how it can be with that much mana. It is definitely not from an ostrich. Aiden still can't make sense of it either. He says the egg had been in this weird room, along with an ancient book, so naturally he took both. Ro figures the book might hold a clue, but Aiden shrugs and says it's written in a language he doesn't understand. That's when Ro's expression shifts and he gets serious, asking if Aiden really just found them or if he stole them. Aiden, looking slightly guilty, explains that it wasn't really stealing. He stumbled upon a dusty old room that hadn't been touched in decades. The place had a strange aura, and he just couldn't help himself. Ro loses it. He yells that you can't just go around stealing from the church. They won't let it go, even if they think of Aiden as some kind of savior. They have to return it. Aiden clutches the egg protectively, joking that what if it hatches into a duck that lays golden eggs. Sometime later, the two of them are shivering in a snowy region, heading toward the capital of Sadus Hamurte. Ro glances around in confusion and asks if they aren't supposed to be heading home. Aiden shrugs and answers that he never promised that. Ro reminds him he said he'd start intense training after returning. Aiden just grins and says maybe he was thirsty for pain. Ro sighs again, clearly exhausted, and wonders aloud why they've come all this way. The thought of meeting the Cetus crosses his mind, and he suspects that might be the reason. Aiden confirms it's part of the plan, but his real purpose lies deeper within these lands, specifically in the Forest of Death. According to what he'd been told, special Ent live in that forest, and their presence is essential for creating the highest quality potion. That's what he's after. Just as they approach the estate, 2 guards step forward and block the Cetus territory. Their stance is firm, and their tone sharp. They inform the group that the Lord isn't home, and that outsiders without appointments are not permitted entry. Ro reacts immediately, temper flaring. He raises his voice, introducing Aiden with all his titles and status, pointing out that he is the eldest son of the Duke of Remes. The guards remain unmoved, growing increasingly angry. Aiden watches the situation escalate and quietly wonders how it reached this point so quickly. Underlord mutters that to the people of this region, Aiden is nothing more than a thief who stole from their master, and a disgrace who had humiliated the Lord's son at a royal banquet. The memory hits Aiden like a wave. It has completely slipped his mind. With a grim expression, he wraps his fingers around the hilt of his sword and silently vows to get in, one way or another. Ro, sensing his intent, nervously questions what he's thinking, but Aiden is already drawing a sword, one he suspects will carry weight in this land. The guards instantly recognize the blade and react with alarm. They identify it as Balzabul, which is clearly something of great significance. Still, despite the weapon's presence, they insist their lord is not home and that Aiden must leave. Aiden slowly slides the sword back into its sheath. Realizing there's no easy way forward, he decides to try another route. He asks about Tyan. The guards snap back that Tyan is occupied and that without an appointment, Aiden needs to leave immediately. If he refuses, they threaten to use force. Ro nearly explodes at this, appalled that they would speak this way to someone of Aiden's rank. But Aiden doesn't respond to the insult. Instead, he simply turns and takes several steps back, measuring the distance with quiet precision. Ro stares after him, puzzled by his silence. Then Aiden takes in a deep breath, one so forceful it makes the guards tense, mistaking it for the calm before an outburst. But what follows is not an attack. It's a sudden, thunderous shout that echoes across the estate, calling out to Tyan in the most provocative way possible. The insult rings through the air, and somewhere deep inside the mansion, someone responds with a furious curse. Aiden smiles to himself. The message has been received. Moments later, Tyan emerges from the mansion, storming toward them in a fury. Aiden stands calmly, greeting him with a familiar ease, while Tyan furiously demands an explanation for the public provocation. Aiden casually gestures toward the guards, silently suggesting they left him with little choice. The guards begin stammering excuses, visibly shaken now. Eventually, Aiden asks if they can talk inside, and Tyan agrees. Inside the guest room, Aiden takes a moment to observe his surroundings. He notices the expensive furniture and casually compliments the design in his mind. He then inquires about Margrave Cetus, and Tyan informs him that his father has gone to the Slaughter Tower. There's been troubling news from the Wasteland of Death, rumors of a high troll wandering into their own lands. The news weighs heavily on Aiden. Thoughts of the Slaughter Tower stir old memories. In his previous life, he had been too entangled in endless conflict to understand what had truly sparked the chaos. This time, though, things are different. He's seen the signs, knows what's coming, and understands that he must grow stronger, quickly, if he hopes to stop it before it begins. Tyan, watching him closely, asks what Aiden's real reason is for coming here. Aiden admits that he needs to go into the Forest of Death. The reaction is immediate. Tyan stares at him in disbelief and questions whether Aiden truly understands the danger. The forest is no ordinary place. It's drenched in poison and infested with the undead, monstrous creatures, and lethal flora. But Aiden, unfazed, considers that to be exactly the reason he must go. There's a rare, poisonous plant that only grows in that very place, and it's something he desperately needs. Tyan mutters that Aiden has always been reckless, but this plan is beyond reckless. Unfortunately, he adds, Aiden's timing couldn't be worse. No one is being allowed into the Forest of Death right now. Aiden ends up finding out something wild about the Forest of Death. It's not just a creepy forest, it's packed with brutal monsters and deadly plants. And even with all that danger, people actually live there. Turns out, most of them are folks who either ran away from the law or were too poor to pay taxes, so they had no choice but to hide in this place. They've set up a small village, clinging to survival by clearing out trees, planting crops, and just trying to make it through each day. While Aiden's taking all this in, Tyan, who seems to know the area well, starts talking about how things have gotten worse lately. Bandits have shown up in the forest, and ever since they did, people in the Margraviate have started disappearing. It doesn't take a genius to connect the dots. Tyan adds that there's a plan about sending in a night order to deal with the bandits. Makes sense. No one wants those thugs running wild. Even though it's just a tiny village tucked inside a cursed forest, Tyan can't ignore what's happening. Those people are still their own, and he figures they can't just sit back and watch them get stomped on by bandits. So he tells Aiden that if he wants to head into the forest, he's got two choices. Either wait till the whole bandit situation is dealt with, or drop the idea completely. At that, Tyan catches that look and starts wondering that maybe Aiden isn't as heartless as he seems. Maybe deep down, the guy does care about others after all. But here's where it gets interesting. Aiden suddenly starts thinking about the Ent, as he worries what if those bandits stumble upon them first. If they find them, they'll definitely try to catch and sell them. That can't happen. There's no way Aiden's letting them take the elixir, no matter what. He cuts off his own train of thought and suddenly decides he's got to save the villagers. That's when Curse notices Aiden's shift in tone. It's like the guy just let his real intentions slip out. With a calm but serious face, Aiden turns back to Tyon and says he's in. He's going to help fight the bandits. Not long after, they're all warming up near the fortress gates when the guards start getting all judgy. One of them pulls Tyon aside and straight up questions his decision to bring Aiden along. Apparently, Aiden had previously embarrassed both the local lord and this guard, and now the guy is acting like Aiden's presence is some huge insult. Tyon isn't having it. He gets visibly annoyed and throws the question back at the guard that what matters more to him, his knightly pride or the safety of their people. Then he calls him out hard for disrespecting someone who's literally risking his life for them. He even adds that this kind of arrogant attitude only drags their noble name through the mud. Tyon makes it clear that both he and his father already see Aiden's worth, even if others still judge him by appearances. Later on, Tyon thanks Aiden again, but reminds him that this mission won't be easy. Aiden, being chill as always, answers that he doesn't mind. It's actually kind of nice helping people. Then he glances at the group and casually asks if this small team is really enough to take on a forest full of bandits. He's got a point. If bandits are moving freely in there, it probably means they've got numbers. Tyon agrees and reveals that's why he hired a mercenary to balance the odds. Right on cue, a laughing figure starts walking toward them. Tyon turns and sees her. It's Lunia. Aiden is thrown off. He's staring at her, totally confused, like he's trying to figure out where he's seen her before. Curse teases him a bit, wondering if Aiden actually remembers her. Aiden admits he doesn't, but weirdly, he's pretty sure where she's from. That's when Lunia drops her title. She's a servant of the god of carnage. Yeah, that's a thing. Ro looks at her in shock, wondering how she's a servant of God. He figures she must be a priestess from the infamous cult. Aiden, still a little uneasy, quietly thinks to himself that hiring a mercenary from that cult is definitely a bold move. Ayn whispers something about how priests from that cult are supposed to be super crazy, but Lunia honestly seems really sweet and calm. Aiden admits he thought the same at first. Then he basically tells, in his own way, that he'll find out soon enough. Lunia, full of energy, suddenly gushes that she's heard about Aiden before, specifically that he's the Duke of Remes' son. Aiden confirms it with a friendly tone, saying it's nice to meet her and that it's been a while since he worked with someone from her cult. Lunia lights up and asks if he knows any of her siblings. Aiden tries to laugh it off, saying it was a long time ago and they were all super intense. Then he cuts himself off and just adds that she seems like a decent person. She starts going on about how their priests usually travel around as mercenaries during their pilgrimages, so he's probably run into them more than once. Then she dramatically declares that this is definitely fate and suggests they all go punish some evil together. Watching her with amusement, Aiden starts thinking about the cult again. It's one of the 3 sacred religions, and its members are practically built for combat, so if Lunia is really one of them, they've got a serious advantage against the bandits. Tyon gives the signal, and the team sets off toward the Forest of Death. Once inside, the group walks under the thick canopy of trees, glancing around cautiously. Aiden comments that the forest doesn't really seem that different. Tyon tells him that it's only because the villagers cleared a path as it's safer to walk now. But then Aiden pauses. Something feels off. There's this weird, heavy presence in the air. He asks the Underlord if he's sensing anything. Curse confirms that HQE's been feeling it too. Something dark and ominous, like energy leaking out of the underworld itself. That really gets Aiden thinking. The whole forest feels poisonous, cursed even, and yet people live here every single day. He starts to wonder if that annoying rabbit really sent him here on purpose, if it is a joke or something. Either way, he decides he's definitely getting back at him next time they meet. Then he turns to Tyon with a little worry in his voice. He wants to know if bringing Lunia is going to be a problem. After all, his father hates mercenaries, especially ones from strange cults. Maybe she's technically on a pilgrimage, but it doesn't change the fact that she's still a mercenary. Tyon gets serious and admits that yeah, his father might not be thrilled. But right now that doesn't matter. People are suffering and they need help. That comes first. Plus, let's be honest, mercenaries are usually better at dealing with bandits than knights anyway. Aiden is genuinely surprised and realizes Tyon's pretty sharp. Maybe even sharper than his own dad. Tyon fires back, yelling that Aiden's an idiot if he still doesn't get how valuable he is. Aiden shrugs and jokes that Tyon could use a little more humility, which just fires the guy up more. After a while, as they move deeper into the forest, Tyon, leading the way, suddenly stops. He warns the group to stay alert. They're nearing the first village. And just like that, the air turns heavy. They all step out of the trees, only to find ruins. The village is gone, burned to the ground. Aiden stares ahead in shock, his heart sinking. They were too late. They're standing in front of the 5/and-burn farming villages in the Forest of Death. They used to be a village, now nothing but ashes. The Forest of Death has 5 villages scattered within it, and the first one they reach is already reduced to charred remains. Not a single soul survives. The sight is grim. Worried, the group rushes to the second village, then the third. It's the same story everywhere. Burned buildings, no signs of life. By the time they arrive at the fourth village, hope feels like a distant memory. Tyan stands among the wreckage, visibly shaken. He mutters that this is already the fourth village they've checked. Our guy watches him, realizing that each village they visited looked just as destroyed. Not one survivor. They're digging through the rubble again, searching, when Aiden starts questioning the occurrence of something this brutal. These were farming villages. They should have had guards. Whoever did this couldn't have been ordinary bandits. A shout from one of the guards breaks through the heavy silence. Survivors. Everyone immediately runs over. Behind a pile of debris, they find two children, shivering, frightened, and hiding. The guard guesses they probably survived by taking cover under the rubble. Tyan walks up with a gentle smile, kneels down, and offers his hand. He tells them they're Cetus Knights, and they're here to protect them. The children, their eyes filled with tears, ask if it's really true. The girl clings to Tyan, sobbing. He softly apologizes for not arriving sooner. The boy, still clutching onto a shred of hope, says if they really are knights, then they need to save his parents. Tyan looks down and gently tells him their parents might already be gone, but the boy screams back that they aren't. He insists the bandits didn't kill them. They took them and others away. They're still alive. Tyan's expression shifts. His voice grows cold as he demands to know their audacity to take the people away. Not long after, a group of knights steps into the forest. Our dude questions whether they should really be chasing after just a scrap of information. But deep down, he knows that the last village might hold the answers. Suddenly, Aiden hears movement. He turns to Tyan and whispers that someone's nearby. Tyan curses under his breath. It's time for someone to pay. Out of the woods, a group of men appears and surrounds them. Tyan quickly orders everyone to stay put. Aiden and Lunia glance at him, confused. Then Tyan steps forward. These aren't enemies. Turning to one of the men, he remarks that it's been a long time. The man, startled, tells his people to lower their weapons. He squints at Tyan, almost not recognizing him, then asks if they've really come to help. He introduces himself as Marcus, the leader of the 5th Slash and Burn farming village. Our guy looks to Tyan and asks quietly if they know each other. Tyan nods. A long time ago, 10 years maybe, Marcus served in their knightly order. He retired after a serious injury. Tyan didn't expect to see him here. Smiling faintly, he teases Marcus for greeting his old master so formally. Marcus apologizes, explaining that they've been under constant attack lately. He admits that Tyan has changed so much, he almost didn't recognize him. Tyan places a reassuring hand on his shoulder, glad to see Marcus still alive. But Marcus looks past him, expression dimming, and asks, hesitantly, if the other villages have fallen. He doesn't get to finish the question before Tyan quietly confirms it. All the other villages are gone. Burned. Almost no survivors. Marcus closes his eyes. There's not much to say. He sighs and suggests they head to his village first. When they arrive, the place is chaotic. People are shouting, running around and tending to the wounded. Tyan notices signs of a recent attack. Marcus explains that they were ambushed too, but since many of them were knights, they managed to fight back. The problem is, one of the attackers had strange powers. He could bring the dead back to life. That's when both Tyan and Aiden realize the truth that these people are none other than dark mages. It all makes sense now, how the other villages were wiped out so easily, why the people were taken alive. At that, Aiden's mind races as he figures out that the villagers were sacrificed. His stomach churns with anger on the number of lives have been offered to feed this madness. A sudden shout distracts him. A man crouched beside a wounded person, panicking. The potion isn't working. The wound glows with a strange dark light. Aiden hurries over, pulls out another vial, and calmly explains that normal potions won't help. This needs a holy one. The man, startled, stares at the glowing potion. He asks if Aiden is really giving away something so valuable. Aiden raises his voice so everyone hears. If a wound glows like that, it's been touched by demonic energy. Only holy potions can heal it. He urges anyone with those wounds to come to him. He starts handing out the potions, thinking it's a good thing he has so many stored in his subspace. That's when Underlord scoffs as he accuses Aiden of caring more about money than people. Aiden whirls around, snapping back that what he thinks of our boy. Obviously, he hopes that Tyan would settle the score for all of this, every drop of blood spilled. Underlord suddenly claims to recognize Aiden now. Just then, a man walks over and asks if the holy potion will work on a child too. Aiden nods and starts to explain how it works, but then stops mid-sentence. He stares at the child. At first glance, the clothes make the child seem normal. But up close, something's off. Because this child is not a child but Ent. Meanwhile, near Marcus's village, a group of dark mages trudges through the forest. One of them complains about being cast out of the city, still angry at how fierce the villagers fought back. Another warns the others not to touch the one-armed man. They need him. One of them turns to the man they call the magician. He notes that the man hasn't used his powers yet and asks if they have some sort of arrangement. The magician doesn't bother answering directly. He tells them to gather all the food, clothes, money. He only needs the people. He calls the bandits fools. All they have is muscle and big mouths. Without another word, he orders them to take the prisoners to the location he mentioned earlier. As he walks away, one of the bandits curses him under his breath. But the dark magician keeps moving, cold and quiet. He knows the moment this is over, the bandits will be next. He'll have enough bodies for his research either way. The scene quietly shifted to a dimly lit room where the wounded Ent slowly opened his eyes, confused about where he was. Aiden noticed the movement and recognized that Ent was awake. The little creature, gripped by fear, immediately began to panic. Trembling, he assumed he was in danger, convinced someone was about to harm him. He seemed certain that Aiden intended to eat him and shouted frantically, claiming he was tasteless and poisonous. But Aiden's calm demeanor slowly helped Ent settle down. Despite Aiden's reassurances, Ent remained skeptical. Underlord couldn't believe someone with such a hungry-looking face meant no harm. Aiden, however, stayed in his cheerful state, teasing Ent by calling him an elixir, while insisting he wouldn't eat him. The frightened Ent continued to argue that he was poisonous and unsafe to consume. Aiden then casually handed over a small pouch of powder and encouraged Ent to try it. The enticing aroma caught Ent off guard, and he suddenly felt hungry and, after hesitating, asked for confirmation. Aiden gave a casual nod, mentioning he didn't need bone powder anyway. Ent gave it a try, and his eyes lit up with amazement. The flavor stunned him, and he declared it incredibly delicious. Observing all this, our guy quietly admitted to himself that Ent truly seemed to enjoy the remains of the lich. Curse, who had been silently watching as well, appeared satisfied that his advice had been followed. Our guy thanked him, then turned to Ent to ask how he ended up wounded and unconscious in the first place. The shock of realizing that Ent had been alone in the forest hit him hard, and he quickly questioned where the others who had been with him had gone. Aiden recalled what the rescuers had told him, that Ent had been found unconscious and alone, with no one else nearby. Ent stared blankly ahead, unable to understand how such a thing was possible. Aiden cautiously asked if Ent knew anything about what was happening in the forest, then implied that if the truth was shared, he might be able to help. Ent stood there in silence, caught in a memory of his parents warning him not to trust humans. Just then, a sudden commotion broke the quiet. The village bells rang out in alarm, and shouts echoed through the air that the bandits had returned. Aiden cursed under his breath, recognizing the pattern. Turning to Ent, he explained that silence would no longer help. For the time being, though, he asked him to stay hidden. Ent hesitated, his heart pounding, but he had little choice. With tears welling in his eyes, he began to hope. Maybe this human really was different. Maybe he truly could save the forest. Meanwhile, chaos unfolded in the village. Bandits swarmed in under the command to kill and leave no one alive. The knights took defensive positions, ready to protect the villagers. The commander of the knights gave a sharp order to form ranks. Among the chaos, the dark mage appeared, curious about the sudden presence of knights. Realizing the enemy forces had grown stronger, he smirked, knowing more death awaited. Raising his hands, he summoned the dead from the ground. The knights tensed, watching in horror as corpses clawed their way up. They had never faced such an unnatural threat before. Then Lunia stepped forward, her calm and unnerving smile hinting at her madness. The knights warned her of the danger, insisting they could manage the bandits and asking her to deal with the undead. But Tyan silenced them. He reminded his soldiers that no one was better suited for this task than Lunia, a priestess of divine slaughter, a warrior of death, who served the god of carnage. Lunia launched herself into the air, her huge mace glowing with power. Laughing wildly, she hurled herself back to the ground, creating a shockwave of energy that spread across the battlefield. The dark mage, stunned by her strength, questioned what kind of monster she was. With reverence, Lunia called upon her god, asking to unleash destruction in his name. She tore through the enemies with relentless blows. The dark mage watched helplessly as she crushed both bandits and undead. In desperation, he unleashed a thick wave of dark energy, hoping to curse her with death. But before it could reach her, she vanished. He barely had time to react. One moment she was gone. The next, she hovered above him with that same wild grin. His last sight was her mace hurtling toward his head before the ground was painted red. After the brutal clash, soldiers gathered to rest. One knight reported to Tyan that they had surrounded the remaining bandits. Tyan asked whether the captives had revealed anything about the villagers. The knight explained that the bandits seemed uncertain themselves. They had stolen only valuable items and left the people wherever the archmage had ordered. Though now that the dark mage was dead, that lead was lost. Tyan cursed in frustration, fearing the worst for the villagers. He turned to Aiden and asked where he had been during all this. Aiden, with a serious expression, said there was still a way, though time was short, and they had to act fast. Just before this, Aiden had asked Ent if the dark mages had captured all of his kind. Ent confirmed sadly that he had been taken as well, though he had managed to escape. He had seen many others imprisoned, not just Ents, but people too. Our guy began piecing the story together, suspecting that the captives were being gathered for a major ritual, perhaps even to be transformed into undead. Whatever the plan, he vowed not to let it succeed. Rage simmered in Aiden's voice as he questioned how anyone could dare lay hands on his elixir. Tyon, irritated, demanded to know what the enemy was planning. Aiden admitted he didn't know for sure, but mentioned that one escapee had shared the location of a hidden shelter. He had planned to follow it himself. Tyon, however, insisted that they take over the mission, since this all occurred in their territory, and it was his responsibility. But Aiden stood firm, placing a hand on Tyon's shoulder. He refused to let them face the most dangerous task alone. Tears welled in Tyon's eyes as he expressed disbelief at Aiden's resolve. He admitted he had misjudged him. Watching from a distance, our guy was stunned to see Tyon crying. At that moment, he wonders if only Ent continued to tell the truth. Inside a dense forest nestled within the crater of an extinct volcano, a man walks up to the dark mage and asks how far things have progressed. The mage shares that he has already completed the main circuit and now only needs to melt the essence of the sacrifices and let it soak again. He then wonders aloud whether the squad from the 5th village has returned. The warrior beside him responds that they haven't, though he expects them to arrive soon. A sly smile creeps onto the mage's face as he considers this perfect timing. With their return, he believes, his creation will finally be complete, and once the jewel is done, his master will be one step closer to achieving his goal. The warrior agrees and reminds himself that this is the reason they're doing it in the first place. Inwardly, the warrior prays to Lord Sylvetta, asking him to wait just a bit longer. He, Dares Kleeman, intends to pave the way to the Archduchy of Sire's Grand Duchy. Meanwhile, in the forest, Aiden starts to wonder whether the dark magicians truly have taken over the Ent village hidden deep in the volcano. He finds it shocking, especially because no one had suspected that the mysterious Night King was behind it. In his memory, a scene flashes when Ent had tried to name their captor, and Aiden had reacted with surprise upon hearing the name Dares Kleeman. Ent had quickly confirmed it, shouting that the dark magicians had attacked their village, destroyed their guardian tree, and imprisoned the villagers. Now Aiden begins to understand. Just like the Crimson Knights, Dares Kleeman must be one of Sylvita's 3 servants. Aiden knows he must be sure, and for that, he decides to take Ent with him for reconnaissance. Watching Tyon, Aiden feels annoyed. The man insists on joining the mission just because this is his territory, and Aiden questions why the woman is even here. Suddenly, monstrous roars echo through the forest, and Lunia charges into battle with a wild grin, tearing through the creatures with no hesitation. Watching the brutal scene, Aiden assumes she's simply bored. He then turns to Tyon and points out how she single-handedly wiped out the bandits and a mage. Tyon, shocked, acknowledges her strength. Aiden senses something odd about the situation. Turning to Curse, he points out how strange everything is. Curse agrees, while stating that one doesn't need to think deeply to realize how insane the woman is. Aiden, however, thinks she's too obedient, leaving Curse confused. Curse, watching her gleeful dismemberment of enemies, wonders how obedience fits into the picture. Aiden explains that ordinary priests of the cult usually indulge in senseless violence, but Lunia is far too powerful for just a regular servant. She had taken down not only bandits but a dark mages responsible for destroying 4 villages, and even monsters infused with demonic energy, without struggle. Aiden reasons that this either makes her a high-level priestess, or something more. A troubling realization hits him. An iron-blooded saint should have shown up by now. Watching Lunia's gleeful destruction, he decides she needs to be watched carefully. Back in the crater, they finally reach what remains of Ent's village. With a tense look, Ent confirms it, and adds that a fairy tree should be standing in the center. Aiden now understands they had cut down the fairy tree, which was the source of spiritual power, to weaken the Ents. He knows that for dark mages, fairies are far more valuable than humans. He begins to wonder why Chaos would need so many humans and fairies. Nearby, Anoa opens his eyes in awe upon seeing Dares, and feels strangely glad to see him again. Tyon, on the other hand, is furious. He identifies Dares as their enemy and prepares to strike, but Aiden stops him. Tyon is frustrated, questioning how Aiden can remain calm when their people were attacked and sacrificed. He insists that with Lunia's help, they could win, but Aiden remains firm, urging him to look more carefully. He points out that Dares is not alone. 7 more dark mages stand with him. The 3 of them wouldn't stand a chance. Aiden knows that this Night King isn't an ordinary foe. He's at the level of Silvera's power. Right now, Dares might be only half a master, but even that makes him far stronger than anyone Aiden has ever faced. Even if all 3 of them fought together, victory wouldn't be guaranteed. Involving the villagers would only lead to unnecessary losses. Thinking of another way, Aiden turns to Curse and asks what he's doing here. Curse stares ahead, saying that since entering the forest, he has felt something strange. He eventually notices something and shares it with Aiden, who admits he sees nothing. Curse snaps, saying he's trying to help, and adds that an ordinary person wouldn't feel it, but he can sense it clearly. Aiden, feigning interest, asks what he's discovered. Underlord warns him not to be too shocked, and then reveals that there's something under the tree that would surprise even him. Aiden freezes with a tense expression as several unusual details suddenly begin to make sense. He quickly formulates a plan. He asks Ent if he truly knows everything about the forest. After Ent confirms, Aiden turns to Tyan, asking if he's ready to help his people. Tyan declares that he's willing to die for them. Aiden repeats the question, pressing him to be certain, as there's no going back. Tyan looks at him in confusion. Then Aiden turns to Lunya, asking for her help and promising excitement. Soon after, a monstrous roar rings out from the left side of the crater. Tyan, now panicking, yells as he runs from a horde of giant spiders, cursing Aiden for getting him into this. On the right, even more monsters charge ahead. Lunya runs after them, shouting with joy. She calls it a fun game and tells the ogres to chase her, and warns them that getting caught would mean death. Ent and Aiden observe the chaos. Ent asks if Aiden plans to use the wave of monsters to scare the dark mages. Aiden shakes his head. His plan is to awaken a true monster, one that will fight the mages directly. Deep underground, a massive snake lies in silence. After centuries of slumber and starvation, its eyes finally begin to open. Aiden glances at Ent and seems to wonder if he's scared. Ent, although visibly shaking, denies the feeling. He admits instead that shame and anger weigh heavier on him. He appears to blame himself, thinking that if only he were stronger, things might be different. Before he can fall deeper into self-doubt, Aiden unsheathes his sword, cutting through the tension with quiet determination. He reminds Ent that the ones responsible will pay, first for what they've done, and then for what they owe him as well. Ent seems taken aback, his expression shifting to surprise as he realizes that Aiden doesn't even know his name. Aiden then seems to ask, and Ent gives the name Ez, the same one he had shared earlier in the village. Aiden appears curious, wondering what reward he might gain for risking his life. Ez responds by offering something he believes valuable, Tears of the Ents, a rare commodity said to hold great worth among humans. Aiden looks amused by this offer, accepting it with a smirk. He seems to advise Ez to shift his focus now, to think more about himself than the family he's always tried to protect. Ez stiffens at the thought, perhaps unsure what Aiden means. Aiden doesn't explain. Instead, he concentrates. A thick layer of magical energy begins forming around his sword as he channels his strength. He calls for the spirit, Mephisto. And within moments, the ghostly figure appears, responding obediently to his master's call. Although the summoning isn't complete, Aiden feels this level of strength will be enough for the task at hand. He sends Mephisto on a mission to seek out poisonous lizards in the lower forest and transport them to the crater volcano at the center. Mephisto vanishes into the sky, and Aiden watches him go, quietly reflecting on how useful it is to have a loyal, high-ranked assistant who follows orders without question. The thought strengthens his resolve. He knows he must grow even stronger to unlock his true potential. Turning back to Ez, he signals that it's time to move. His goal remains firm. They will save the village, just as promised. Inside the crater of an extinct volcano, Dares stands waiting, frustration growing with each passing moment. He still hasn't heard back from the squad dispatched to the 5th village. Suspicion creeps in, but he dismisses the idea that they could have been wiped out. To him, that village holds no one capable of posing such a threat. Suddenly, a disturbance in a puddle draws his attention. The ripples signal something's coming. A sharp noise follows, confirming his instincts. He clenches his jaw, alert, and assumes some rogue group of thieves is approaching. But when the earth begins to tremble and a wave of monsters appears on the horizon, his expression shifts to alarm. He quickly issues an order to protect the laboratory. Tyan, both furious and terrified, rushes through the crowd, throwing himself into battle with reckless determination while determined to kill our boy. Dares watches the chaos unfold and curses under his breath. Despite the number of enemies, he still believes they can handle this. Then, an explosion behind him pulls his attention. He turns to see a group of ogres fleeing in terror from a mercenary whose madness fills the air. Dare's confusion deepens. Poisonous ogres shouldn't be in this part of the forest. As he scans another direction, more monsters emerge, running from Mephisto, who chases them with eerie delight. Panic spreads. All of the monsters, frenzied and terrified, are rushing straight toward the lab. Realizing the danger, Dares barks orders to stop them. He redirects his soldiers, instructing them to focus all efforts on holding back the advancing wave. At the same time, Aiden and Ez quietly slip into the village. Navigating the narrow paths, they eventually reach one of the inner chambers. Ez's eyes light up with recognition. Behind the bars, a group of Ents is imprisoned. He rushes to them, filled with relief and urgency. The captives seem shocked to see him, and he silently reminds them of his promise to return. But as joy settles in, concern rises. Ez's face hardens with worry. He notices the numbers are off. Too few remain. He silently questions where the others have gone. The Ents respond with heavy expressions. The missing ones have been taken away by the guards, marked for sacrifice. Ez lowers his head, burdened by the realization that he's too late for many of them. Aden observes the weight on Ez's shoulders and quietly reassures him. It's not his fault. Their enemies are simply that cruel. Aden steps forward, asking Ez to move aside, and gestures for the other Ents to back away from the bars. With a sharp motion, he slices through the metal, freeing the prisoners. He knows this isn't the right moment for questions, but there's something he needs to find out. He asks if they know where the others were taken. Aden believes that if he can reach that location, the enemy's larger plans will finally become clear. While the rescue unfolds, the battle at the laboratory intensifies. Dares, surrounded, fights ferociously. The ground becomes stained with blood, red, green, black, all mingling as the chaos grows. Some of it seeps into the earth and reaches a hidden chamber far below. There, a massive snake lies dormant. But as soon as the creature tastes blood, its eyes snap open. Hunger rises instantly. With a hiss, the beast begins to climb upward through the soil. The tremors reach the surface. Dares feels the earth shake and frowns, unsure what new threat is coming. The vibration carries deeper meaning for Aden, though. His expression shifts into a knowing smile. He realizes what's awakening. The king of vipers, the basilisk, has risen. Moments later, the ground erupts. The monstrous serpent bursts forth, and Dares, unable to comprehend the sight, stands frozen in horror as the beast towers before him. A few moments ago, our guy questions Underlord about whether he truly believes there is a basilisk nest hidden here. Curse appears convinced, stating that the king of snakes has venom so deadly it could fell even a master swordsman with a single bite. He's sure that the creature must have gone into hibernation after becoming weakened and speculates that the poisonous air in the Forest of Death has been leaking from this very basilisk for ages. As Aden peers ahead, he finds it peculiar. Basilisks typically inhabit warm southern woods, so it wouldn't make sense for one to be in this area. Curse becomes annoyed by the inquiry and internally snaps, contemplating that if he had the answers, he wouldn't be trapped in the body of someone so weak. He then raises his voice, assuming the basilisk has likely starved for centuries and is now, at last, awakening and beginning to growl deeply and menacingly. Now in present, Dares stands nearby, eyes wide in confusion, wondering why a basilisk would appear. But the sight doesn't shake his resolve. He tightens his grip and decides it doesn't matter. He won't let anything interfere with his master's plans. Holding the sword steady, he charges toward the basilisk without hesitation. Far away, in a dark laboratory, a magician reflects on the chaos. The incoming wave of monsters, he thinks, is actually useful. It will speed up the completion of the ruby. With more bodies, both human and beast, his progress will accelerate. And once the ruby is finished, everything will fall into place. Just then, someone interrupts his thoughts. Aden suddenly appears and grabs the magician by the head. As he inspects a glowing stone, he notices it's far from ordinary. The magician looks up in alarm, but before he can react, Aden slams his face into the table. A memory flashes through Aiden's mind. He remembers the Ents saying something about being used to make a special kind of stone. Now, as he holds the ruby, he realizes that this must be what they meant. He takes the stone into his hand and wonders what its purpose could be. But as he does, a brilliant glow bursts from it. Confused, Aden questions what's happening. A system message appears, notifying him that a hidden item's condition has been fulfilled and the ruby is being absorbed into him. Aden jerks in surprise, trying to figure out what's going on and why the stone has merged with his body. Once he calms down, he examines his palm, noticing no visible change. He wonders again what exactly was this stone for, and the system had mentioned the jewel was incomplete, but offered no other clues. With no clear answers, he decides to treat it as just another burden he now carries. Curse, visibly annoyed, questions if he really considers him just luggage. Aden doesn't fully agree, but concludes he needs to end this situation quickly. Back at the battlefield, the basilisk unleashes its venomous breath, sending dark magicians flying. Dares shudders, cursing the poisonous fog that's rendered him immobile. He thinks his master could have handled this beast with a single strike. Now standing face to face with the creature, he wishes he could borrow his master's power just for a moment. Clenching his sword tightly, he releases a loud war cry and swings hard. After delivering the blow, he gasps for breath and declares to himself that he's succeeded. He wonders if this brings him any closer to his master's level. Then, a strange voice speaks from behind, congratulating him on reviving the Swordmaster's legacy, and immediately bidding him farewell. Tension floods Dares' body as he realizes he's never heard that voice before. He tries to turn, but a blade pierces through him. It's Aden. He tells Dares coldly that he should rest in hell, because his master would be joining him soon. He calls Dares a loyal dog. In agony, Dares turns back, demanding to know who he is. Aiden's gaze sharpens as he reveals that he is the one Dare's master once called a comrade. Then, he commands his sword to consume Dare's. The cursed blade absorbs the screaming man as he cries out that he must report back to his master that he has finally become useful. Moments later, only the sword remains, embedded in the ground. Aiden sheaths it and wonders if, even at the edge of death, Dares truly thought more of his master than himself. Thinking about Sylveta, our guy remarks that he was lucky to have this kind of loyal servants on his side. Looking at the lifeless basilisk, he admits that he didn't expect to defeat it so easily. It's not a bad result for a chained beast, even though Aiden had planned to finish it himself. Curse, watching with amusement, asks why Aiden was inside the basilisk's mouth. With a grin, our guy thinks he couldn't miss such an opportunity. After all, a basilisk's remains are full of valuable materials. Fangs can become weapons, skin can be turned into armor, and its venom can be used to build poison immunity. Now that everything's been claimed, our guy believes it's time to visit the Ents. Curse then looks up, his tone serious, and urges our guy to look at the sky. He mutters that a mere snake shouldn't have possessed such a thing. Aiden, puzzled, turns his gaze and notices a glowing object in the distance. As he gets closer, he recognizes it. It's a demonic soulstone. Holding it in his hand, he realizes this stone must act as a container for dark energy. It finally explains why the monsters in this region have been so overwhelmingly strong. But then another question hits him. How did this thing end up inside the basilisk? He stashes the stone away, but his subspace pocket begins to tremble. A pendant suddenly appears before him. It's the one his teacher had left behind in the dungeon. He guesses the demonic stone is reacting to it. Moments later, the two objects pull toward each other and merge, surprising our guy. He wonders if this was all meant to happen from the start. A system message states that the pendant's affinity with magic and darkness has increased, and that its full power has yet to be revealed. It also states that the item is bound to the soul and cannot be taken while the owner is still alive. Our guy studies it in confusion, realizing it must be a soul-bound artifact once used by dark magicians. Furious, he throws it away, shouting internally about how the thing clings to him without consent. But almost instantly, the pendant is back on his chest. Cursing again, he tries to rip it off using his teeth, only to be interrupted by the sudden appearance of rabbits. He solemnly congratulates him for clearing the dungeon. Aiden, still biting at the rope, stares at him in anger. The creature trembles under his glare, recognizing who he is. He demands to know if they just claimed he cleared the dungeon. The rabbit stumbles over their words, saying he may have been mistaken. Aiden, filled with anger, demands to know the location of the dungeon core and if he should just destroy it immediately. With tear-filled eyes, the rabbits urge him to relax. Meanwhile, nearby, an owl observes quietly, its gaze locked onto the peculiar pendant currently on our guy's chest. Rabbits trembles with anxiety, his body stiff with tension. He can't believe his misfortune to run into that same person he had hoped never to meet. Aiden, however, calmly reflects on their exchange. He confirms with Rabbits whether the entire Forest of Death truly functions as a dungeon. Rabbits nods, visibly nervous. Aiden recalls something he once read, that if a powerful monster leaves behind enough energy, the land it inhabited could slowly transform into a dungeon. Looking around, he realizes this forest fits that exact description. A faint smile creeps across his face as he remembers something Rabbits had mentioned earlier. He questions Rabbits, his tone sharp beneath the calm, asking if he had intentionally directed him toward the ant village, despite knowing the area was extremely dangerous. The accusation hits hard. Aiden wonders whether Rabbits had really dared to pull such a cheap stunt on a valued client. Rabbits panics. His thoughts swirl, trying to understand how Aiden saw through his act. He blurts out a stream of nervous excuses, claiming it was all a misunderstanding, that he never meant harm. Aiden responds coldly in thought, deciding it's best to report this behavior to the hat merchant. The name Hat Merchant strikes terror in Rabbits. He imagines the ruthless leader staring at him with pure menace, deciding his fate. And if they would really keep him employed after this. Overwhelmed with fear, Rabbits drops to his knees and slams his head into the dirt, begging for forgiveness, promising to make up for everything. Aiden, watching him with satisfaction, decides to forgive him, but only under one condition. He demands that Rabbits sign an exclusive contract. The request sends a wave of horror through Rabbits. He knows what this means, that such contracts bind a person to one merchant for life. Every item found in dungeons must be sold through that merchant, who in turn ensures complete confidentiality and agrees to fulfill any request from the client. The agreement relies entirely on trust and is not taken lightly. Furious and humiliated, Rabbits wonders how Aiden has the audacity to ask for such a commitment after deceiving him. He would rather risk his organs than sign such a deal. But the look in Aiden's eyes tells him there's no way out. The situation is completely against him. Meanwhile, Aiden seems pleased. He's reclaimed control and taken revenge. Rabbits is left sulking, while Aiden celebrates silently, planning to squeeze every possible coin from him. Just then, someone yells his name. Aiden turns to find Tyan charging toward him, his expression stormy. Aiden barely has time to wonder what's happening before Tyan places a hand on his shoulder and, to his surprise, thanks him. Tyan acknowledges that without Aiden's bizarrely vicious plan, saving people would have been almost impossible, and that he might have lost his knights. Aiden mentally grumbles at the word bizarrely vicious, but before he can react, Tyan hands him an object. He explains that it's a token of loyalty from his family, a symbol of their readiness to support him at any moment. Aiden stares at it in disbelief, thinking about how useful it might be to have such influential allies. He questions whether Tide will be pleased about this gift, but Tyan shrugs it off, saying that saving their family is what matters. Smirking, Aiden asks what Tyan plans to do about the Ents. Tyan looks at them with little interest, saying they are not his people and that he doesn't intend to interfere. If Aiden has other ideas, he's willing to listen. Then he notices the child among them and reveals that he knows that he too is an Ent. Surprised, Aiden watches silently. Tyan explains that the child was with them the entire time. Of course, he had noticed that did Aiden really if he couldn't tell a human from an Ent. Embarrassed, Aiden asks to handle things from here. Approaching the Ents, he gently asks why they're standing there. The leader explains that they are guarding the remains of the fairy tree. He tells Aiden that the tree is sacred, grown from a branch of the legendary world tree, planted by their ancestors. It holds their history, served as their guardian, and was their childhood companion. He touches the tree gently, whispering a silent farewell. Aiden watches him quietly, reflecting on the idea of trusting someone completely until the end. A part of him feels envious of that tree. At least it had friends who stayed by its side until its final moment. Just then, he hears a faint voice asking for help. His eyes widen if the tree just speaks to him, expecting it to be speaking to the Ents instead. But the voice explains that only he can hear it, thanks to the tiny fairy spirit resting on his hand. Aiden looks at his left hand in surprise, realizing it's the Banshee shield. She's a spirit too. The tree continues speaking. It says it will soon fall into an eternal sleep, like all living things, but it doesn't want to leave its friends in sorrow. It asks Aiden to help them. Aiden knows this is not part of his job. He's a mercenary, and this won't earn him a single coin. But then he remembers the journey he's been on. With a soft smile, he looks up and tells the spirit not to worry. He'll do what he can. The tree gives him its blessing and slowly fades. The Ents gasp in awe as glowing energy begins to form around Aiden's hands. It steps forward and explains that it's the seed of the fairy tree. With it, they can regrow what was lost. Still puzzled, Aiden looks at the cheering ants and wonders why they're staring at him. It announces that whoever receives the blessing becomes the new leader of the ant tribe. Then he raises his voice, calling out Aiden's name. Shocked, our guy repeats the title under his breath. The rest of the ants begin to chant it with pride, swearing their loyalty. Aiden curses under his breath, wondering what kind of twisted joke the tree just played on him. The contract he made with Iz couldn't possibly cover all the responsibilities of a tribal leader. As the spirit of the tree vanishes into the sky, Aiden raises a hand and jokingly orders it to come back and settle the expenses. Curse looks at our guy and ponders that maybe Aiden truly is the one meant to fulfill the will of his pendant. The scene then shifts back to a few days ahead. At Remes Dushi, Aiden's father stares at him in disbelief. He seems glad that Aiden has finally come home but can't help commenting on the growing group of odd creatures trailing behind him. Each time Aiden returns, it feels like he brings more followers than before. Aiden, equally puzzled, tries to explain that he didn't plan any of this. Apparently the fairy tree tricked him, and somehow he ended up as the leader of the Ents tribe. That's why they've settled in the Remes territory. He grumbles about the whole situation but secretly admits that it's not so bad. After all, he's now getting a constant supply of Ents tears, which feels like winning the jackpot. Then something else catches his attention. Aiden frowns and wonders where the giant dog suddenly came from. It's racing across the courtyard, carrying Alice, while Iz runs ahead crying and begging for help. Alice is shouting commands to the dog, calling it Choco. Fried casually explains that this strange creature is a search dog that's been growing bigger every day. Aiden blinks in confusion again, and his father jumps in, saying that a few months ago, they found the dog doing surprisingly well with commands, and with eating. It devoured everything given to it, so they kept feeding it. At some point, it started obeying Alice, and eventually turned into the oversized beast it is now. Watching the wild chase, Aiden struggles to make sense of it all. Then the curse in his head suggests that he might be the reason behind this transformation. Curse reminds him that during a goblin hunt with his brother, he gave one of the dogs a smell-awakening potion. That must be it. The dog probably found mana-boosting herbs afterward, which helped it grow. Aiden stares at the scene unfolding before him, slowly piecing it all together, while Iz continues calling for help, completely ignored by Alice and Choco. Later, Aiden lies on his bed, realizing how much he missed home. Nothing beats his own bed. though resting still seems impossible with so much left to do. The curse nudges him about his plans, and Aiden, staring at a mysterious vessel, declares that he needs to drink the basilisk poison. It's all part of his goal, to become immune to toxins. The curse snarks that it sounds like a death wish, but Aiden insists he'll be fine. He's eaten numerous poisons before. Compared to all that, this is just another drop in the ocean. Without hesitation, he starts chugging the poison, holding his breath to keep from gagging. Just then, Carl walks in. His eyes land on the vessel and his face turns pale. He asks what Aiden is drinking, already suspicious of the ominous color. Aiden calmly tells him it's basilisk poison. Carl stares in stunned silence for a moment before rushing over in panic. He grabs Aiden, shouting that life isn't that hopeless, begging him to spit it out. Aiden, still unaffected, assures him it's not what he thinks. But then, the familiar poisonous energy starts spreading through his body, and Carl freaks out even more, yelling that Aiden is turning green. Right then, a system message tells that his body is adapting to the basilisk poison. It's starting to gain immunity to all poisons. The pain is intense, but Aiden knows he's done it. As Carl desperately tries to make him vomit, a girl walks into the room. She pauses for a moment, watching the scene with interest. It's Nikita. She seems oddly pleased by the chaos and comments on how close the brothers seem. Soon after, the mood shifts. Aiden sits across from Nikita, curious why she's here. She simply says she came to greet him properly. That throws Aiden off that why would she go out of her way just for that? More importantly, why did she call him Mr.? He's confused. In their past lives, they could barely stand each other, so this sudden politeness makes no sense. Maybe she wants to finish him off with some twisted sense of honor. Nervously, he starts backing away, apologizing for, well, whatever he may have done. But she remains calm. She bows and formally introduces herself. She adds that she's the head of the dark magic division called the Fires of Florence, leader of the White Moon Information Guild, and the last descendant of the Florence family. Her journey's been long and lonely, but now she's here to greet the Lord of the Underworld. Aiden sits frozen, not sure what to say. Nikita explains that in the Church of the Holy Fire, the summoned Talos referred to him as the Underworld's ruler, and she witnessed it. When Aiden tries to ask more, she simply points to his pendant, saying it's not a mere ornament. It's a relic and a powerful one, only reactive to those with Florence blood. For anyone else, it's just metal. That's when it hits him. The Florence family must be descendants of the Underlord, and the pendant reacted because of curse. He glares internally at the curse, annoyed that this critical detail was never mentioned. The curse shrugs, saying Aiden never asked. Meanwhile, she watches him quietly, regretting her past attitude. She admits she never imagined someone like him would walk among mortals. Still, she's ready to serve. Whatever orders he gives, she'll follow. Aiden stares at her, realizing she's completely misunderstood the situation, though he can't deny that there's some truth to it. Then, a clever thought strikes him. If she's now under his command, that means the entire White Moon Guild's information is at his disposal. He grins. This is an opportunity he can't waste. With a new air of confidence, he plays along. He welcomes her and accepts her loyalty as the Lord of the Underworld. Sometime later, Curse storms in, furious that Aiden has turned his noble image into a ridiculous act. He scolds Aiden for lacking the grandeur and dignity of a ruler. Aiden brushes him off, more amused than offended. He reflects on everything, how little he knew in his past life, how Nikita and this pendant keep revealing more. He never planned any of this, but now, with the White Moon's intel, tracking traitors will be much easier. Still, it's strange. In one life, he was the hero who defeated the Underlord. In this one, he's pretending to be the Underlord himself. What a bizarre twist of fate. In the Remes near the Mountain of Monsters, the Ents greet Aiden with cheerful energy. They are busy with construction work. One of them approaches and tells Aiden that everyone seems to like the forest he allocated to them. Aiden asks again to be sure, then says he's glad to hear that, though in truth he recalls just giving them a random piece of land. Aiden then mentions that the fairy tree doesn't look much different from normal ones, except that it grows a little faster. As he stares at the enormous tree towering over the rest of the forest, he wonders how it could grow so large in just 2 days. He's amazed. One of the Ents happily shouts that it's all thanks to Saint Alice. Apparently, she poured divine energy into the sapling yesterday, and that triggered the growth. Aiden realizes her powers must be far greater than he assumed. The Ent then tells him that his deputy asked to pass along a message that he had completed everything Aiden instructed. Aiden, surprised, asks again, and soon finds himself at the house of the deputy chief of the Ahad tribe. Inside, Aiden looks at a gloomy egg and asks the deputy if he thinks it's a spiritual beast egg. The deputy, named Ahad, confirms it, saying he can clearly feel the spiritual energy coming from it. Aiden recalls that he suspected the egg might belong to the Church of the Holy Fire, and wonders if it's connected to fairy lineage, but in the end, it's confirmed as a spirit beast egg, something rare that he's never encountered in either of his 2 lives. Ahad explains that the egg usually grows by absorbing energy from its surroundings, but this one appears to be dormant. Aiden wonders if the beast inside will never hatch. Ahad suggests that pouring in divine energy or aura might reactivate the growth, but cautions that the type of energy used will influence what the beast becomes. For example, if it absorbs water energy, it may become a water dragon. If fire energy, a fire dragon. The beast will also see someone with the same energy type as its home, which makes taming easier. Aiden thoughtfully realizes he can shape what the beast becomes. Ahad then hands over a translated text. Aden thanks him and asks what language it was written in. Ahad replies it's an ancient fairy language and contains mana cultivation techniques for those able to use them. Aiden frowns, having hoped for something rarer. He's a bit disappointed, but Ahad admits he doesn't fully understand the contents either. Leaving the house, Aiden thanks his deputy again and promises to bring more skeleton bone powder next time. Ahad is sincerely grateful. Later, in Aiden's room, he lies on the bed reading a book. His expression is tense, he's trying to grasp its meaning. He concludes the author is probably from another continent, maybe the East. He remembers hearing that the cult of the Holy Fire originates from there too, which makes sense. The curse, now nearby, asks why Aiden is reading it when he already has a mana cultivation technique. Aiden admits he's just curious since the book is foreign, though he realizes the curse has a point. It's not very useful. Frustrated, Aiden gets up saying the book is pointless. But suddenly he freezes, staring at the book in disbelief. The curse asks what's wrong. Aiden tells him to be quiet. He looks again and realizes the book is filled with unfamiliar terms, but now he's starting to understand them. It's actually very similar to the technique his teacher, the King of Mercenaries, taught him. To his shock, Aiden realizes this book describes an improved version of that same technique. Flipping through the pages rapidly, he wonders who wrote it. But in the end, he decides that it doesn't matter, and what matters is that this technique could help him overcome his current limits. Later, on the training ground, Aiden focuses and begins forming magical energy around himself. He recalls the book's mention of Dantyne, the core of mana. Combining the elements, he creates a powerful magical flow that radiates from his body. Steam surrounds him. The curse panics and asks if he's alive. Aiden, overwhelmed, answers that it's incredible. He never expected this. A system window appears, confirming he has acquired a new mana cultivation technique. His mana loss decreases, and his absorption rate increases significantly. Looking at himself, Aiden says he can't believe mana could circulate like this. He can feel it spreading through him. Then he pauses, thinking, why does it feel like he's grown taller? He glances at the curse and notices something strange. The creature, once small and cute, now looks larger and almost grotesque. Aiden scowls, thinking it looks disgusting. The curse, having read his mind, shouts in outrage and reminds Aiden that he can read his thoughts. The curse then speculates that his own growth is tied to Aiden's strength. He is regaining his true form because of it. Aiden angrily points at him, calling him a parasite. The Underlord fires back that without him, Aiden would have been eaten by rats by now. Later, back in his room, Aiden sits on his bed and reflects. He can't believe he stumbled upon an advanced version of his teacher's technique. He feels incredibly lucky, like it's fate. At first, he thought the book was useless, but now, most of it makes sense. He still can't master everything yet, but he's determined. Once he deciphers the rest, he knows the next level will follow. Meanwhile, in the slums of the Immortalia Empire, a man in a torn cloak wanders the streets, cursing the worthless fools from the magic tower. He remembers how they mocked his ideas, claiming it was absurd to mix magic with technology, that magic is a sacred science, not to be combined. He once sat in a lab, nearly completing his research. He believed recognition was close. Now he fumes with rage, declaring that he was thrown away like trash. He vows revenge, but first he needs funds and someone to help him. In that moment, a memory surfaces of Aiden, who once showed genuine interest in his work during a banquet. A grin creeps across the man's face. His name is Gustav. And now, he knows who he needs to find and inquiries if it is Aiden Remes. On the training field of the Remes Knights, Ro focuses on his practice with a wooden dummy. Thoughts linger in his mind. Memories of Aiden asking if he planned to help. But now it feels clearer. Staying behind had been the right choice. Helping at that moment would have only meant getting in the way. Ro swings again, his movements sharper this time. He once swore to protect Aiden from all harm, to be his shield against every threat. Yet, despite the promise, he remains an obstacle. His strength still isn't enough. Staring ahead with purpose, he reminds himself that becoming as strong as Aiden may be impossible, but at the very least, he won't hold him back anymore. Not long after this, Aiden sits in Joseph's office, facing him across the desk. Joseph brings up a subject that makes Aiden pause. It's time, he says, for Alice to begin her pilgrimage. Aiden stares at him, confused at first. Joseph simply smiles, explaining that this is tradition. The Church of the Holy Fire requires every saint, after the awakening ceremony, to journey across the continent within the same year. Aiden hesitates. Alice had undergone the ceremony far younger than most. Sending her off so soon feels wrong. He wonders aloud if it might be possible to delay the journey until she grows older. Joseph tells him that he already asked the church about it, but the decision ultimately lies with the saint herself. When Alice was asked, she didn't hesitate. She said she would go. Joseph had warned her. The pilgrimage was long and dangerous. She would travel alone, far and wide, and no one could predict what might happen. But Alice had shown no fear. She insisted she would be fine, pointing out how others had gone and returned before her. Avoiding the challenge, she said, would mean breaking a sacred rule, and that wasn't something she would do. Joseph had seen the resolve in her eyes. She wasn't backing down. Still, there was one condition from the high priest Kirtle. When our guy asked what it was, Joseph looked uneasy. The strongest member of the Remes family, the priest had said, must protect the saint during her journey. It meant Aiden. Of course, Aiden wasn't thrilled. Internally, he cursed the priest, calling him a scheming old man. Joseph clarified that he had no intention of forcing Aiden, and if he refused, another way would be found. But after a moment of thought, Aiden accepted the responsibility with a calm smile. Curse seemed surprised and asked if he was truly sure. Aden Said, it suited him. Traveling across the continent was something he had planned anyway. Now he had a reason, a path to revenge. His first target would be the King of Knights Sylvetta. Curse grinned at the mention of her. He figured Aiden had finally decided to act. Curious, he asked why Aiden had chosen him. Aiden explained that according to custom, the second prince becomes the head of the Ouroboros Tower, the Alchemist's Tower. Calcis needed to focus on alchemy. Shaula, on the other hand, had become the youngest archmage. That alone made her a monster in her own right. And Spica, it seemed, was under the Divine Slaughter cult's protection. Probably the next saint, just like Alice. Curse guessed that Aiden picked Sylvetta because he seemed like the easiest target. Aiden groaned at that, asking him to shut up. Sylvetta hadn't earned the title of King of Knights for nothing. Even though Aiden had gotten stronger with his new mana cultivation method, there was still a long way to go. He needed training. Just then, Philip entered the room, asking to speak. Aden turned, wondering what was going on. Philip looked uncertain and mentioned a strange man standing outside. He claimed to be the head mage kingdom and said he met Aiden at the first prince's birthday banquet. Aiden vaguely remembered the mage, Gustav. Not long after, Aiden watched Gustav devour buns like a starving man. Aiden told him to slow down, calling him by name. Gustav wiped his mouth, slightly embarrassed. He apologized, saying he must look awful. At the banquet, he had dressed well, but clearly much had happened since then. Gustav suddenly burst out, saying he assumed Aiden would understand him, the loneliness and sorrow of a genius. Aiden tried to hide his amusement, trembling slightly as Gustav's absurd seriousness nearly made him laugh, but he reminded himself not to. Still, when he looked at Gustav again, he couldn't stop himself. He broke into laughter. Gustav, completely misreading the situation, assumed Aden was moved by sympathy and felt relieved. Then he explained that his research was almost done, but he needed support. If he helped, Gustav promised, they would strike it rich. Aiden stared at him seriously. Gustav panicked, lowering the amount to 500 gold, worried he was asking too much. Who, he thought, would give money to a man thrown out of the magic tower? Before he could spiral further, Aiden offered 50,000 gold. Gustav blinked, unsure if he'd heard correctly. Aiden repeated himself. 1,000 wouldn't cover the expenses. If even 50,000 wasn't enough, he'd give more. Gustav, stunned, asked if he really intended to support the research. Aiden nodded, but with one condition. Gustav braced himself, worried he'd be made a servant of the Remes family. But Aiden, standing by the window, simply said he wanted to see the arrogant faces at the tower realize what they had lost. With a faint smile, he told Gustav to shock them, make them regret losing someone like him. Gustav stared in disbelief. And if he accepted, he'd not only fund the research, but grant Gustav the title of Baron, and give him back the land of Hyde, which the tower had taken. Gustav could barely process it. Aiden was offering him everything. Why? Aiden simply said it was a hunch. He believed Gustav would do something great. Overwhelmed, Gustav felt tears in his eyes. For the first time, someone had believed in magical engineering, and believed in him. He promised to do his best, and make the tower regret their choice. Aiden smiled, turning back to the window. He nearly burst into laughter again, but forced himself to keep calm. Gustav, misreading the emotion again, thought Aiden was deeply moved. He silently vowed loyalty, believing he'd found the noblest man alive. Later, after Gustav left, Aiden sighed in relief. He had nearly choked from holding back his laughter. Underlord, now curious, asked if magical engineering was truly worth all that money. Aiden responded with a question if he hadn't heard anything about it. Aden explained that during the last war, one of the biggest reasons for the Talos' defeat had been magical weapons. If not for that, the war could have turned out very differently. Gustav had built the first-generation magical engineering weapon for the tower, and it had been nothing short of revolutionary. All of it was possible because of Shaula, who brought it to life. Our guy recalls a moment from his previous life when he was known as Aiden Albero. Back then, the magic tower was crumbling and flames were devouring it. Amid the chaos, a massive fireball was hurled toward a mechanical robot, yet the machine managed to endure the blow. Shaula, with a look of frustration, seems stunned that her magic didn't work. She turns toward Gustav, seemingly impressed, and acknowledges that his creation is quite something. Gustav, clearly proud, laughs out loud and declares that this is the brilliance of magical engineering, a field most people tend to overlook. He then boldly invites the others in the tower to come forward, claiming their magic holds no weight in front of his invention. Shaula appears intrigued and asks if this means Gustav's robot can resist magic entirely. She begins forming an even larger fireball, floating ominously above her, apparently wanting to test the limits. Gustav agrees with her challenge, confident as ever, suggesting she might as well give up on magic altogether. After this incident, a man flipping through a newspaper takes note of something interesting. The report mentions that even Shaula, an archmage with 7th circle magic, had trouble overpowering Gustav's invention during the Magic Tower incident. Only after this moment do people begin to take magical engineering seriously. In the present, Aiden stands in his personal training ground, thinking about how it's probably been a month since Gustav shut himself inside his workshop. He recalls how the man hadn't left even once before the upcoming pilgrimage, clearly obsessed with building something. Aiden also remembers that Alice is set to leave tomorrow morning. He wonders briefly if he had placed too much hope in her, but quickly brushes the thought aside. For now, revenge matters more. A little while later, Ro walks up to him, wanting to talk. Aiden listens as Lo explains that he's heard of Aiden's plan to follow St. Alice on her pilgrimage. Not wanting Aiden to go alone on such a dangerous journey, Ro asks to come along. Aiden wonders to himself if Ro thinks he can protect him, but then notices something different. Ro seems stronger now. Without hesitation, Ro asks for the chance to prove it. Aiden watches with curiosity. It becomes clear that Ro has been training this whole time. Aiden starts to wonder if Ro has gained some kind of new insight, so he accepts his challenge and asks him to pick up a sword. They take positions opposite each other. Aiden's memory flickers again. In his past life, he once joked that he could easily master the sword if only he had 2 hands. Now he's ready to see what Ro can do. As they begin, Ro warns of his attack and charges forward with surprising force. His strikes are fast and powerful, and Aiden finds himself blocking each one with increasing difficulty. But it becomes clear that Ro is too focused on attacking and has left his defenses wide open. Aiden realizes that there's no point in dragging it out. With one sharp movement, he swings the sword at Ro, who unexpectedly blocks it with his bare hand. The wooden blade shatters into pieces. Aiden stares in disbelief, wondering if Ro just broke the sword with his hand alone. He mutters to himself that this sword was strengthened with aura, nearly as strong as iron. Ro, calm and confident, explains that during his training, he kept thinking about what he could do that others couldn't. Eventually, he came to a realization: his mana vessels were narrowing. Aiden raises a brow, surprised to hear that. Ro then shows his forearm, now hardened like stone, and says that after much thought, he figured out how to use his injured hand as a defense mechanism. He can now turn it into stone at will. Aiden begins to connect the dots. Ro had opened himself up on purpose, just to draw him in. Curse, observing the scene, seems stunned too. He's never seen someone turn a medical condition into a weapon. Still, Ro admits this is just a small trick compared to Aiden's real strength, but asks to join him anyway. Aiden replies that nothing at first and simply walks toward the exit, visibly disappointed. Ro assumes he's been rejected, but just as he turns to leave, Aiden, still not looking at him, tells him to stop standing around since they're leaving tomorrow and he needs to pack up. Lo's face lights up instantly. He confirms whether Aiden's really taking him along, and Aiden replies that having a good shield on a dangerous journey isn't a bad thing. Ro gives a sincere thanks, while Aiden, smiling quietly to himself, realizes once again, just like in his past life, he might truly be a genius. The next morning, Aiden and the others gather near Joseph and Alice for farewells. Joseph clutches his daughter tightly, tears falling as he begs her to return safely. Alice blushes, clearly uncomfortable with everyone watching. Fried apologizes to his son, saying he still has a long way to go before he can match such fatherly devotion. Aiden reassures his father that everything is fine. He then shifts his gaze toward the carriage and questions its odd appearance. Fried admits he's never seen anything like it either. Just then, Gustav appears out of nowhere, wild-eyed and yelling, as if Aiden should have known he'd do something like this. With a crazed smile, Gustav introduces his latest invention, the very first successful product of magical engineering. He explains that he rushed its completion to keep a promise, and then launches into a long explanation about all its features. Aiden listens for a while and eventually admits it's impressive, though he still thinks the nickname Maniac fits Gustav even in this life. Before leaving, Gustav hands Aiden a book of instructions, just in case. He warns him to use it only as a last resort, or the consequences could be worse than expected. Aiden glances at the carriage, now unsure of what exactly is hidden inside. Turning to Cassie, he checks once more if she's sure about joining the journey. Cassie confidently confirms it, while adding that an alchemist is always useful when traveling, especially when someone gets injured or catches a cold. She also mentions that she's been stuck inside the mansion for far too long and misses the fresh air. Aiden welcomes her warmly, happy to have her along. Just then, he senses a familiar presence. Turning around, he sees Valley standing nearby, beaming. Valley mentions that it's been a while and that they have a long road ahead, hoping they'll get along this time. Aiden studies him, noting how prepared he looks, and assumes Valley's been sent as an escort by the cult. Though he hopes for harmony, the idea of spending time near someone this strong unsettles him. Looking around, Aiden sees that everyone is finally gathered. The preparations are done. With a serious expression, he gives the command to depart. The moment has come. His journey of revenge is about to begin. Aiden finds himself trapped in a troubling dream where Sylvetta, Spica, Shaula, and Calcis are attempting to end his life. He pleads with them, desperate for an explanation behind their betrayal while unwilling to offer any forgiveness. Panic grips him as the nightmare reaches its peak while jolting him awake in sheer fear. As he regains consciousness, Ellis checks if he's awake, and he affirms while also inquiring if she and Choco rested well. Choco, the small dog, is present since Ellis insisted on bringing her along. Due to Aiden's request to keep the little creature close, Choco has reduced her size, as expected. Ellis, meanwhile, engages in a conversation with her father, and asks if Aiden wishes to speak with him as well. Her father mentions how much time has passed since their last meeting, but Aiden declines. She communicates through a guardian bracelet, an extraordinary device crafted from the bark of a fairy tree, gifted by Ent. It was gifted by Wind Spirit to allow communication across any distance. As he reflects on all this, Aiden remains unsettled by the dream and grows suspicious of those around him. However, the carriage driver interrupts his thoughts while informing them that they are nearing Carton City. Realizing time is short, Aiden understands that thinking about the past is pointless and only brings harm. He resolves to focus on the present while accepting that trusting others is his only viable path forward. Upon arriving at Cartan, Ellis appears startled by the sight of numerous individuals openly carrying weapons. Aiden, however, is unsurprised. He is well aware that the city holds a reputation as the mercenary capital, a hub for warriors and adventurers. Carton is also renowned as a dungeon city, encircled by over 80 clustered dungeons. Fighters from distant lands gather here to challenge its depths, and the city itself showcases a distinct architectural style. It is managed by the Mercenary Guild while maintaining order among the chaos. While observing the bustling streets, Aiden recalls reading extensively about this place in books. Yet now, while standing within its walls for the first time, he experiences its reality with a mix of unease. Cassie soon turns to Aiden while inquiring if he has previously investigated this location. Alongside them, Ro is visibly displeased while finding the city distasteful due to the overwhelming presence of mercenaries. His irritation grows, especially because the entire area is governed by such individuals. Abruptly, Valley strikes him while sending him sprawling onto the ground. Confused and startled, Ro cannot comprehend why he was struck so suddenly and without warning. Meanwhile, Valley questions Aiden about the details he had shared earlier. Aiden, confident in his knowledge, affirms everything. He firmly believes that the same faction responsible for dismantling the cult of Holy Fire is also orchestrating something sinister here. This suspicion arises from a memory that while eliminating the chaos in the forest laboratory, he had uncovered records hinting at experiments carried out by the same group. However, he had found the documentation vague and imprecise, which now compels him to gather deeper intelligence regarding the chaos. Upon hearing this, Valley expresses astonishment. Previously, he had been frustrated over missing key events while he was asleep, but now he feels motivated to make up for the lost time. Aiden feels a sense of relief knowing that Valley aligns with his viewpoint. Curious about the next steps, Valley then prompts Aiden to reveal his strategy. Aiden reflects that mercenaries are wanderers while seeing the world as their home and collecting tales from every land they cross. Therefore, a place like this, while swarming with them, is naturally rich in diverse information. With that in mind, he concludes that their best chance lies in approaching one of the two dominant mercenary guilds overseeing the city. He chooses to lead the group toward the Medela Guild to uncover the current developments brewing within. Ellis then brings up the idea that since there's another guild in the city, they might as well investigate that one too. Upon hearing her, Aiden quickly understands she's referring to the Umbra Guild, an organization known for its shadowy dealings yet dependable when it comes to underground information. She further remarks that if he's truly determined to uncover details about the group's activities, he could also consider using the White Moon Intelligence Network, which is headed by Nikita Florence. Aiden, already considering all possible sources, is open to approaching them as well. Still, a stronger urge pushes him to speak directly with the locals while believing they might offer clearer and more specific knowledge. At the same time, he begins to wonder whether they need to appear competent enough for the guild leader to even consider an audience with them. This thought sets the tone for his next move. Meanwhile, inside the Medela Mercenary Guild, a few young men are gathered while chatting about recent accomplishments. One of them boasts about conquering the Goblin Dungeon entirely on his own. Another conversation nearby mentions someone having raided the Kobold Dungeon. As Aiden and his companions step into the bustling guild, the strong scent of metal and the lively, crowded air stir a sense of familiarity in him. It all reminds him of past experiences. Approaching the front desk, he meets a young woman stationed at the counter. She greets him warmly and inquires about their purpose. He informs her that they've come to enroll as a mercenary team. She confirms that none of them hold any previous affiliations with other guilds and seems satisfied with the response. Without hesitation, she hands over a form while requesting personal details from every party member. Once the form is completed, their registration is finalized. The receptionist then explains that, since this is their first enlistment, they will begin with an E-rank bronze token and advises them to take good care of the identification token. Holding the token in his hand, Aiden recognizes that it's the very type he received back when he first stepped into the mercenary world. However, Ellis remains puzzled while wondering why Aiden doesn't attempt to directly meet the guild leader instead of following the long formal route. Yet Aiden is fully aware that gaining access to Marcus Medela, also known as the Swift Blade, is no easy feat. The man is known for his caution and rarely agrees to meet anyone. Still, Aiden believes that if he climbs the ranks rapidly, someone as vigilant as Marcus won't be able to ignore his presence for long. As these thoughts pass through his mind, the receptionist smiles and congratulates the group on joining the guild, while wishing them success and wealth in the days to come. After officially becoming members of the guild, the entire group sets out toward the Rabbit's Den dungeon. As they make their way to the site, Valley appears visibly uneasy, clearly nervous about entering a dungeon for the very first time. Aiden attempts to ease the tension by reminding them that this is the lowest ranked dungeon available, so there isn't much to fear. However, deep inside, he remains cautious and fully aware that despite its low classification, a dungeon still holds its own share of threats. Because of this concern, he decides to leave Choco and Cassie behind at the inn for their safety. Ellis then questions whether this path is truly the only method to reach the guildmaster. Aiden, however, understands that it is their sole option. At the same time, he recognizes the importance of Ellis gaining first-hand experience in real combat situations. He knows it is essential for her to develop the ability to defend herself, and facing low-tier dungeon beasts will serve as valuable training. This thought leads him to recall a personal memory that one where his mentor had once thrown him into a dangerous, high-level dungeon and disappeared without warning. As the group continues deeper into the dungeon, Ellis suddenly spots a rabbit. She is startled by the sight. But before anyone can react, a large number of rabbit-like creatures begin charging toward them aggressively. Observing the approaching threat, Aiden instructs Valley to restrain all the monsters except for one. Valley promptly obeys while stepping forward with his weapon drawn. When one of the creatures lunges at him, he holds his ground and strikes it down in a single, forceful blow. The remaining monsters freeze while seemingly stunned by the sudden display of power. Following this, Valley issues a firm warning to the monsters while discouraging any further attack. Watching the creature's reaction, Aiden realizes something important, that the monsters likely possess the instinct to retreat when faced with an overwhelmingly strong opponent. That means there's a high chance they will retreat after such a decisive strike. Soon, Valley gestures to one of the rabbits, which nervously steps forward and stands before him. Ellis, meanwhile, remains wide-eyed and overwhelmed, clearly shaken by the chaotic encounter unfolding before her. As the rabbit approaches Alice, she smashes it down with force, firmly making it clear that she isn't some carrot ready to be devoured. Meanwhile, Valley watches with awe as she battles the creature, astonished by her sheer power. He remarks to Aiden that this is the 14th beast she has taken down, while noting how she surrounds her face with sacred energy to fight. He wonders aloud whether Aiden was the one who taught her such a skill. Aiden confirms he did train her and guided her to use mana-based martial techniques. However, he admits he didn't foresee such a strong result. Traditionally, priests channel sacred incantations to strengthen their weapons or enhance their physical bodies during close combat. These divine spells typically serve as reinforcement, yet now Alice is weaving holy force directly into her body for martial purposes. Gradually, he realizes something unusual, that mixing sacred power with mana is usually impossible. but perhaps her unique condition plays a role. Since childhood, she has possessed a high-grade candies, gifted by Joseph. He also speculates that maybe the sweets she consumed as a child opened channels within her body. As she later awakened as a saintess, the sacred energy may have flowed naturally into those pathways while allowing her to manipulate it like mana. Aiden still recalls the flying kick she delivered when they first met. That moment revealed her potential while prompting him to pass on his combat style. Just then, the Underlord inquires about the person they're discussing. Aiden responds while referring to Spica, the Ironblood Saintess. She was a formidable warrior. Her unmatched sacred energy merged with the martial discipline of the Carnage cult. While Aiden reflects on this with the Underlord, Alice continues her relentless assault against the rabbit creatures. She annihilates them one after another, her holy force devastatingly effective. Soon, all the rabbits lie lifeless across the battlefield. Witnessing her might, Aiden begins to feel uneasy, while questioning whether he has unintentionally created a monster. At that moment, the Underlord feels a familiar sting, pain surging from the place Spica had once struck him in a previous life. Meanwhile, Alice discovers a treasure chest. Aiden reminds them that the entire reward belongs to her, as she alone cleared the dungeon. Eagerly, she opens it and finds a bracelet, armor, and mana jewels inside. However, as she digs deeper, she uncovers a peculiar hat. Suddenly, our favorite Mechant's rabbit donning the hat springs from the box while introducing itself as a benevolent spirit merchant. Alice's expression shifts to fury. She hurls insults and attempts to strike him, but the rabbit swiftly evades. It questions her aggression and demands respect. The rabbit hovers above while flapping its ears to stay airborne, while she shouts at it to descend. Although it insists on being the most honest and kind-hearted creature she'll meet, she remains enraged and continues urging it to come down, while unwilling to trust it for even a moment. Aiden is also taken aback annoyingly by the rabbit's claim of being kind and sincere. A few days later, in the Medela Guild, two individuals are in the midst of a conversation. One of them asks the other if he has heard about the northern dungeon being cleared. The other man responds while questioning if it's the same group of people again, since they seem to clear every dungeon while leaving nothing for anyone else. He finds it absurd that only 4 of them are managing to raid dungeons on their own. However, the first man reveals that he caught a glimpse of their leader, and now he believes he understands why they're so effective. He asks if the second Mano has seen them in person, but as they speak, the door suddenly opens, and the entire group walks in. The first man points out that these are the people he was talking about, and the leader is among them. The two are then startled by the sight of Valley, whose imposing figure stands out among the group. Another individual asks why they bother raiding dungeons that don't yield much reward. With their remarkable abilities, they could easily become knights in any noble household or start their own guild, which would prove far more lucrative. As they reach the reception desk, Alice greets the receptionist, who is delighted to see her. She congratulates the group on clearing their 10th dungeon. Aden expresses his gratitude, and the receptionist informs him that due to their cumulative achievements, his rank has been upgraded from C to B. Just as this exchange wraps up, a man approaches the receptionist and whispers something to her. She then motions for Aiden and the others to follow her. Aiden, while sensing something is off, asks if there's an issue. She responds while telling him that Marcus wants to meet with him. He realizes that the moment they have been anticipating has finally arrived. As they step into the Guildmaster's chamber, they find Marcus Medela already standing, his presence as intimidating as ever. Aiden feels that same tension in the air, the silent weight of Marcus's gaze pressing down on them. He suspects that Marcus must have summoned them out of curiosity after catching wind of recent rumors. Without delay, Marcus formally welcomes Saintess Alice of the Cult of Holy Fire and even bows in respect. This unexpected gesture stuns Alice while leaving her surprised and uneasy. Clearly, their true identities have been exposed. Marcus then turns his attention to Aiden while greeting him as well. Aiden responds with calm acknowledgement while admitting he knew their cover wouldn't last forever, though he didn't expect to be discovered so soon. Marcus replies with a knowing tone while remarking that nothing escapes his notice within this city, and besides, their efforts to remain low-key were anything but subtle. Perplexed, Aiden concludes that if Marcus knows who they are and still summoned them, he must have a specific reason. Marcus confirms this while revealing that he does indeed have something important to discuss. More precisely, he requires the assistance of Saintess Alice. She is taken aback by this request, her expression reflecting her surprise. As Marcus begins to explain further, the door suddenly bursts open, and a guild member rushes in while announcing an emergency. He reports that Miss Charles' condition is deteriorating again. Her fever has returned. Marcus's expression shifts instantly to concern. Observing this, Aiden feels puzzled as he never knew Marcus had a daughter, and the urgency of the moment leaves him deeply unsettled. Soon after, they all gather in Charles Medela's room. Marcus, with a solemn voice, explains that his daughter is afflicted with a strange illness that has resisted every known cure or remedy. Their only hope now lies in Alice's divine blessing. He pleads for her help while promising to reward her with the greatest compensation he can offer. Aiden quietly reflects on the situation. Since they initially came to form a potential alliance and Marcus is offering such a rare opportunity, he sees this as a valuable moment for them. Turning to Alice, he asks if she can attempt the blessing. Alice steps forward willingly while placing both hands gently on the bed, her sacred energy softly glowing. She prays with intent while urging the divine light to heal the child. Sparks of holy energy flicker across the room, yet after 10 minutes, there's no change in Charles' condition. Refusing to give up, Alice tries again. However, Marcus stops her kindly while thanking her for her effort. He then gives his daughter a dose of medicine as she continues to sweat. This moment leaves Aiden unsettled. He notices that Marcus already has medicine prepared for this affliction. When asked about it, Marcus explains that the treatment only offers temporary relief. He managed to acquire it from the Umbra Guild, though it came at a steep cost. He hoped that Alice's sacred power would succeed where everything else had failed, but it seems ineffective. At this rate, he fears he may have to sell the guild to keep affording the medication. Observing everything unfold, Aiden begins to sense that something doesn't add up. If the illness is a disease or a curse, Alice's divine magic should have provided at least some relief. Yet strangely, her power had no effect at all, while the medicine from Umbra Guild brings noticeable improvement. This contradiction leaves him deeply confused. At that moment, the Underlord speaks while claiming that he understands what's truly happening. Aiden is startled by his certainty. The Underlord then instructs him to summon the Banshee's shield. Aiden is taken aback by the sudden command. The Underlord calmly explains that the shield acts as a lens, one that reveals the hidden truths of a world humans cannot perceive. Aiden grows astonished upon discovering that the Banshee's shield allows him to perceive a sight hidden from human sight. He hadn't expected this revelation and is taken aback. He warns the Underlord that if he's deceiving him, he'll have Alice unleash divine energy upon him. However, as soon as he summons the shield, his eyes begin to witness weird sights previously invisible to him. Before long, he notices a cluster of spirits drifting toward the girl, while appearing almost like a curse hanging over her. The Underlord observes this too and affirms his earlier claim, to which Aiden reacts with a mix of disbelief and concern. Meanwhile, Marcus also witnesses the eerie scene and is left stunned. Aiden, still reeling from the revelation, realizes these are departed and lost souls. Marcus sees them differently, like invisible leeches, silently draining life from the living. Although Aiden had used the shield in a previous existence, he hadn't known it would allow him to view the spectral world. Now, he begins to piece things together while thinking it makes sense that the shield carries a fragment of the Banshee, a spirit itself. Typically, only a soul or two might cling to a person, but in this case, an unusual number surrounds the girl. This alarms him, as he's never heard of such a thing. The Underlord then explains that the girl possesses a rare, naturally elevated spiritual connection. Upon hearing this, Aiden is struck by surprise once more. The Underlord further clarifies that this unique spiritual affinity enables a person to attract and interact with spirits. The higher the resonance, the more entities one can perceive that are the entities invisible to most. Through bonds with these spirits, one can even become a spirit sorcerer. However, this child's spiritual depth far exceeds that of a typical sorcerer, while making her a magnet for restless souls that leech her vitality and threaten her life. In that moment, Aiden finally understands why the holy power hadn't reacted to her presence. Her affinity explains it. He then urges the Underlord to remove the lingering spirits, annoyed by their overwhelming presence. The Underlord simply grins while finding the task trivial, and promptly banishes the spirits with a curse. With their departure, Marcus notices an immediate change in the girl's condition. He rushes to check on her while asking if she feels any better. Clearly relieved, he turns to Aiden with enthusiasm, while questioning whether the spirits are truly gone. Aiden confirms they are but stresses that it's only a temporary fix, and they must focus on uncovering a lasting solution. Just as Aiden reflects on everything, the Underlord mentions something unusual. Curious, Aiden inquires what he means. The Underlord explains that someone with such strong spiritual energy would normally be accompanied by a powerful guardian spirit. Yet strangely, there's no sign of one. Only ghosts remain nearby. This realization puzzles Aiden. He wonders if perhaps she hasn't yet bonded with her protective spirit. But the Underlord counters while mentioning that if that were the case, she'd have already succumbed to the ghost's influence. Aiden then speculates that maybe a benevolent spirit is still watching over her. However, the Underlord reveals the troubling truth that the spirit she once contracted with has vanished. Aiden turns to the Underlord, puzzled while questioning how a contracted spirit could abandon its bond, and wasn't it supposed to be deceased if it left? The Underlord calmly explains that if the spirit had perished, another would have already taken its place, drawn by the strong affinity, to safeguard the girl. This clearly wasn't the case. With his mind now racing, Aiden begins pondering ways to locate the vanished spirit. At that moment, the Underlord mentions that the best way to track a spirit is through another. Since all spirits are inherently linked to the spirit realm, they possess the ability to sense one another's movements and intentions. Aiden's gaze shifts to the bracelet on his wrist. A thought occurs to him that he could contact someone who's knowledgeable about spirits. Without delay, he summons Ez while hoping for answers. Almost instantly, Ez materializes with a casual tone while commenting on how long it's been since their last interaction and asking if Aiden is enjoying his journey. Brushing aside the small talk, Aiden responds with a question regarding the ability to trace spirits and observe their activities. Ez responds that he personally can't, but his current contracted partner might be able to assist. He introduces her as Sylphia, a wind spirit now bound to him. According to Ez, Sylphia has the sensitivity to detect the whereabouts of other spirits while including the one Aiden seeks. Grasping the opportunity, Aiden requests his help in locating the missing spirit, one connected to a young girl in Catan City. Ez relays the request to Sylphia and shortly after, shares surprising news that she has indeed identified a spirit matching the description. The revelation stuns everyone present. Aiden, while needing confirmation, asks if they're certain. Ez affirms and reveals the spirit's identity as Plague, who is known as the spirit of epidemic. This name strikes Aiden like thunder while leaving him visibly shaken. Ez continues while sharing that a fellow spirit once spoke fondly of Plague while referring to him as a close companion and praising his generosity in sharing flavorful spirit stones. The friend even mentioned concern while noting that Plague has been missing for nearly a month now. Processing this, Aiden begins connecting the dots. He recalls the properties of spirit stones and wonders if they're comparable to the powdery remains of a lich's bones, substances tied to spiritual energy. He suspects that Plague might have intentionally reached out to other spirits before vanishing. Ez then adds one final piece of insight. Plague is a deeply wounded spirit, emotionally scarred by humanity's rejection. People have long branded him as a bringer of misfortune, a symbol of suffering. This stigma has left a mark on him, and perhaps explains his strange disappearance. Ez also mentions that the spirit, Plague, fears humans deeply, so Aiden must approach with care. Naturally, Aiden understands. The very name Plague is enough to strike fear in any human heart. He expresses gratitude to Ez for the help and assures him they'll speak again soon. Afterward, Aiden turns to Marcus and begins recounting everything he has learned. However, Marcus stops him halfway while stating he already understands. He recalls stories about his wife's grandfather, who was once a spirit summoner himself. It becomes clear to him that his daughter must have inherited the same spiritual trait, an affinity that, once her guardian spirit vanished, left her vulnerable to lost souls. Yet Aiden assures him that guilt isn't necessary. What matters now is finding the lost spirit. For that, they'll need to begin gathering any clues they can. Just then, Ro raises a concern. She finds the situation puzzling that if the girl's condition was truly caused by spirits feeding on her life energy, then how did those earlier medicines help her at all? Marcus admits that he doesn't trust the people who gave him the pills, but he can't deny they seemed effective. When he questions the ingredients, Cassie calmly reveals that the medicine is actually a type of poison. Marcus is left in disbelief. He's watched his daughter appear to recover, yet now he learns the truth. Cassie explains that the pills create an illusion of healing. They disrupt the patient's mana and suppress their life energy to such an extent that the lost souls believe she is already dead. This makes them detach and drift away. However, if continued, the medicine would ultimately have killed her for real. Hearing this, Marcus is devastated. The idea that he has unknowingly been giving poison to his own daughter shakes him to the core. He's both horrified and ashamed. Meanwhile, Aiden begins piecing together another question that, how did the Umbra Guild know precisely what was causing her illness in the first place? The formula is too specific. It's almost as if they were already aware of the spirit interference. Marcus becomes tense, a mix of frustration and helplessness washing over him. Still, he thanks Aiden sincerely and vows to take over from this point forward. As they start walking away, Marcus's thoughts turn darker. Inwardly, he curses the Umbra Guild while burning with fury. He wants justice and revenge even. But just before he can act, Aiden firmly grabs his arm while urging calm. Marcus, overwhelmed, questions how he can stay quiet when the guildmaster nearly cost his daughter's life. Still, Aiden eases him while reminding him that if Marcus charges in recklessly, the guild will simply plead ignorance while pretending they had no idea what the medicine truly was. Aiden speaks with quiet resolve while advising him to stay calm. He assures Marcus he already has a strategy in mind, one that will expose the truth and deal with the guild properly. Inside the Medela Guild, within the guildmaster's private office, Marcus and Aiden sit across from one another. Marcus spreads out a stack of documents across the desk while presenting all the gathered intelligence on the Umbra Guild. The files include member profiles, records on the guild leader, Talon Umbra, and detailed layouts of their secret bases. As Aiden skims through the information, he quickly notices something. Though the volume is impressive, the content is shallow. Everything is surface level, names, faces, locations, but nothing truly valuable or actionable. At that moment, the Underlord chimes in while noting the amount of data, but questioning Aiden's focus on the enemy members. He wonders aloud if there's someone in particular catching Aiden's attention. Aiden calmly replies that he's searching for someone he might be able to manipulate, an individual he can turn to his side. Ideally, he hopes to find a familiar face from his previous life, someone he might still hold an advantage over. As the files are flipped through, the Underlord pauses and points to one specific photo while urging Aiden to look closer. He asks if the face rings any bells while suggesting they've crossed paths before. Aiden squints at the image, the name below it reading Armand. At first, the name draws no recognition. It doesn't trigger any memory. But as he studies the man's expression and features, something unexplainable stirs within him. Though the name is new, the aura isn't. Then, without warning, a flicker of familiarity flashes through his mind. His jaw tightens slightly, his eyes narrow, and then, slowly, a smile forms. In the bustling city of Kartan, a crowded cafe hums with life, and among the people is the Umbra Guild, loudly celebrating with drinks and laughter. Amid the lively atmosphere, the Lord of Remes sits quietly at a corner table, accompanied by a companion. He appears visibly annoyed as his eyes fall on the noisy guild members. Noticing his displeasure, one of the guild members approaches him and questions if there's an issue with their leader enjoying himself. However, the man calmly denies any trouble. Just then, Armand, the guild leader, calls out to him while telling him to stop lingering and join in the drinks. Obediently, the man moves toward them while responding without resistance. As he sits, Armand reflects silently while recognizing how unpredictable life can be. The man, once known as Ankal, had once been the formidable master of the Caraberos Guild. Back then, failure was foreign to him, and fear never crossed his path. Life had been kind until a reckless mercenary disrupted everything, leading to the guild's downfall. One by one, his members deserted him, and his stronghold collapsed. To make matters worse, the daughter of Joseph had ascended as the saintess of the cult of Holy Fire. This development placed Ankal in grave danger, as if the cult discovered his whereabouts. They would execute him without hesitation. Therefore, he took drastic steps to change his name, altered his appearance, and sought a fresh beginning among the ranks of the Umbra Guild. He was convinced that even the three great cults wouldn't be able to track him down. Suddenly, a voice calls out his new name, Armand. The atmosphere shifts instantly as the other guild members express their outrage that how dare someone address him so casually. Armand, now irritated, questions Aiden while warning him sternly. His frustration grows rapidly. Then he demands to know how this man, Aiden, managed to find him. Aiden suggests they talk outside while repeating his name with a mocking tone. First Armand, then his original name, Ankal. As they step outside, Aiden unleashes his fury, swiftly overpowering them all and leaving them on the ground. Although battered, Aiden admits he barely recognized Ankal due to his transformation. Armand, now visibly unsettled, humbly responds while expressing that it is an honor to be acknowledged. Yet deep inside, his thoughts swirl in panic. He wonders how this madman managed to locate him. More importantly, he begins to fear that Aiden's presence might signal the end, that perhaps he has come to hand him over to the cult of Holy Fire while sealing his fate once and for all. Yet, in the midst of fear, he convinces himself there might still be a path to redemption, some chance to escape Aiden's wrath. With a desperate heart, he pleads for mercy while assuring Aiden he's willing to comply with anything. He promises to offer any information he seeks without resistance. Upon hearing this, Aiden feels a sense of ease, realizing that his task has become far more manageable. After all, he had already planned to drag him into deeper trouble. Shortly after, Aiden escorts him to the Medela Guild, where they arrive at the Guildmaster's private office. Once inside, he takes a seat as Marcus, the Guildmaster, verifies a serious suspicion whether the Umbra Guild is involved in human experimentation. Without denying it, Armand admits the truth. He explains that Kartan, being a city overflowing with dungeons, often sees people vanish without anyone noticing. Therefore, it becomes an ideal location to gather test subjects quietly, without attracting attention. Hearing this, Aiden begins to suspect that dark mages might be stirring chaos once more. Prompted by the thought, he inquires about the location of these experiments. Armand responds hesitantly, while revealing that although the exact site remains uncertain, rumors suggest they take place in a dungeon near the outskirts of the city. This revelation leaves Aiden momentarily stunned. Soon after, the Underlord questions his reaction while asking why such news comes as a surprise. Aiden clarifies that dungeons are officially managed by spirit merchants. Once a dungeon is cleared, these merchants trade the remaining loot, and then the dungeon disappears. So, the idea of people using these spaces for human testing is deeply abnormal. Moreover, He explains that while spirit merchants are bound by strict codes that prevent them from harming humans, any unauthorized individuals within their domain could be classified as intruders. In such cases, these merchants are permitted to unleash their full might. He also reflects on the fact that, at full strength, spirit merchants wield absolute authority within dungeon grounds. However, the Underlord presses further while asking why the merchants haven't already removed these intruders. Aiden answers that there's only one method to gain their silence: by offering massive profit. Through such bribes, secret deals are forged, and the merchants keep their mouths shut, never reporting to the Spirit Emporium. As the conversation deepens, Marcus grows uneasy. He wonders aloud how a single guild could operate on such a massive scale. Turning to Armand, he asks if he knows who is supporting the Umbra Guild from behind the scenes. Armand hesitates, clearly reluctant. But Aiden, now seething with rage, warns him sternly that if he refuses to speak, he'll be handed straight to the cult of Holy Fire. Cornered and trembling, Armand suddenly confesses. He reveals that their benefactor is none other than the Grand Duchy of Sires. Marcus's expression darkens immediately. He's outraged that such a prestigious faction is collaborating with a criminal guild like Umbra. But Armand isn't finished. He reveals that other organizations are involved as well. This deepens Marcus's disappointment. He realizes the situation is spiraling beyond what he had initially expected. With the Sires involved, they can no longer act without caution. Meanwhile, Aiden grows more certain of his suspicions. From the moment he heard whispers about human experimentation, he had a hunch that Sylvetta might be entangled in all of this. Now, with the truth unraveling, he prepares himself for the inevitable. He's ready to bring everything crashing down. However, Marcus calmly responds while acknowledging that the House of Sires Grand Duchy is a formidable adversary and not easily confronted. Still, Aiden doesn't back down. He questions how Marcus could so easily overlook those who dared to harm their daughter. His words carry a heavy tone, laced with fury, as he demands action while urging him to go and destroy them. With fierce determination, he vows to assist in bringing down both the Umbra Guild and the House of Sires. At that moment, the Underlord shifts the conversation while asking if Aiden's thirst for revenge has finally awakened. Marcus, while observing him closely, notes that Aiden seems to hold a rare kind of compassion, even when fighting for others. Yet despite the shared anger, Marcus admits he's unsure where to begin. The path ahead is murky, and a clear first move eludes him. Just then, an idea sparks in Aiden's mind. Dealing with corrupt filth is, after all, what he excels at. With renewed confidence, he turns his thoughts toward Sylvetta, while wondering what other disgraceful plans she might be hiding. His resolve hardens as he's ready to uncover and destroy every last piece of her dirty scheme. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the rabbit's territory, under the domain of the Spirit Trading Company, a small rabbit sits deep in thought. As a spirit merchant, he reflects on a fact unknown to humans. A dungeon core is actually a mana stone, packed densely with powerful magical energy. This truth makes such cores incredibly valuable to merchants like him. Yet he finds himself questioning how his life as a trader spiraled so far off course, now reduced to working like a servant for someone like Aiden. While still lost in thought, Merchant Pest appears, known for his sharp tongue and impatience. He stomps around, clearly searching for the beginner merchant, Rabbits. The rabbit soon steps out and, though irritated, greets him with feigned politeness while questioning what brings him to such an unimpressive place. Merchant Pest wastes no time. He confronts Rabbits about his recent underperformance while scolding him harshly for poor profit margins and stagnant progress. With a lowered head, Rabbits apologizes while masking his resentment with practiced humility. The Pest, not one to hold back, bluntly states that someone like him doesn't deserve to rise beyond the beginner rank. Feigning gratitude, Rabbits thanks him for his understanding while knowing well it's all a facade. The Pest, clearly still dissatisfied, warns that better results are expected next time. Without delay, he demands a sack of mana stones. When Rabbits hesitates for just a moment, Pest snaps while asking if he's planning to refuse. Quickly, the rabbit gives in while allowing him to take the stones. Merchant Pest then devours them greedily, finishing the entire batch in moments. As he finishes, he mutters that he has already spent nearly everything trying to charm a certain spirit. Yet he remains hopeful while expecting greater success in his next attempt. All the while, Rabbits hides his irritation behind a forced smile. Though outwardly obedient, his thoughts simmer with quiet anger. He tells himself that one day, the tables will turn, and when that time comes, Pest will pay dearly for every insult and command. At the back door of the Umbra Guild, a few guards stand watch. Suddenly, their eyes widen in surprise as a group approaches, and they immediately begin questioning the unexpected arrival. Without hesitation, Dares steps forward with unwavering confidence and commands them to move aside. The guards, taken aback by his boldness, hesitate. They wonder aloud if he has lost his senses and demand that he leave immediately. In response, Dares raises his voice while demanding to know how they dare speak in such a manner. He questions if they even realize who they're addressing. He gestures to his armor and massive greatsword while implying his identity should be obvious. Meanwhile, the guards quietly mutter among themselves while trying to place the figure before them. One of them whispers about a knight, a towering figure clad in black armor while wielding an enormous sword. At last, Dares declares his identity. He introduces himself as Aniclimax, the Dark Knight of Lord Sylveta, and demands the presence of the guildmaster without delay. A few hours earlier, in the party's dorm, Underlord questions Aiden about their plan this time. He wonders if Aiden intends to charge in again without thinking. With excitement, Aiden responds while pointing out how well Underlord has come to understand him during their time together. He confirms that they are indeed going to charge in, but not without purpose. Underlord throws a sarcastic remark, asking if he now plans to barge in politely. Delighted, Aiden beams at the comment, happy that Underlord gets him, and affirms the guess. Underlord, while feeling slightly mocked, watches as Aiden explains further. Aiden reminds him that the Sire's Grand Duchy backs the Umbra Guild, so all they need to do is show up with a Sire's Knight, and they'll be allowed in without resistance. However, Underlord expresses his frustration while asking if Aiden seriously wants to request help from Sylveta, his rival, the so-called Night King. Still, Aiden insists that he won't ask for help. Instead, he's going to use the authority of that Dark Knight who had once been trapped in Balzabul. Then later, inside the Umbra Guild Master's office, Talon Umbra warmly welcomes the Dark Knight while expressing his honor at the visit. Quietly, Aiden observes from the side. He thinks to himself that they probably have no idea the Dark Knight is actually dead. After all, only a fool would openly admit they've lost such a crucial figure from their ranks. Talon apologizes for his guards not recognizing Dares while explaining that they were unaware of his visit, and begs for forgiveness on their behalf. His eyes then shift to the figure accompanying Dares, and he asks about him. Underlord introduces Aiden as his subordinate, a dark mage, and tells Talon not to worry about him. Talon nods in understanding. Then, curious, Talon wonders about the reason for this visit. He questions if it's some kind of surprise inspection. Underlord praises his awareness and confirms the guess while explaining that he's here to ensure everything is progressing as planned and requests to be taken to the dungeon. Soon after, they all begin to move through the hidden passages beneath the guild. As they descend, Aiden reflects on how well hidden the dungeon is right beneath the guild itself. Eventually, when they reach the area, his eyes widen. Inside, he sees countless monsters locked in cages. The sight stuns him. He thinks the scene looks like chaos, while wondering what sort of twisted experiments are being conducted to gather such a collection of creatures. Just then, Talon, with a proud tone, remarks that their timing is perfect. They have just achieved a major breakthrough in their research. He gestures to two people lying on beds and introduces them as the latest success, labeled B12 and B14. The two rise upon command. To Aiden, they look just like normal humans. Talon explains that, as requested, their human appearances have been preserved, but they've been given the regenerative power of a troll and the brute strength of an ogre. Moreover, Talon insists that's not all. He urges them to watch. The two test subjects begin to demonstrate their power while unleashing sword attacks enhanced by an explosive aura. Aiden watches in awe and realizes that these subjects can use sword aura. However, something grabs his attention that is the color of the aura. It's different. Proudly, Talon elaborates that they've elevated their sword techniques to the level of high-rank sword aura. Combined with their monstrous traits and perfect mind control, they now possess total loyalty with no fear of rebellion. He shares the plan that soon, they'll be mass-producing these enhanced warriors. The vision of an immortal army will soon come true. He introduces them as the Berserk Blood Knights, undying warriors who have overcome death and will soon serve Lord Sylveta. Aiden's mind races. Blood Knights. He knows far too much about them. Underlord turns to him, intrigued, and asks if he's seen them before, perhaps in a past life. He explains that the Blood Knights were once the elite force of the Sire's Grand Duchy under Sylveta's command. They were legends during the Monster Waves and the Great Talos War. Their unwavering loyalty and fearless charge in battle earned Sylveta his nickname, the Night King. Underlord wonders aloud if this origin explains the name. Inwardly, Aiden thinks to himself in disbelief. If this is how the Blood Knights were created, he wonders just how long Sylveta has been involved in such horrific practices. Talon then brings up the subject of their previous conversation, the human body's inability to withstand monster essence, and claims they have found a solution. Underlord shows curiosity and presses for details. At the same time, Aiden senses something hidden behind a nearby door. Talon opens it while revealing a room bathed in a strange light. Inside, a figure is presented. Talon introduces him as the one who solved their endurance problem. Aiden's heart skips as he instantly recognizes the figure. This is where they've been hiding it, that is the spirit of epidemic plague. As they look closer, more confusion follows when they notice a peculiar creature. Talon proceeds to explain. What they see is the spirit of epidemic, sealed within that chamber. From this spirit, they extracted one of its powers, the lycanthrope curse. It's the curse of the werewolf. Talon shares how he had been searching for the spirit after learning about the curse. Luckily, a spirit merchant tipped him off, and, as fate would have it, the spirit was already under contract with Medella's daughter. He believes the gods have favored him. Soon Marcus won't know what hit him, and the Medella Guild will be his. By now, Aiden believes they've heard enough. As he opens his mouth to speak, Talon is outraged by the interruption. He furiously demands to know who Aiden thinks he is to speak while he's still talking. The rage bubbles within him, but Aiden quickly raises his voice and commands the order to kill him. The words leave Talon in shock. His confusion deepens as he questions who Aiden is to issue such a command. But before he can respond further, Underlord strikes. Immediately, they begin their escape, with Aiden declaring that it's time to rescue the spirit and put an end to everything. However, Talon is not done yet. He returns, wounded but seething with rage. He screams that the one they've brought isn't human, and for daring to try and kill him, he retaliates with full force. He launches a furious attack on both of them while putting everything he has into it. Aiden can't help but think that strike definitely landed. Underlord, while facing the enemy, points his sword and demands to know the truth that who is actually this person. Aiden finds it hard to believe what his eyes just witnessed. He clearly sees the Dark Knight's soul stab Talon, yet somehow, the man is still standing. Naturally, confusion starts creeping into his thoughts. Based on what's happening, he begins to wonder if this man might be something else entirely. Meanwhile, Talon's body starts to shift his form, warping into something monstrous. Without warning, he launches an attack against both Aiden and Underlord while swinging his sword with vicious force. As a result, his blade cuts into one of them, and blood begins to spill. Soon, the battle intensifies as they all start unleashing their full power. They clash repeatedly while giving blows without holding back. At that moment, Aiden watches Talon's body regenerate rapidly. Shocked, he loudly expresses disbelief and quickly realizes the truth behind Talon's transformation. He accuses him of turning into a blood knight while calling him a fool for such recklessness. Talon, now almost completely a monster, lets out a twisted laugh. He claims that wasting such a massive source of strength right in front of him would have been foolish. Apparently, while absorbing it has helped him break through the semi-master stage, a limit he had been stuck at for years. Subsequently, he even praises Aiden, not just for controlling the soul of the Dark Knight, but also for having the courage to challenge him. To Talon, Aiden doesn't seem like an ordinary human. Therefore, he makes it clear that he doesn't care who sent him. What he offers instead is an invitation, a place beside him, a gift of the same power, and the rank of a guild executive. Aiden pauses for a moment. The thought of becoming a guild executive sounds tempting. However, his voice is firm as he replies. He wonders aloud whether there will be a guild left standing to offer such a position in the first place. Instantly, Talon's rage flares up after hearing this. Just then, the main door bursts open, and a guard rushes in while gasping for breath. He brings urgent news that they're in serious trouble. Immediately, Talon spins around while demanding to know what's happening. The guard explains that the Medella Guild has invaded the guild. He looks shaken as he reports that Marcus himself is leading the attack. Clearly, their forces are too strong to handle alone, and they need Talon to join the fight immediately, or everything will fall apart. Talon's face contorts with shock after hearing Marcus is here. His gaze quickly turns toward Aiden. He begins to connect the dots, and it dawns on him that this might all be Aiden's doing. Suspicion turns into certainty. Now, he firmly believes Aiden orchestrated everything. Meanwhile, Aiden, while hearing the accusation in Talon's voice, doesn't even flinch. Calmly, he confirms the truth. He wonders aloud if Talon doesn't appreciate the little surprise he's arranged for him. That confirmation only fuels Talon's rage. His voice rises with fury, and he hurls curses at Aiden while blaming him for everything. Without hesitation, Talon grips his sword and charges at him. He swears that he'll kill him right here and now. His blade swings with murderous intent, yet Aiden doesn't back down. Instead, he whispers to himself that it's time to show Talon exactly what he's given up. As their swords clash, the monster stares in disbelief. What he sees in Aiden's movement shakes him. This sword technique is something else, something he thought only a legend could perform. It's a technique crafted specifically to pierce through the scales of dragons. It belongs to only one person, the slayer of the Berserk Dragon. The name echoes in his mind, Dragon Slayer King's sword technique, Scale Slash. Immediately the air trembles with heat. Flames erupt across the battlefield as Talon launches a desperate attack. But it's too late. Aiden lands a clean hit while sending him crashing to the ground. Talon groans, furious and overwhelmed. Blood spills from his wound. He tries to regenerate, but nothing happens. Panic begins to set in. Soon he notices the burning scent. Smoke lingers in the air. His nose picks it up before his mind does. He stares at Aiden, who stands tall and calm in front of him. Aiden looks down at him while judging the damage. He comments that ideally, Talon's entire body should be on fire by now. Still, thanks to his new cultivation technique, he's managed to push beyond his limits. He admits that it's something only swordmasters should be capable of, and yet, here he is. For Aiden, that alone is a win. The burning wound won't heal. He knows it. So he tells Talon that it's time to surrender. Talon trembles, consumed by frustration. His mind rages with humiliation. He can't accept being pushed this far by someone like Aiden. He clenches his fists and cries out that this wasn't how things were supposed to go. His voice rises into the air as he invokes the power of the dungeon. He screams out to it while declaring himself its contractor and demands that it summon the spirit merchant, Pest. Aiden remains still, but his attention sharpens. He listens carefully. The name catches his interest, that is spirit merchant. Moments later, a figure begins to appear while floating gently into the air. This person is cloaked in mystery, a cap hiding most of his face. He hovers in the air, eyes locked on Talon. From above, the merchant questions about the situation. Aiden watches with narrowed eyes. He realizes that this must be the one who secretly sold the dungeon, kidnapped the spirit of epidemic, and kept it hidden from the hat merchant. His suspicions settle into certainty. Then, the merchant seems annoyed, recognizing that Talon used the emergency summon he had been granted for free. He notes that Talon must be truly desperate. Talon confirms it while pleading for help. He wants the merchant to kill Aiden, no matter the cost. In response, the merchant hesitates. Intervening inside the dungeon comes at a price. He warns Talon that he'll need extra compensation to act. Talon doesn't care anymore. He offers everything, his power, wealth, and influence, if only this man will eliminate Aiden. Grinning darkly, the merchant accepts. His body begins to grow while expanding until he towers over them all. His real power, no longer hidden, fills the space. Underlord watches and recognizes the strength for what it is. This is the true power of a spirit merchant. Strength held back by the rules of the Spirit Emporium. Now that the limit is gone, this being stands on equal ground with a swordmaster. But Aiden disagrees. He speaks with quiet dread. In his view, the spirit merchant's power goes far beyond that. No human can hope to match it. He knows that spirit merchants are forbidden from meddling in dungeon affairs. So he questions whether this one is ready to face the consequences. His voice remains steady, but his heart pounds. However, the merchant hears him and responds with a casual smirk. Aiden clearly knows about spirit merchants. But to this man, it doesn't matter. Not as long as he doesn't get caught. He shrugs it off. He tells Aiden that he's simply going to die. There's no need to take it personally. Aiden answers with a quiet challenge. That might be true, but in his experience, people who say things like that are always the first to be caught. The merchant scoffs. He demands to know what that nonsense means. Aiden clenches his fists. He knows there's no way to defeat a spirit merchant once they fully unleash their power inside a dungeon. But thankfully, he remembers one final option, a last resort. Before anyone can move, another voice suddenly echoes across the space. A calm, strong presence fills the air. The voice confirms it that Roberts' report was right all along. Immediately, Pest freezes in place, alarmed by the voice. Everyone turns to look. A man steps forward, surrounded by his guards. He walks in with quiet authority. Aiden's eyes widen. This is the one he's been waiting for. He thinks to himself when facing a spirit merchant, you only need to summon one ranked higher. The new arrival smiles. He greets Pest while telling him it's been a while. Pest responds quickly, removing his hat as a gesture of respect. He bows his head while acknowledging the man's authority. It's the president. The hat merchant has arrived, and it looks like it's time for a serious conversation. Hat merchant, the president of the Spirit Emporium, holds a place of deep reverence among all spirit merchants, even the ascended beings like the Spirit King. Although beings like the hat merchant have no gender, she is often referred to as she. Generally, there are only two reasons she would appear in the human realm, either to alert others about serious changes in dungeons, or to handle major matters involving spirit merchants. A few hours earlier, Pest reacts with surprise while questioning if they really want him to call the president Hat Merchant. In response, Aiden explains that, according to Enkal, a spirit is trading with the Umbra Guild, which goes against the Spirit Emporium's rules. He reminds Pest that defeating a spirit merchant inside a dungeon is impossible, so he needs him to explain the situation and summon the Hat Merchant. At first, Pest mutters that President Hat Merchant is incredibly busy. However, he eventually agrees. Aiden then thanks him while calling him friend, but that word enrages Pest. He bursts out in anger while swearing at him, offended by being called a friend since they are clearly enemies. Furthermore, he screams that he's also scared of the president. Soon after, Hat Merchant arrives. With calm formality, she expresses her thanks to Rabbits. He quickly responds while assuring her it's no problem. Aiden feels thrilled by her timely arrival and praises Rabbits for the good timing. Meanwhile, Talon watches quietly while wondering who this person is, if even Pest fears her. Pest looks shocked and questions how she got there. He urges her to hear him out first while saying there must be a misunderstanding. Immediately, Hat Merchant cuts him off sharply while questioning what kind of misunderstanding he could mean. Her tone turns stern as she demands whether he truly thought she wouldn't know what he was up to. Pest stands frozen, confused that she knows everything, and stammers out a question while wanting to understand what she means. Without hesitation, Hat Merchant explains that she's known about his fraud for personal gain all along. She had been watching him while hoping he might redeem himself, but that hope is now gone. At that moment, everyone turns their attention to her, focused on every word. Pest, utterly stunned, tries to defend himself. He begins to explain that this is not the way she is thinking, but she cuts him off once more. She gives a firm order that he is fired. The word hits him like a thunderclap. Pest's eyes widen in disbelief, and he refuses loud, unable to accept that he's no longer part of the Spirit Emporium. With a calm gesture, Hat Merchant raises her hand, and suddenly something begins to appear on her palm. She then mentions that she has heard from rabbits, and expresses regret for the inconvenience caused by the Spirit Emporium. Aiden gently assures her it's all right. However, Hat Merchant insists that words aren't enough. That's not the Emporium's way. Therefore, she hands over a box to Aiden. It's a gift. Aiden accepts it with surprise and respect while realizing a gift from the Hat Merchant must be truly special. As she prepares to leave, Aiden quickly stops her. He asks if he may pose a question. She kindly gives him permission. Pointing toward a creature nearby, he asks how he can save the spirit of epidemic trapped inside. Hat Merchant listens carefully. Then she replies that the child is in a deep slumber, and his consciousness won't return even if external seals are broken. There is only one way to awaken him through a formal contract. Nevertheless, she adds, there is another option he might consider instead, which could be better than contracting. Aiden silently considers her words while guessing she's referring to vanishing the spirit as the other option. With her answer complete, Hat Merchant prepares to leave again. Aiden gratefully thanks her for both the guidance and the help. She offers him her parting words while wishing him the best on his future journeys and addressing him by name Aiden Albareo. Hearing this, Aiden freezes in shock. His heart skips a beat. He gasps while shouting out in disbelief and asking how she knew that name. But she says nothing and departs with rabbits while leaving him deep in thought. Soon after, Underlord, who is watching the whole thing, turns to Aiden and questions if she just used his past life name. Aiden, still confused, wonders aloud how she could know it. Could it be that some beings are aware of his reincarnation? He starts to believe there's more he doesn't yet understand about Hat Merchant. Then with a tired smile, Aiden remembers Talon is also there. So he turns around and finds Talon lying on the floor. The next day in Cartan City, a crowd gathers. People read newspapers while buzzing with talk. One person speaks up while asking if they've heard about the Umbra Guild and Medela Guild. Another responds while saying they always suspected the Umbra Guild wasn't clean, but this news is intense. The guild has been destroyed. Apparently, they had been kidnapping people from dungeons and experimenting on them. One person comments that if it weren't for Medela and Marcus, they might have been victims too. Therefore, there's a sense of relief and gratitude. Everyone is glad the Umbra Guild is gone. Meanwhile, inside Medela Guild's master office, Aiden is seated and reading the news. He looks up and mentions that Marcus has become a hero in Cartan City. Marcus, while sitting nearby, gives credit back to Aiden. He admits that without him, the guild and his daughter would have been lost. However, he still voices concern. Marcus wonders if they can trust the person Aiden recommended. Just then, the man named Shandalkin bursts in while shouting that he'll give it his all. Aiden, focused on the news, reflects aloud. Even for Medela while taking over and running such a big guild, especially one with enemies, will be hard. So it's best to have a figurehead for now. He believes Shandalkin has been a guildmaster before and won't betray them. However, if he does, Aiden warns he'll chase him to hell until death. Shandalkin laughs heartily while joking that he doesn't even know what betrayal means. At the same time, Underlord sits beside Aiden and questions if he plans to tell Marcus about Chaos and the Grand Duchy of Sires. Aiden answers that there's no point yet. Even if he reveals it now, Sylvetta could crush the truth using his power. He needs something stronger to truly defeat Sylvetta, so he must move slowly and find the right time. He mentions the Cult of Holy Fire, the Forest of Death, and everything that's happened in Cartan City. Then Marcus brings up the matter of the child sealed in stone. He wonders aloud whether to form a formal contract with the spirit of epidemic plague or break the stone, which would cause the spirit to vanish. After that, they'd need to find another spirit for his daughter, Charles, to bond with. Auden warns him that time is short. The choice is his. The spirit of epidemic isn't evil and has done nothing wrong. Marcus responds while showing his awareness. He acknowledges that people still fear the spirit of epidemic because of Rhodocera, the plague alchemist of sin, who turned the southern continent into hell. He admits it's unfair, but still stands firm. He won't change his mind. Then he walks away, draws his sword, and approaches the stone. He whispers an apology and prepares to strike. But suddenly a door flings open. His daughter rushes in while shouting to stop her dad. Marcus turns in shock and stammers while trying to ask how she got there, but Charles is furious. She yells over him while demanding that he not hurt her friend. Inside the stone is her friend, and she won't let her father harm him. Meanwhile, Marcus's daughter arrives at the place. She quickly rushes forward to save her friend because her father is about to strike a stone, and if he does, her friend might get hurt. At the same time, Aiden stands nearby while thinking that this situation feels like too much for Charles to handle. That's the reason he never told her about it. However, he now wonders that how did she find out? Just then, another girl arrives and reveals that she's the one who told Charles everything. Everyone around is curious while wondering how Charles knew what was going on. Without hesitation, Charles steps forward. She explains that this is her spirit, and even though the decision is difficult, she believes it's only right that she makes it herself. She insists she is simply protecting her friend. In response, Marcus tries to reason with her while reminding her that the spirit is dangerous. But Charles raises her voice, filled with emotion. He doesn't understand that it's the spirit that has always protected her, and now it's her turn to protect it. With growing intensity, she keeps shouting because she is desperate to protect her friend. Then she begins to explain. She recalls being just 5 years old when she first realized that someone was by her side. It happened in the back alley of Carton City. She had been sitting there, terrified, her voice trembling as a monster slowly approached. She cried out while begging it not to come closer. Just when it was about to attack her, a spirit appeared and saved her. The monster disappeared, and she was left confused. At that moment, she realized someone had been protecting her. Afterward, even when her mother disappeared and she felt completely alone, even when she cried after injuring her leg, this spirit never left her. The saintess once told her that dead souls were the reason she got sick, but this spirit is what kept her safe. Now, through angry tears, she asks that must everyone who protects her always leave? Must this spirit, her one true friend, also go, just like her mom? Now she stands strong, ready to protect her friend. Marcus tries again to stop her, but she shouts even louder. There's only one thing she needs to know from him, that if she forms a contract with this spirit, will he hate her too? Marcus hears her words and they hit deep. He becomes angry, but not at her. He bursts out that there is no way he could ever hate her. Charles takes in his words, her voice steady. That's all she needed to hear. She doesn't care what others think. As long as she has her father and her friend, that's enough. There's no way she'll let the one who protected her die. Not after everything. She begs him to accept the spirit as part of their family, for taking care of her when her mother couldn't. Marcus is overwhelmed. Slowly, he drops to his knees and pulls her into a hug. He apologizes through his tears while holding her close. In the end, all that matters to him is her happiness and health. Later, in the Medela Guildmaster's office, Marcus sits beside Aiden. They talk comfortably, with Dev joining the conversation. With heartfelt gratitude, Marcus thanks the young master while vowing never to forget what he has done. Aiden, calm as ever, brushes it off. It was part of the deal after all. But then, he asks something more serious that does Marcus really feel okay with Charles becoming the sorcerer of the spirit of epidemic. Marcus answers honestly. No, he isn't happy about it. It's obvious that this will make Charles' life more difficult. Nevertheless, if it makes her happy, then that's what matters. He promises to raise her well so she doesn't get hurt and can fulfill her potential. For that, he chooses to treat the spirit as a blessing rather than something dangerous. He remembers how happy Charles looked when he allowed the spirit to stay with them. After all, to him, that spirit is part of their family now too. Hearing this, Aiden offers something unexpected, that is a recommendation letter. He suggests that Charles be sent to the house of Remes for her studies. Marcus is stunned that his daughter is at the house of Remes. Aiden notices his shock and offers reassurance. He brings up the rumors about Rodosera. The spirit of epidemic's power is incredibly dangerous, and Charles needs to master spirit sorcery to control it. Since there are spirits already living in that estate, she'll become an excellent sorcerer by learning directly from them. Marcus cuts in, still unsure. Is it really okay to accept such a big favor, and why is Aiden so willing to help? Aiden smiles lightly as this is still part of their deal. Marcus looks puzzled, so Aiden explains clearly that his condition is simple. When the time comes and he needs Charles' help, they must come. He promises never to misuse her powers. Marcus takes a moment. He knows Aiden has always helped when they needed it, so he nods and agrees. If Aiden calls, they will answer Charles, and even the Medela Guild's resources. To him, Aiden has become more than an ally. He's a trusted friend. They shake hands, and a strong friendship begins. Meanwhile, far to the north in the frozen land, Sylvetta stands with his guard. The scene is a massacre, blood everywhere, bodies on the ground. The Umbra Guild has fallen. Sylvetta observes everything while frustration rising. Things keep going wrong. His guard lowers his head and apologizes for the terrible news. Sylvetta asks who was involved. His guard replies that the Crimson Knight believes Dare might be responsible. The enemy used a sword just like his. Chaos suffered heavy losses, and now the research will be delayed. Sylvetta is enraged. He shouts while cursing the traitors from the fallen kingdom. He regrets trusting them. Suddenly a force hits him and he collapses. His guard hurries forward while urging him to drink a potion. Though reluctant, he takes it. Energy slowly returns to him. He scoffs and finds it pathetic while relying on potions made by people he hates. If only he hadn't damaged his mana core 7 years ago during the monster wave, maybe none of this would be happening. Or maybe he should be thankful that it hasn't exploded. At least he hasn't gone berserk. He mutters that he doesn't need blood knights or cults or holy fire. With one hand, he crushes the potion bottle and throws it away. His focus shifts. The top priority now is finding a gem to replace his damaged mana core. Once he has that, he'll reach Grandmaster level. He must become the next Grand Duke. The pain in his body is sharp, but his ambition burns hotter. Meanwhile, back in Carton City, inside Aiden's lodging, he stares at a strange stone in his hands. He mutters, and confused on what it is. The hat merchant gave it to him, so it definitely isn't ordinary. Underlord stands nearby and immediately recognizes that it's a contract stone, once belonging to the Dragon Slayer King. Underlord explains further. This contract stone allows you to form a bond with spirits or spiritual beasts from the spirit realm. Even someone with low spirit affinity can use it to summon high-level spirits. It's a rare treasure in the human world. He just needs to pour his mana into it. Aiden listens while looking at the stone in his palm. He wonders whether it is his mana. As soon as he begins channeling energy, the stone starts to glow. Lights burst from it, and both of them are stunned. Suddenly, fire explodes in the room while surrounding them. They watch in shock as the flames spread, all of it coming from the contract stone. Underlord's eyes widen, and he thinks that something amazing is about to happen. Suddenly, the flashes starts burning, and the whole atmosphere fills with fire flashes. As the chaotic fire surges through the room, both Aiden and Underlord remain frozen, overwhelmed by the sight of flames dancing across every corner. Yet something feels off. When Aiden cautiously extends his hand toward the blaze, he is startled to find no heat, no burn, and nothing at all. It neither hurts nor even warms him. That strange sensation stirs a memory within him. He feels as though he has encountered this kind of fire once before. At that moment, a commanding voice echoes around them, filled with disdain. It questions how someone dares to summon a presence of such might in such a confined place. Underlord, clearly rattled, mutters under his breath that Aiden has called forth something utterly absurd. In disbelief, he realizes it is a mythical rank spiritual beast. He recalls that in his previous life, he witnesses people forming bonds with spiritual creatures, but most only manage to contract with weak or intermediate ones. Almost none reach the level of myth. The realization hits harder when he remembers how, even with all his past experiences, he never sees anyone summon such a creature with just an ordinary spirit stone. Confused and overwhelmed, he wonders that how does Aiden manage something not even he has witnessed before. Trying to make sense of everything, Aiden asks the entity if he is the one who summons her. The voice, calm and powerful, responds that it is, in fact, the other way around. She finds him. She introduces herself as the king of immortal birds and explains that her child owes its life to him. However, Aiden has no idea what she refers to. As his mind scrambles for answers, the bird chirps softly, and a clearer picture begins to form. She reminds him of the time he rescues her child from a brutal troll. As both a mother and the sovereign of her kind, she comes to offer gratitude. Yet, the moment she sees him, she admits, something about him shocks her deeply. Perplexed, Aiden asks what she means. The bird explains gently that his body carries signs of incredible strain, poison linked to resurrection, dark demonic energy, even a banshee's shield, and on top of all that, a powerful curse. Underlord, unable to contain himself, reacts with fury at her words. Meanwhile, Aiden, slowly beginning to understand the gravity of the situation, asks if she intends to form a contract with him. She answers that under normal circumstances, a human wouldn't be able to bear her power. However, due to a mysterious stone within him, it might be possible. Hearing that, Aiden is shaken. He doesn't realize any such stone exists in his body. Then, a thought occurs to him that the strange stone that merges with him back in the forest of death. He cautiously asks if that is the one she refers to. The bird, although mighty, admits that even she doesn't know the true nature of the stone. But she recalls tales from ancient times, when beings with stones like his exist. Even rulers like herself feel helpless in front of them. She acknowledges that his body is much weaker than theirs, yet she believes he might be able to withstand her essence. Then, with regal dignity, she asks whether he will accept her power and form a contract. Aiden knows such an opportunity could never come twice. He accepts. The bird brightens with joy and introduces herself as Pyroness, the child of the first flames that consume all impurity. She asks him to speak his full name to complete the bond. When Aiden tells her, she pauses. A moment later, she asks if he also goes by another name, Adin Albareo. As soon as he confirms, the contract between them seals itself. In that instant, a message shimmers quietly around him, not in text, but in a soft echo resonating through his mind. He understands without needing words that he has just formed a spiritual bond with Pyroness, a fire spirit of mythical rank. Several days later, the peaceful calm of Kartan City's northern gate is disturbed only by the Saintess, who sits in quiet reflection. She thinks about how close she becomes to someone before they part ways. A girl nearby gently encourages her while promising that she will meet that person again after the secret pilgrimage concludes. A boy seated across from them joins in, vowing to speak to Joseph and request permission for a visit to Kartan City. He wonders aloud if the young master is still asleep. Elsewhere, Aiden rests on a bed, fingers curled around a smooth block. As he studies it, he recognizes the item, a rare S-rank mercenary token, and reflects that it has been a long time since he last holds one. Moments later, his companions enter the room and spot what he's holding. One of them, curious, picks it up and confirms it's the white gold token for S-rank mercenaries. Another shares that he only receives one for B rank. A boy nearby asks if that's really what Aiden receives. Marcus, while standing with quiet pride, praises him. He explains how mercenary ranks are determined by personal ability and past achievements. He reassures the others that anyone can rise through the ranks with effort. Aiden acknowledges his loyalty, and Marcus, while smiling, credits his progress to his wife's support. Then Marcus shifts the topic and asks where they are headed. Aiden replies that they are bound for Sires. There is something waiting for him there. Something important. Sensing something deeper behind his words, Marcus asks if he may speak frankly. Aiden gives him a silent nod. Marcus reveals his suspicions that someone from Sires is behind a tragic incident. He explains how every time the name comes up, Aiden's rage becomes impossible to hide. He believes Aiden knows exactly what they've done. Recalling the injustice done to his daughter, Marcus describes the burning anger he feels. Those behind it, he declares, wear false masks to hide their filth. Though he's powerless now, he wants revenge, so he asks Aiden for help. If their goals align, he offers to serve him completely. Aiden listens, then agrees without hesitation. There's nothing stronger than shared purpose, and they will make those responsible pay dearly. Later that night, Aiden lies down again while trying to relax. He knows the real journey is just beginning. A guard steps in and informs him that they're nearing their destination. With calm focus, Aiden opens his eyes. The Grand Duchy of Sires is now in sight. Soon after they arrive, and its beauty stretches across the landscape. As they enter downtown, they find the streets full of people, nobles and knights from far and wide. One of the girls with them observes the enormous crowd. Aiden explains that it's because the martial arts duel fest is about to begin. His companions show curiosity, clearly unfamiliar with the event. So, Aiden explains, the Duel Fest is an age-old winter tournament held in Sires to honor Jaeger Sires, the founder who once seals the terrifying Winter Queen. Every winter, monsters attack and the people dread the season. To lift spirits and seek protection, they hold this festival. It's one of the grandest events on the continent, so significant that even nobles pause their duties to join in. Then, to their surprise, Aiden reveals he'll be participating. The others cheer, but one boy hesitates while questioning why he'd enter such a dangerous contest. Underlord chimes in as well while reminding Aiden that revenge is why they come here in the first place. Aiden nods and confirms his goal hasn't changed. He explains that the winner of the tournament receives a special reward, an object from the Sire's warehouse and an elixir. He needs that elixir to reach Grandmaster rank, just like in his previous life. More importantly, he adds, something monumental will happen once the tournament ends. Underlord, still puzzled, asks what he means. Aiden explains calmly that when the festival ends, the Winter Queen, the one Jaeger Sires seals long ago, will awaken. The Winter Queen, believed to be the reincarnation of a mighty spirit, now leads an army of the dead from the frozen wastelands. Each time she stirs in the past, the land beneath her slowly shifts into dungeons of legendary rank. Furthermore, the ruins under her command are summoned directly to the northern continent, Sires included. In retaliation, the northern nations come together and dispatch 6 noble knight families to confront her. Among them stands the Grand Duchy of Sires, alongside elite warriors from the martial arts duel fest. Yet, the operation collapses. The knights falter, the entire force is decimated, and the handful who escape return as hollow shells like soulless beings. Then, just as the continent nears ruin, during a night pierced by thunder and lightning, a warrior named Sylvetta emerges. With his blood knights, he shifts the course of the war and ultimately overcomes the Winter Queen. Following his triumph, he gains the respect of all, soon ascending as the new Grand Duke of Sires. From that moment forward, he becomes known far and wide as the Night King. Now, in the present, Aiden recalls Sylvetta from his former life. But the person standing before him now feels like a stranger. The man he sees no longer mirrors the noble figure from his memories. So, Aiden makes a silent vow. First, he'll claim victory in the martial arts fest. Then, he'll join the expedition to confront the Winter Queen. Eventually, when Sylvetta grows weary of battle, Aiden intends to end him. While his mind wanders, Alice, seated beside him, eyes him with quiet curiosity. She wonders if perhaps the food doesn't suit his taste while noting the distant look in his eyes. Snapping back to the moment, Aiden responds with a trace of surprise while assuring her that the food isn't the issue. At that point, Valley chimes in with a lighthearted tone while marveling at how crowded a simple restaurant has become. He remarks that there must be some grand celebration taking place across the land. Around them, the laughter and chatter of cheerful diners fill the air. Slowly, the warmth of the scene eases Aiden's thoughts. He lets a small smile form while observing how genuinely happy everyone seems. While they eat, a stranger approaches and politely asks if he and his group may share the table while explaining that there are no empty spots left. Without waiting long, he settles in and warmly introduces himself as Lao, a mercenary. Aiden responds in kind while mentioning that he's on an expedition with his party. Alice, ever curious, gestures to the person beside Lao and asks if he's a companion. Lao nods, introducing his younger brother, Ladell, a shy young man. Just as Lao begins gesturing to the rest, a nearby Cassie interjects with a teasing remark. She eyes the figure next to Aiden and jokes that she didn't expect to see an old were-tiger in such a place. Then, with a grin, she corrects herself and calls him a werecat. Her voice carries a playful note. Lao hesitates for a moment, clearly caught off guard, but the girl brushes it off with a laugh. The were-tiger remains unbothered. Calmly, he introduces himself as Beirut. Then Cassie introduces herself. Aiden observes them quietly, intrigued. Clearly these travelers are anything but ordinary. Beirut throws a comment back, his tone laced with dry wit, while noting the irony of being judged by someone traveling with a werecat. Meanwhile, Alice notices something unusual in Ladell's hands. Her eyes brighten with curiosity as she asks what he's holding. Ladell stiffens but lifts the item, an instrument known as a bipa from his homeland. With mild embarrassment, he admits he's the bard of their group. Immediately, Alice's face lights up. She claps excitedly and urges him to play. Ladell hesitates, humbly warning that he isn't very skilled. Nonetheless, he begins. The soft, graceful music fills the space. Gradually, the voices around them quiet. One by one, people turn toward the source. A gentle hush settles across the restaurant. The melody, delicate yet vibrant, wraps the room in warmth. Behind Aiden, the Underlord listens with clear interest. He murmurs that the boy is weaving mana into the music. His gift is rare. The notes seem to resonate with the ambient mana while casting a faint enchantment over the gathering. When Ladell finishes, he lowers the bipa, cheeks flushed. He explains that this is the traditional way of playing it. Applause erupts. Cheers echo across the room. Cassie thanks him sincerely, praising the beauty of his music. Lao beams, expressing that he's never heard something so moving. Alice practically bounces with joy, eyes gleaming as she tells Ladell how incredible he was. Lao chuckles and remarks that his little brother seems to have gained a fan, just as expected of him. Embarrassed, Ladell mutters for him to stop. Beirut leans in while smirking and asks if he's enjoying the attention. Ladell groans and calling him Grandpa in protest. Soon, Lao informs the group that they must leave due to a tight schedule. Aiden nods while understanding their urgency. As Lao rises, he mentions how much effort it takes to prepare for the martial arts duel fest. That catches Aiden's attention. He looks up while grinning and asks if Lao is also participating. But then, something clicks. He turns back while seeking confirmation that whether his name really is Lao. Lao affirms it casually. Both stand while facing each other. Aiden's voice shifts, filled with clarity and resolve. It seems they'll next meet as rivals. He reveals that he too is a contender in the fest. Lao smirks while warning not to expect mercy, just because they once shared a table. And with that, he departs. Once they're gone, the Underlord leans in and questions Aiden. What was that moment just now? Aiden blinks while feigning confusion. The Underlord narrows his gaze. For a brief moment, Aiden released an overwhelming killing intent. That much is clear. Aiden's tone turns serious. He believes he's figured out who Lao really is. The Underlord asks if they've met before. Aiden shakes his head. Not directly. But he's heard the stories. A swordsman traveling with an elder beast. A warrior who once claimed victory in the Sire's martial arts fest. A figure whispered about in fear. The evil-slaying sword demon, Lao. Realization dawns in the Underlord's eyes that this is the same Lao from Aiden's past life. Yet, one mystery remains that why is he called the evil-slaying sword demon? Aiden speaks softly while remembering. After winning the tournament and claiming the elixir, Lao vanished. He never joined the mission to defeat the Winter Queen. He simply disappeared. 2 years later, he returned to Sire's, but not as a savior. He came back a homicidal monster. Aiden, accompanied by his entire group, arrives at a new place and finds it absolutely stunning. As they take in the view, Alice turns to him, curious. and wonders if his friend is genuinely allowing them to use the place free of charge. He reassures her without hesitation while confirming that it's indeed theirs to use. However, Valley then raises a thoughtful concern while questioning if relying on personal connections for luxury during a pilgrimage goes against its true purpose, while concealing one's identity and gaining insight into the lives of ordinary people. In response, Aiden calmly remarks that it's perfectly fine. He points out that even people in the secular world don't hesitate to use their connections, and this too would be a meaningful experience for Alice, an opportunity to see firsthand the power of influence. In his eyes, this version of the pilgrimage suits not just her, but everyone in the group. Soon after, he approaches Nikita. She greets him warmly, and he casually checks in, curious about how things have been lately. She informs him that thanks to the intel he provided earlier, they've successfully taken down several chaos branches. Interestingly, the ones connected to the sires seem to be pulling back. She goes on to mention that some tension has apparently sparked between the chaos and a thunderstorm knight named Sylvetta. Upon hearing this, Aiden reflects silently. The chaos at the Imperial Palace, the Holy Fire cult's downfall, the experiments in the Forest of Death, and even the Blood Knight's twisted work at the Umbra Guild. All those incidents unraveling one after another no longer surprise him. He then cautiously brings up a concern while wondering if there's any chance the enemy has figured out he's the mastermind behind it all. Nikita, however, reassures him that the likelihood is very slim. She praises him while saying that only someone like him could handle such corruption directly, while calling him a true embodiment of the underworld's noble master. He pauses for a moment, briefly wondering if she's blushing, especially given their complicated past when she once tried to stain him in blood. Yet he quickly shifts his focus and brings up something more pressing that is the item he had requested. Without delay, she reveals it that are 7 gleaming ingots of stellanium, exactly as he'd asked. His eyes light up with excitement. He marvels at the mineral, known for its unmatched strength, magical conductivity, and volatile energy. It's incredibly rare, with most people never laying eyes on even a fragment of it in their lives. Deeply appreciative, he expresses genuine gratitude to her for obtaining something so precious. For her, though, it doesn't seem like a big deal. She then gently probes, curious about his plans for the material. He explains that he intends to forge armor for himself. Though he already wields a sword and shield, he has yet to find armor that meets his standards. Nikita, however, points out that working with stellanium is no easy task, and that skilled blacksmiths who can handle it are rare. Still, Aiden assures her that he's already found the right person, someone more than capable of crafting exactly what he envisions. In the dim back alleys of the Sires, the Underlord eventually voices his frustration. They've been wandering for nearly 2 hours, and all Aiden has done so far is dismiss each spot with a quiet "not here." The Underlord begins to doubt whether the blacksmith even exists. Despite their fruitless search, Aiden remains sure that the craftsman he's thinking of is real. It's just that finding him isn't exactly straightforward. Then, just as they're about to turn another corner, Aiden spots it, a worn door marked only by the symbol of a hammer. His eyes light up. This is the place. The Underlord, skeptical, questions if it's not simply an old, abandoned door. But Aiden calmly explains that while it may appear that way to an ordinary person, he possesses the key that unlocks its true purpose. With steady hands, he inserts the key into the small, almost invisible opening, and the door shifts open while revealing the entrance to a hidden realm. As they step through, a sense of familiarity washes over Aiden. It's been a long time since he last visited this place. The Underlord, while glancing around, immediately recognizes the nature of the space. It's subspace magic. Aiden nods in agreement and elaborates that this race, blessed by the Earth, is born with the ability to create their own workshop dimensions. Even more impressive, they can control who gets access. The people with the S-rank mercenary badge they had shown moments earlier can enter. As they walk deeper into the workshop, a gruff voice booms across the subspace while demanding to know who has entered. It's none other than the blacksmith himself, Hitos. Without hesitation, Aiden steps forward and informs him of his purpose, that he's here to commission a set of armor. The blacksmith, however, is taken aback. Orders for armor are rare, and this one, it seems, especially surprises him. Watching the interaction, the Underlord leans in and quietly remarks that this grumpy old man is the blacksmith Aiden was talking about. He seems doubtful, but Aiden simply assures him that despite the rough exterior, Hitos is a master of his craft. In fact, every piece of armor Aiden wore while battling the Underlord in their previous life was crafted by this very man. The Underlord isn't ready to digest that revelation. Meanwhile, Hedo sizes Aiden up and challenges him with a scoff. He doubts that someone who appears so frail could really be an S-rank mercenary. Aiden calmly offers to show him the white gold badge if proof is needed. Yet Hitos grumbles that the human world must have lost its mind, handing elite badges to those who look like they couldn't even lift a shield. He grunts in irritation and mutters that it might be time to raise the requirements for entering his workshop. Then, with a sharp glare and a wave of his hand, he dismisses Aiden while claiming he has no equipment suited for someone like him. There are plenty of other blacksmiths out there, he adds with a growl while urging him to leave. With a teasing tone and a playful glint in his eyes, Aiden casually mentions that he had hoped they could share a drink together, specifically the Tears of the White Dragon, an incredibly rare white wine. He adds almost mockingly that perhaps he should go search for another blacksmith instead. However, the moment Hitos hears the name of the wine, his expression shifts dramatically. Clearly stunned, he stares at Aiden, unable to believe he actually possesses such a prized bottle. Aiden, while wearing a sly smile, begins to turn away as if he's about to leave, but just as expected, the old blacksmith quickly calls out and urges him to stay. Moments later, they sit down together while sharing the rare liquor. As soon as Hitos takes a sip, he's visibly impressed while savoring the taste with genuine delight. He soon asks for Aiden's name, which he provides with calm confidence. Hitos then remarks that the wine is exceptional, one of the finest he's tasted since Balkan gifted him a bottle nearly 2 decades ago. That name stirs a memory in Aiden. He recalls a moment from 20 years ago when Hitos had been berating Balkan for taking one of his swords without permission. Yet now, as he sips the wine, Aiden can't help but wonder where that man has vanished to. The thought lingers in his mind that in this lifetime without him, the emptiness left behind by Master Balkan must have felt even heavier for Hitos. Then, while setting his glass aside, Aiden gently shifts the conversation. It's time to focus on the real reason he's here. He calmly urges they move on from drinking and turn toward his request. Hitos, already softened by the wine and the nostalgia it brings, gives a short laugh. He tells Aiden that after receiving such an extraordinary gift, he can't possibly let him leave empty-handed. He leans forward, voice firm but welcoming, and encourages him to name his request while declaring confidently that there's no weapon or armor beyond his ability to forge. Aiden stands still, lost in thought, pleased by the unexpected reunion with the blacksmith Hitos after such a long time. As his mind drifts, he recalls that the armor he ordered will be completed in just 4 days. Considering there are still around 10 days left before the Winter Queen awakens, he figures there's plenty of time to prepare. Holding a key in his hand, he reflects on its purpose, that it allows him to travel to Hitos's forge from anywhere. It might prove useful in its own way. For now, though, while waiting for the gear from the blacksmith, they head to the Grand Temple of Sires to participate in the pilgrimage they're supposedly here for. However, the scene awaiting them is far from what he expects. As they arrive, the entire place echoes with the crowd shouting Alice's name. Everyone is celebrating her while calling her their saintess. They welcome her with overwhelming joy, and she in turn greets them warmly while expressing how glad she is to meet them. Her words fill the people with delight, and many seem to yearn for just a glance from her. Nearby, the Underlord leans toward Aiden, while noting with quiet amusement how much she appears to be enjoying the attention. Aiden feels the same way, allowing her to soak in the moment without interruption. Soon after, they reach the Sires branch of the Cult of the Holy Fire. There, a man steps forward to greet Alice. He introduces himself as Barkus, the High Priest of the branch, and also extends a warm welcome to those who've come with the Saintess. The Underlord raises a brow, finding it odd that such an ordinary-looking man holds such an important title. But Aiden gently reminds him that even the locals in this region tend to appear that way. Barkus then expresses his honor in meeting someone as revered as the savior of the main church. Aiden responds politely while introducing himself as well. He remarks with genuine surprise how Alice's reception has been far more enthusiastic than expected, her popularity clearly greater than they had anticipated. As they walk toward the temple, Barkus explains that the flame holder, which is meant to burn with the holy fire, has remained cold for over a decade due to the absence of a saint to sustain it. With Alice's divine flame, the temple could finally regain its warmth, and perhaps it would rekindle faith in the hearts of the believers. Turning to her, Aiden wonders aloud if she's capable of such a task. Without hesitation, she agrees. She feels confident, after all. She's done it once before and fears nothing. Then, with quiet determination, she ascends the stairs. Watching her, Aiden senses a change in her, a subtle growth that makes him feel proud. She steps forward with steady grace while preparing to release her divine power into the sacred space. As she pours her energy into the flame holder, the air stirs, and to her quiet satisfaction, it works. Everyone is filled with joy as the holy fire blazes back to life after 10 long years. Their faces light up with happiness, overwhelmed by the sight they've waited so long to witness. Among them, Barkus stands stunned, barely able to believe his eyes. He murmurs in awe, marveling at the rare blessing of seeing the sacred flame burn again within his lifetime. His joy is quiet but deep, stirred by the presence of the great holy flame. Aiden too is taken aback. But then, something strange stirs within him. A peculiar sensation creeps through his body while catching him off guard. As he tries to understand it, a thought crosses his mind. It could be the mana cultivation technique he once learned from an old, forgotten book he picked up at the Church of Holy Fire. That ancient technique now seems to be acting on its own while directing his body with intent. It urges him to absorb the flame. Suddenly, the fire begins to move toward him. Barkus, alarmed, calls out, warning him to be cautious. But it's already happening. Aiden is absorbing the holy fire. The sight leaves everyone frozen in disbelief. None of them expected this. Valley, while watching closely, voices his shock, noting that the holy fire is known to burn anyone it hasn't chosen as its master. What's unfolding before them is beyond anything he's ever seen. Meanwhile, Aiden doesn't feel pain. Instead, he feels warmth, deep, powerful, and almost comforting. Then, in a voice only he hears, the holy fire addresses him. It acknowledges him as its successor and bestows upon him a gift, its eyes, capable of seeing through all lies. No falsehood will be able to stand before him again. With that, all the fire and its divine energy flow into him completely. The temple falls silent, each person left speechless while witnessing something none of them ever imagined possible. As the fire stops, Ro quickly rushes to Aiden, concern written all over his face. He gently shakes his head and face while trying to make sure he's okay. Watching this unfold, Barkus finds himself frozen in shock. Just moments ago, Aiden had been completely engulfed by the holy fire, yet here he stands, unharmed. The sight leaves him speechless. At the same moment, Valley quietly remarks that he always suspected Aiden wasn't just an ordinary person. Curious and still trying to process what's happening, Barkus turns to him and asks what he means by that. Valley then begins to explain. Long ago, before the master of the holy fire ascended, he shared a prophecy with his followers. On a destined day, someone would come, someone who would reach out to the fire, and rather than being consumed, the flames would dance joyfully to welcome him. This chosen one, Valley continues, would carry the master's will and be recognized as the apostle of the holy fire. Reflecting on everything that's happened, Valley quietly points out that Aiden now seems to fit that very description. Meanwhile, Aiden snaps out of his daze and gives Ro a light smack in irritation for shaking his head so roughly. He glances around, confused by the intense stares from everyone surrounding him. Before he can make sense of it, the crowd suddenly erupts into applause. They cheer for him, overjoyed that the apostle of the holy fire has appeared to protect them. Yet Aiden, still trying to understand what's going on, feels nothing but confusion. The title means nothing to him. He doesn't even know what it truly is. Despite his protests and awkwardness, they lift him into the air while honoring him with chants and cheers. Their celebration fills the temple with excitement and gratitude. But just as the joy reaches its peak, the ground starts to tremble violently. Stones fall from above, and panic spreads. People assume it's an earthquake, but Aiden immediately senses otherwise. With a serious expression, he tells them this isn't a normal quake. Something else is happening. As the tremors continue, a chilling thought crosses his mind that could this be the scream of the Winter Queen? Yet he quickly reminds himself that there should still be plenty of time before her awakening. After hearing all those unsettling sounds, the crowd grows uneasy. No one manages to grasp what the commotion truly means. Out of nowhere, a figure emerges and addresses the gathering. Expressing gratitude for their continued use of the Emporium's services, the figure revealed to be the owner of the Spirit Emporium, the renowned hat merchant, leaves everyone stunned. The mere mention of the Emporium's true owner and her unexpected presence sends waves of disbelief through the crowd. She then announces, as the Emporium's owner, that a legendary dungeon known as the Winter Queen's Nest has surfaced. Instantly, panic spreads. Faces fill with disbelief as whispers of the Winter Queen's possible resurrection ripple through the group. A sense of dread overtakes them. Some begin shouting that she's back to wreak havoc again and insist that fleeing is the only way to survive. In the blink of an eye, chaos breaks loose as people scatter, desperately escaping the place. Meanwhile, within the sacred halls of the Church of Holy Fire, Sire's branch, Aiden ponders over her return. The fact that she revives 10 days earlier than foreseen puzzles him. Yet, more pressing matters occupy his thoughts. The banshees stir in turmoil, overwhelmed by the Queen's return, while the specter of the Dark Night spirals out of control, driven by a relentless urge to defend his homeland. Frustration rises within Aiden as he questions the specter's right to interfere. Suddenly, a presence materializes before him, that a figure who identifies himself as Dares Kleiman. He reveals that he once served as a knight under Lord Sylvetta. However, a blessing from the Holy Fire grants him the ability to perceive deception. What unfolds next is a vivid scene that Dares, weakened by his deteriorating mana core, reflects that in this condition, while reclaiming his former strength is impossible. Worse still, he risks losing his rightful title of Grand Duke to Dare. Yet he contemplates a desperate plan to complete a task involving a mysterious gemstone. With it, he believes he can replace his mana core and eventually recover his title. As the vision unfolds, Aiden begins to wonder if these are remnants of the Dark Knight's memories. This extraordinary glimpse is made possible through a new ability he gains during the Holy Fire event, an ability known as Fire Eye. This power, astonishingly, mirrors the divine authority of a god. What catches him off guard, however, is its capacity to unveil the hidden memories of a specter. Then, the Underlord remarks that the puzzle behind the red stone Aiden absorbed has finally been unraveled. In response, Aiden reflects on how ever since absorbing the stone while channeling mana has become noticeably smoother. It's no surprise, then, that someone with limited time would be desperate enough to attempt crafting another replacement for a mana core. Following that, the Underlord questions whether this idea wasn't already mentioned by Nikita Florence. He reminds him that the Night King doesn't currently share good terms with him, so if that's true, how could he even intend to forge such a powerful substitute? Moments later, Aiden shifts the topic and questions whether the Underlord knows why the heirs of the Sire's lineage possess such immense strength. However, the Underlord admits ignorance while suggesting perhaps their resilience stems from surviving brutal conditions. Yet Aiden reveals the real reason, that it's due to the first Grand Duke vanquishing the Winter Queen and consuming her essence. That essence carries a level of purity so profound, no existing elixir compares. At present, even Sylvetta pursues the same essence for his own gain. Realizing the danger in allowing Sylvetta's scheme to unfold, Aiden decides to take matters into his own hands. At that moment, Dare suddenly appears and acknowledges him. Aiden returns the gesture calmly. Dare mentions that he intended to visit Aiden personally, but fate brings them together here instead. Curious, Aiden wonders if Dare somehow knew of his presence beforehand. Dare then reveals that he heard about Aiden's house becoming the Saintess's patron and how he is accompanying her on a sacred journey. Word of Aiden's arrival in Sires also reached him. This makes Aiden pause while wondering if the pilgrimage wasn't meant to be a closely guarded secret. But the Underlord quietly remarks that true secrets are rare in this world. Soon after, Aiden brings up the matter of the Winter Queen while guessing that it's the reason behind Dare's sudden arrival. Dare confirms it that the Church of Holy Fire needs a representative to attend a critical emergency council. The news catches Aiden off guard. He wonders aloud whether only individuals of the highest standing within the church are allowed to attend such assemblies. If so, wouldn't the Apostle of Holy Fire revered by the church be the ideal choice? Dare agrees that this would indeed make sense. Without hesitation, Aiden decides it's time to go and announces that he is, in fact, the very apostle they seek. It's time, he insists, to meet Dare's father. As a sly grin crosses his face, the Underlord asks if there's a strategy forming in his mind. Aiden nods with confidence, revealing that he already intends to meet the current Grand Duke of Sires, and this opportunity perfectly aligns with a brilliant plan he's been crafting. A knowing smile lingers as the next phase begins. Inside his office, Sylvetta sits in quiet contemplation, finally witnessing the moment he has long anticipated, the return of the Winter Queen. He muses that while many believe the first Grand Duke of Sires defeated her, that truth is only partial. Though she was bested in battle, she was never truly destroyed. At the moment of her downfall, her essence shattered into fragments, which scattered across the vast northern lands. Over time, these remnants seep into the entire northern continent, while giving rise to an eternal winter. Infused with her essence, countless monsters grow more powerful. Among these fragments, one embeds itself into the body of the Grand Duke of Sires. This singular shard strengthens his physique, and through it, the Sire's bloodline gains unmatched physical prowess. It is because of this fragment that their lineage is blessed with superior bodies while setting them apart. Now, after many long years, the Winter Queen has reassembled her scattered essence and has returned. Sylvetta believes that if he can capture her and absorb her essence, he will rise to become the strongest being in existence. Without delay, he commands both the White Knight and the Crimson Knight to prepare for combat. They are to head toward her location, and he intends to strike first, eliminate her, and claim her essence for himself. The knights accept the order without hesitation. But just as preparations begin, someone bursts through the door while announcing an urgent development. Sylvetta turns sharply, demanding to know what's happened. The man informs him that the current Grand Duke of Sires has assigned the Winter Queen's hunt to an external force rather than entrusting it to the Knight Order. This news stuns Sylvetta. He clenches his fists in disbelief. After all, he had clearly told his father that he would personally lead the hunt. Now, it has unexpectedly been handed over to an outsider. His curiosity quickly turns into frustration as he demands to know the identity of this mysterious force. The Crimson Knight speaks up, revealing that it is none other than the Church of Holy Fire. Upon hearing this, Sylvetta's temper flares further. He mutters with disdain while having always considered the church a persistent nuisance. The informant continues while noting that the one chosen to lead this hunt has recently been gaining significant attention. Sylvetta, clearly intrigued, asks whether this person is well known and, most importantly, what his name is. The man responds as Aiden. At the mention of that name, something shifts in Sylvetta. Determined now more than ever, he silently decides that a meeting with this individual is inevitable, and it will happen soon. Following the hat merchant's dramatic arrival, the scene shifts to the reception hall within Sire's Manor, where Aiden stands alongside Dare while facing the Grand Duke of Sire's Vernon himself. The atmosphere carries a weight of anticipation as the Grand Duke turns to Aiden while questioning whether he truly intends to oversee the hunt for the Winter Queen. Without hesitation, Aiden confirms his intent while revealing that he's putting forward a proposal. The Grand Duke is taken aback by the idea of a deal. Calmly, Aiden elaborates that he points out that the Winter Queen isn't an ordinary foe. She's a monstrous force, one that would prove overwhelming even for multiple swordmasters. In such a scenario, even the elite knights of the Sire's Grand Duchy would likely suffer heavy losses. That is why, he asserts, the responsibility of subjugating her should fall to his allies and the Church of Holy Fire. This claim makes Vernon even more curious, and he naturally wonders what Aiden seeks in return. Without flinching, Aiden puts forth his price, everything from the territory itself to every piece of treasure obtained through the hunt. Dare, surprised by the boldness, questions whether asking for the land goes too far. Yet before any response, Aiden adds one more demand. The Grand Duke narrows his gaze while asking about this final condition. But before the words can settle, he abruptly rises from his seat and hurls a powerful sword strike at Aiden without warning. The sudden clash catches everyone off guard. As the blow lands, Aiden braces against the force. The strike is heavy, precisely what he expects from a master of the blade. His hands sting, the impact sharp and numbing. Dare quickly intervenes while reminding his father that despite everything, Aiden once saved his life. His words give Vernon pause. The Grand Duke now sees that Aiden isn't just speaking with boldness, and he's fueled by genuine resolve. Realizing this, Vernon finally asks about the final condition. Aiden responds calmly. The last part of the agreement involves the elixir, the coveted prize of the upcoming martial arts tournament. Later, while sitting quietly in his room, Aiden reflects on his final demand, the elixir. In his palm, he holds a dense sphere of mana, a concentrated essence he earned through the deal. As he examines it, he senses its overwhelming energy. He believes this elixir may be the key to breaking through the barrier that's been halting his growth. Without hesitation, he consumes it. At once, his eyes widen as a chilling surge of mana floods his body like a crashing waterfall. The force is immense, far more than his body can handle. Yet despite the risk, he refuses to let even a single thread of this rare energy slip away. In his mind, it already belongs to him. Just then, the Underlord cautions him while warning that if he continues forcing the mana inward, it will spiral out of control. He urges release, but Aiden resists. Driven by sheer will, he demands more while reaching deeper into the elixir's power. In that moment, the wall within him begins to crumble. Suddenly, a larger version of the Underlord materializes before him. He observes that as Aiden regains more strength, his own form continues to reform and expand. Amused and fueled by his own excitement, Aiden swings a punch at him. The Underlord, clearly startled, questions the outburst. With a playful grin, Aiden admits he's been waiting for the moment he could land a blow ever since aiming to become a swordmaster. The Underlord fumes at the remark. Then a knock sounds at the door. Aiden grants permission to enter, and Nikita steps in. She announces that everything is ready. With a nod, Aiden decides it's time to depart, an announcement that only intensifies the Underlord's irritation. Soon after, deep within the Winter Queen's dungeon, Nikita walks beside him while remarking that the fog surrounding them isn't ordinary mist. Aiden agrees, recognizing it as a troubling magical curse. He quickly identifies the first reason the elite Knights of Sires failed in their earlier attempt this fog. It compels those within it to relive their most haunting fears and deepest griefs, slowly unraveling their minds. Yet, it leaves him untouched. He now stands firm, confident even as the haze presses in. Then, another realization dawns on him that the second reason behind the Knight Order's failure is the presence of a massive horde of wandering undead. However, he concludes there's no need for direct confrontation. Turning to Nikita, he asks if she can manage the situation. Though her vision is obscured, she responds with quiet certainty. She hears the cries of the lost souls, their helpless wails for freedom, still clinging to fragments of their former lives. She explains how these spirits are trapped in an endless cycle of suffering, while feeling their deaths again and again, until all remnants of their minds fade into silence. Their sorrow and torment, she adds, are precisely why dark sorcerers like her are essential. With steady reverence, she begins a sacred rite while offering blessings to the restless spirits. She calls out not only to the dead, but to those whose families have faded into dust, whose bodies can no longer feel warmth. As the last descendant of the Florence royal line and the highest priestess of the dead, she declares her duty fulfilled. In her words, she offers comfort. Florence's fire has arrived while urging the dead to lay down their rage and find peace at last. Yet, As the fog lifts, it becomes clear this was only the beginning. The Winter Queen herself stands beyond. Witnessing Nikita's actions, she erupts in fury. Nikita glances at Aiden, noting that wiping out her followers must have enraged her. With a confident smile, he responds with a glint in his eye that it's time to see just how powerful she's become. Inside the Church of the Holy Fire, Alice kneels in silent devotion while pleading for divine guidance. Her thoughts soon shift to Aiden, as she quietly hopes for his safe return from his confrontation with the Winter Queen. Meanwhile, at the threshold of the Winter Queen's sinister fortress, Aiden steps into her domain. Instantly, the frigid air bites at him while making him reflect that any ordinary soul wouldn't survive long in such extreme cold. Fortunately, he silently praises his earlier choice of asking Hedos to forge his armor with phoenix feather. Not only is it resilient, but it also shields him with comforting warmth. As he proceeds, the dense mist begins to thicken. The cold is sharp, almost punishing, and he recalls that this very chill was a crucial reason behind the downfall of the Sires. Then, without warning, the Underlord addresses him with a mocking tone while hinting at whether the cold is the reason the dark sorcerers were withdrawn. Aiden responds with steady resolve, thinking that although the Winter Queen may have crafted an enormous stronghold, and no matter how well prepared they may be, she remains a formidable beast at heart. He knows that he must confront her. Soon after, the Winter Queen appears, her fury apparent. She demands to know how he dares to dismiss her followers and makes it clear she won't overlook such defiance. As she confronts him, a wave of icy wind sweeps through the hall. Her rage deepens, and she questions how he could betray her master while insisting the world has no place for humans who wronged him. Upon hearing her mention of the master, Aiden pauses in thought. He wonders if she's referring to her former contractor. After all, banshees are spirits forged from sorrow, their unhealed grief gradually turning into bitterness. In that moment, he senses his armor straining against the overwhelming frost. Yet, he remains composed as he has already devised a strategy. Without hesitation, he calls upon Pyraness. Moments later, she materializes and, with a calm presence, acknowledges his summons. As Pyraness appears, she begins to ascend gracefully into the air, her presence glowing with intensity. Meanwhile, Aiden stands with unwavering confidence. He quickly becomes aware of the vast difference in strength between himself and the Winter Queen. Yet he remains thankful for the energy still pulsing within him. At the same time, Pyraness gazes at the Winter Queen with a mixture of pity and disdain, while seeing her as nothing more than a misguided soul. Aiden, gathering courage, questions whether the Queen truly believes she can prevail. Pyraness, with her voice carrying the weight of ancient fire, declares herself the sovereign of all flames, and quietly offers to grant the Queen a final moment of rest. Encouraged, Aiden begins to move forward while requesting Pyraness to shield him. With resolve in his stride, he charges toward the Winter Queen. As he closes the distance, his perception sharpens. He starts to recognize the vulnerabilities in those standing before him. With each swing of his sword, he counters the icy gusts rushing his way, striking with power and precision. His movements grow more fluid, more refined, and he senses that he may have finally crossed into the realm of a true master. Suddenly, the Queen and her knights unleash an echoing growl, but the flames of Pyraness burn brighter in response. Without hesitation, she hurls a blazing strike toward the Winter Queen. Fire rains down upon the Queen's knights while leaving her stunned by the ferocity. Her forces begin to falter, and Pyraness readies herself to guard Aiden no matter the cost. Witnessing this, the Winter Queen erupts in fury. With venom in her tone, she commands the world to freeze and shatter. Yet for Aiden, this threat is manageable. His fire eyes glow with defiance as he locks onto her and pushes forward. He notices the vast reserve of mana surging within her while acknowledging the magnitude of her strength. As she sends wave after wave of chilling winds his way, she unleashes another frustrating spell. However, with Pyraness by his side, he continues unhindered. That is, until suddenly Pyraness softly apologizes. Her tone is strained, and Aiden, caught off guard, questions the sudden shift in her form. She explains that the frozen surroundings weaken her essence, and that his dwindling mana can no longer sustain her presence. She admits that the only gift she can offer now is a trace of warmth. Irritation stirs within him. He realizes just how deeply spirits are affected by their environment, and this frozen wasteland is the worst place imaginable for Pyraness. Now the truth hits him that he has underestimated the Winter Queen's might. No one before him had managed to bring her down. Even the shield crafted by the Banshees offers no assistance, not while their queen has returned. Left with few options, he silently calls upon the divine for help, and in that moment, a new power surges through him. The Underlord, while sensing the sudden rush of sacred energy, grows agitated while attempting to expel it immediately. But Aiden understands the source of this blessing, that it's Alice. He hears her voice, soft yet firm, while offering prayers for his safe return. And for the first time, he feels that her hope has truly reached him. As Aiden's mana steadily increases, Pyroness feels the surge of power within her as well. She acknowledges that with this newfound energy, she can now tap into at least a tenth of her original strength. The air around them grows increasingly hot, and the heat from the flames begins to affect the surroundings. Buildings near the battlefield start to melt, their icy structures dissolving under the intense radiance. The very castle of the Winter Queen, once a towering stronghold of frost, begins to melt away. It crumbles under the heat generated by only a fraction of Pyroness's power. Witnessing this, the Winter Queen is left stunned, her eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of her fortress dissolving before her. Pyroness, in her calm yet commanding tone, suggests that the Winter Queen can finally rest in peace, for her reign has come to an end. The flames continue to roar and burn around them while creating an oppressive, fiery atmosphere. At that moment, the Underlord, while standing just behind Aiden, rises to his feet. With a solemn expression, he turns his attention to the Winter Queen, and, in a voice tinged with finality, declares that she can now rest in peace as she is consumed by the flames. In the Sire's Grand Duchy, folks begin to notice something unusual, that the snowfall abruptly halts, and the air grows warmer by the minute. Even the snowy caps atop the mountains gradually start to thaw while leaving the people puzzled, unsure of what exactly is unfolding. Just then, the familiar hat merchant shows up and announces that the Spirit Emporium has an urgent message. As it turns out, effective immediately, the legendary dungeon known as the Winter Queen's Nest has been completely cleared by none other than Aiden. The entire crowd stands in disbelief, stunned by the revelation that the feared Winter Queen has been defeated, and by Aiden of all people, the unruly young master with a notorious reputation. Gradually, a wave of relief washes over the citizens. With the looming threat of the Winter Queen now gone, fear melts away just like the snow, and joy begins to fill the streets. Without delay, preparations for the long-paused festival resume, and voices across the duchy begin to praise Aiden for his incredible feat. Among those overjoyed is Alice, who, along with Aiden's companions, feels immense happiness upon hearing the news. Meanwhile, in a separate chamber, Daer stands before his father, while the knights gather before Sylvetta. However, Sylvetta appears far from pleased. Deeply disappointed, he believes that the Winter Queen's essence rightfully belonged to him, stolen by an unknown upstart who appeared out of nowhere. His frustration quickly grows into anger. In his mind, if that Aiden hadn't appeared, he would have claimed victory over the Winter Queen and reclaimed his lost strength. Now, filled with irritation, he forms a grim decision that Aiden must be finished. Moreover, he begins to suspect a deeper scheme while recalling how Aiden not only rescued Daer at the banquet, but also saved the Saintess of the Church of the Holy Fire. To Sylvetta, these aren't coincidences. They feel like calculated moves woven into a larger plot that's steadily appearing in front of him. Fueled by suspicion, he then orders his White Knight to bring the prototype. However, the knight reacts with visible shock. He hesitantly mentions that the prototype is crafted from a beast, not a human, and that the gem's energy remains unstable so it might trigger unpredictable side effects. But Sylvetta, blinded by fury, takes the knight's caution as defiance. His tone sharpens as he demands obedience. Eventually, though reluctantly, the knight agrees to carry out the command while setting in motion something dark and uncertain. He obeys Sylvetta's commands without hesitation. Meanwhile, Sylvetta quietly reflects that if Aiden has truly overcome the Winter Queen, then he must possess the skills of a swordmaster at the very least. With that thought, a sense of urgency begins to build within him. He realizes that to stand against someone of Aiden's level, he must recover his strength, even if the effect is only brief. Driven by this need, he makes a grim choice. With the portion of the Winter Queen's essence now in his possession, he resolves to complete the jewel, regardless of the cost, even if it means taking Aiden's life. Elsewhere within the solemn halls of the Church of Holy Fire, Aiden makes his arrival. One by one, those present begin to honor him, offering heartfelt admiration for his recent deed. Their gratitude is genuine, and their joy unmistakable. Amid the gathering, the Underlord watches with quiet amusement. He remarks that seeing Aiden being celebrated like a hero is rather entertaining. However, Aiden responds with his usual edge. His true reason lies elsewhere. He hasn't taken down the Winter Queen for recognition or applause. Rather, every step he takes is meant to bring him closer to vengeance. Still, even he can't deny that the moment doesn't feel entirely unpleasant. As a small reward, he's managed to claim something useful, a finely crafted frozen winter cloak. This cloak isn't just for show. It carries a chilling magic capable of freezing everything within a 15-meter radius, while giving him both a practical tool and a symbol of his growing power. He believes the cloak will come in handy. Just then, Alice comes rushing toward him, her face glowing with joy the moment she spots Aiden. Without thinking, she embraces him tightly, her happiness overflowing. She mentions how she had constantly prayed for his safety and pleaded with God to guide him. Now, seeing him return safely, she feels those prayers have finally been answered. Aiden, quietly reflecting on her words, realizes that her prayers might have truly played a part in his survival. With a grateful heart, he nods and thanks her. Soon after, Valley steps in and commends him for effortlessly taking down a disaster-class creature. He adds that he had always expected such strength from him. But Aiden, in his usual manner, brushes off the praise while remarking that Valley is simply trying to flatter him. He emphasizes that the victory wasn't his alone. As Ro excitedly approaches with arms wide open for a hug, Aiden casually pushes him away while finding the gesture a bit too much to handle. In the next moment, his eyes catch a small animal, prompting him to pause. He wonders aloud about the fate of that wolf. Alice giggles and shares that the creature is actually Chaco. Surprised, Aiden struggles to believe it. Alice then explains that due to her recent illness, Chaco hadn't eaten properly and had been lying around for days. However, quite unexpectedly, Chaco began growing a fresh coat of fur and underwent a strange transformation. Both Aiden and the Underlord react with visible surprise. The Underlord points out to Aiden that it seems Chaco has broken past the boundaries of an ordinary dog and evolved into a new form entirely. He even compares it to how humans, when surpassing their limits, ascend to the level of a swordmaster. In the same way, Chaco seems to have crossed its threshold and gained newfound strength. Yet, Aiden can't help but wonder that he himself has only just begun to break through his own limits. So how did a dog like Chaco manage to achieve such a leap? Before he can dwell too long on that thought, a man rushes over toward him, excitement clear in his voice. He brings news, and when asked, he informs Aiden that a message has arrived from the house of the Grand Duke of Sires. They've sent a personal invitation. Aiden is being summoned for a private dinner. The moment the name Sylvetta Sires is mentioned, the Underlord's expression hardens. With a cautious tone, he warns Aiden that a one-on-one meeting with Sylvetta is nothing short of dangerous. Aiden agrees without hesitation. Deep down, he knows that just seeing Sylvetta's face would be enough to shatter his composure. He wouldn't be able to stop himself from striking him. A few hours later, Aiden arrives at the Frost Fortress to confront Sylvetta. As he moves through the towering halls, Sylvetta's voice calls out to him while asking if he truly is Aiden. Without waiting, he begins to speak, while mentioning that he has heard plenty about him, how he rescued his younger brother and contributed significantly to the Church of Holy Fire. In response, Aiden, calm but sharp, remarks that it all traces back to the schemes of those vile black sorcerers. He refers to them as nothing more than human filth, no different from Sylvetta himself. Sylvetta, unsurprised, seems to have already guessed that Aiden knows the truth. With narrowed eyes, he questions whether Dare revealed everything, or if perhaps someone holding a grudge against him whispered those truths. Aiden then calmly reveals that Sylvetta isn't entirely wrong. A former mercenary, once loyal enough to call him a comrade, had reached out to him. That man wanted Sylvetta to feel the same pain he once endured under betrayal. But Sylvetta, with cold certainty, responds that he has never allied himself with mercenaries and would never consider such a person a comrade. At that moment, Aiden silently accepts that this is Sylvetta's true self, detached and ruthless. Every other version must have been a crafted illusion. His mind briefly flashes back to the previous world, where Sylvetta had once claimed that Aiden's very existence was a great help to them, even referring to him as a comrade he could rely on. Yet even then, he hadn't asked for forgiveness. Now, while standing face to face with the man once again, Aiden reflects that at least this version of Sylvetta shows honesty in the end. With steady hands, he reveals his sword, the tension thick in the air. He knows the moment has come to settle the fate that has long bound them together. As he directs his blade at Sylvetta, he remarks that he's already aware of reaching the rank of a swordmaster. He has suspected this ever since learning of his victory over the Winter Queen. However, just then, Aiden is taken aback by the sight unfolding before him. Gradually, he comes to the realization that Sylvetta, too, has ascended to the swordmaster level. The aura surrounding him now feels overwhelmingly grim and terrifying. Meanwhile, the Underlord remarks that it seems Sylvetta has also absorbed jewel energy, similar to what Aiden once did to reach this realm. Yet, there's something unmistakably different about the method. Whatever resided within that jewel appears to have been entirely unlike the one Aiden encountered. At this moment, the energy coursing through the Night King's body no longer resembles that of a human, and it's monstrous in nature. In fact, the Underlord finds him to be the ideal form of the Blood Knights they had previously encountered. Aiden, filled with a mix of sorrow and disbelief, murmurs that Sylvetta has lost himself in the hunger for strength, to the point of self-destruction. Deep down, he can't help but feel pity for him. Still, Sylvetta appears unfazed. He responds coldly, implying that purging this foul aura from his body would be a trivial matter if he chooses to check back. Without hesitation, he demands the essence of the Winter Queen while promising that if it's returned, he will spare Aiden's allies. This sudden turn renders Aiden speechless. Noticing his silence, Sylvetta mocks him while suggesting he's just as foolish as he looks. As both now stand alone, Sylvetta questions whether Aiden has considered where his knights might be at this very moment. He then reveals a crystal sphere, where a disturbing vision is displayed. Aiden's entire group, including the Saintess, has been captured and are now held as hostages by Sylvetta's forces. Witnessing this, a deep shock washes over Aiden. Within the Holy Fire cult at the Sire's branch, the White Knight holds the crystal orb tightly in his grip. He remarks that Sylvetta had already indicated their adversaries wouldn't pose much of a challenge. Meanwhile, Sylvetta's forces begin advancing toward Aiden's group. At that moment, Valley charges in while unleashing the most powerful swing of his sword. A wide grin spreads across his face as he witnesses the might of his opponent. In response, the Crimson Knight rallies his men while urging them not to retreat and to stand firm for their lord Sylvetta. However, Valley, alongside his allies including Ro, puts up fierce resistance. Amid the clash, Ro lashes out, furious that anyone would dare threaten their young master. He declares that such audacity would be paid for in blood. Their coordinated strikes rain down upon the opposing knights with relentless fury. As the battle grows more chaotic, the Crimson Knight begins to view the encounter as disordered and sloppy, noticing that every attack seems riddled with gaps. He retorts that if they long for death, he'll gladly deliver it, then launches a powerful strike toward his adversary. Yet in a sudden twist, his blade is shattered by Ro's counter. The sight leaves him momentarily stunned. Ro coldly notes that even the Crimson Knight's best isn't enough to leave a mark on him. Still gripping the broken weapon, the Crimson Knight remains standing, unmoved. As Ro advances with determination, the knight reflects inwardly, no longer willing to weigh down his young master with his failure. At the same time, the White Knight continues to observe everything unfold through the orb. Shock courses through him upon realizing that even the Crimson Knight has fallen. With urgency settling in, he concludes that there's only one move left to seize the Saintess. Just then, the Saintess appears, her presence radiating a dreadful intensity. The White Knight commands the remaining forces to capture her immediately. But before they can move, Ro intercepts, firmly vowing to prevent them from laying a hand on her. Suddenly, the knight's attention is diverted upward. Something is hurtling toward them. Bottles come flying through the air while shattering upon impact. Confused, the knights peer at the strange contents inside. In moments, they realize they're trapped in a thick, adhesive fluid. Their limbs lock in place, helpless against the clingy substance, as they become completely immobilized. While the knights remain puzzled, Cassie casually remarks that the substance is her creation, something she calls the flycatcher, made from slime fluid. With a confident nod, she leaves the rest to Chaco. As the knights continue to struggle, glued in place by the sticky trap, Chaco begins to approach. Emerging as if summoned from nowhere, he growls with rising intensity while sending waves of fear through the trapped knights. At that moment, Alice can't help but admire Chaco's fierce presence. She quietly praises him, her voice filled with awe at his terrifying strength. However, the White Knight, still standing amidst the chaos, focuses solely on one goal of eliminating the Saintess. With that thought driving him, he starts making his way toward Alice. But before he gets far, Alice steps forward with unexpected force. With a single empowered punch, she meets him head-on. The White Knight is stunned, not just by her sudden action, but by the radiant glow surrounding her fist. The illumination catches him off guard, and before he can react, the impact sends him flying backward. The force of the blow is so strong that the crystal orb he clutches shatters instantly while scattering fragments across the ground. As the crystal orb shatters in the White Knight's grasp, Sylvetta stares in disbelief. He's stunned that nearly 10 knights, all at the semi-master level, have been completely overpowered. The sight doesn't make sense to him. However, Aiden calmly remarks that, unlike before, he's chosen far more capable allies this time. Sylvetta, unimpressed, dismisses the notion. In his mind, those comrades are nothing more than disposable tools, easily replaceable and of no true value. He even adds that hostages are no longer necessary. Aiden quietly agrees while acknowledging the shift in their battle. Without delay, Sylvetta begins to advance, fury radiating from every step. His strikes grow intense and relentless as he closes the distance. Yet Aiden stands his ground, fully prepared to clash. Their blades meet with force, and the air grows heavy with tension. While Sylvetta's thoughts are consumed by the idea that retrieving the essence will set everything right, Aiden moves with seething determination. He focuses on evading each savage blow, his anger fueling his every motion. The confrontation intensifies, with both locked in a fierce exchange, neither willing to back down. A fierce clash unfolds between Aiden and Sylvetta, with both exchanging powerful sword strikes in rapid succession. The intensity of their duel shakes the very ground beneath them. Amid the battle, Aiden questions whether Sylvetta even cares if his grand palace crumbles in the chaos. But Sylvetta, undeterred, responds coldly. To him, such destruction means little. He can rebuild it any time. His only focus now is reclaiming the essence, and with rage burning in his eyes, he lunges forward with increasing aggression. He continues, burdened by the weight he claims to carry. He brings up the biting frost of the northern winds and the savage beasts that roam the frozen lands, while insisting that Aiden knows nothing of them. As these words pour out, Aiden suddenly notices something different. Sylvetta is using a technique he hasn't seen before. It catches him off guard. Standing tall, Sylvetta now presents himself as the Thunderstorm Knight. He proclaims his position as the ruler of the Frost Fortress and the heir to the title of Grand Duke. He declares that it's his responsibility to grow stronger to safeguard the Grand Duchy. He questions whether Aiden can truly grasp the heavy burden he bears. But Aiden doesn't waver. His gaze remains firm, his anger slowly simmering. He counters, offended by the implication that he doesn't understand duty. In that moment, his thoughts drift to the countless people depending on him, those who see him as their only beacon of hope. He feels the pressure to protect them from ruin. For him, the sense of duty is no shallow excuse. It's sacred, not something to hide behind after committing disgraceful acts. He then confronts Sylvetta with the truth that countless lives have been lost due to his cruel actions. Sylvetta brushes it off while calling it a necessary sacrifice. That's when everything becomes clear to Aiden. A cold calm settles over him, and he quietly thanks Sylvetta for helping him regain focus, because his fury had momentarily made him forget his own mission. Sylvetta questions what duty he refers to, and Aiden responds with resolve. He reminds him of the vow he made to twist and crush Sylvetta's heart with his own hand. The words strike deep, and Sylvetta's fury ignites once more. He then demands to know about the Master Fear. In response, Aiden explains that it's an ability that naturally awakens in anyone who reaches the level of a superhuman. Yet its strength is determined by a single factor: bloodlust. This deadly aura, he explains, is born from the act of taking lives and hardened through the weight of every kill. After sensing it clearly, Sylvetta begins to believe that the Master Fear radiating from Aiden feels tainted, soaked in the blood of countless victims. Yet, he refuses to accept such a possibility. The thought seems impossible to him, as he sees himself as the only true powerhouse. Still clinging to that belief, he unleashes another powerful strike toward Aiden. But Aiden meets the blow head-on while retaliating with equal force. Sylvetta continues swinging his blade with furious speed, but Aiden evades every slash with calculated precision. Then, without warning, Aiden's technique shifts while mirroring Sylvetta's own style. Startled, Sylvetta questions what kind of trick this could be. Aiden responds with a calm defiance while pointing out that this so-called trick is simply the sire's swordsmanship, the very one Sylvetta once passed down. This revelation hits hard. Sylvetta reels in disbelief, as he is convinced this is their first encounter. But Aiden urges him to take a closer look. Then, in a flash, he delivers another strike, his movements sharp and flawless while reflecting mastery of the sword style. Sylvetta is left stunned, barely keeping up as he dodges the sudden flurry of blows. Confusion builds in Sylvetta's mind. He admits inwardly that the technique is unmistakably from the sire's lineage, but he remains certain he has never met this warrior before. Suspicion creeps in, making him wonder if Aiden is perhaps a spy from Dare. Still, one thing is clear to him: that whoever dares to stand in his way must be eliminated. Fueled by that thought, he launches a fresh barrage of attacks, his rage aimed solely at Aiden. In response, Aiden mutters to himself while acknowledging how everything has now spiraled into this violent confrontation. But Sylvetta, blinded by fury, no longer fights with clarity. His mana spirals wildly out of control, overwhelming his body and twisting his mind. At this point, he moves not as a knight, but as a wild beast driven by mana overload. Inside his delusion, Sylvetta sees himself as the Night King, one who demands unquestioned obedience from all. He insists that Aiden stands no chance against him. But before his words can settle, Aiden strikes back with a powerful blow, filled with raw anger. Sylvetta, consumed by his obsession, commands him to perish. Watching all this unfold, Aiden's fury boils over while igniting a new wave of wrath deep within him. Sylvetta keeps hurling relentless strikes at Aiden, his voice echoing with commands to fall, all while sensing the sheer force of strength Aiden now wields. As the clash intensifies, Sylvetta gradually realizes that every swing Aiden delivers carries an aura sharp enough to disrupt any counter. There's no clear gap, no chance to strike back. More importantly, he becomes aware that waiting for the mana overload to subside is no longer a viable option. Meanwhile, Dare arrives on the scene while catching sight of the escalating turmoil. He freezes in disbelief while struggling to comprehend what lies before him. The violent energy swirling around Sylvetta feels utterly corrupted, foreign even to someone who once called him brother. As Sylvetta catches sight of Dare, his fury spikes. Without hesitation, he charges at him with murderous intent. Luckily, Dare manages to narrowly avoid the blow. Moments later, confusion spreads across Dare's face as he demands to know the reason behind the sudden attack. Silvetta accuses him while blaming him for how everything spiraled out of control. According to him, if Dare had quietly perished within the imperial palace, none of this chaos would have erupted. Hearing such twisted resentment, Dare reels in shock. He questions the meaning behind those words while wondering aloud whether Silvetta had orchestrated everything from the dark mages to the catastrophe at the palace. Aiden steps in, his tone heavy with clarity. He tells Dare that the man standing before them is no longer the elder brother he once knew. Overwhelmed by mana, Silvetta has lost himself. The one called Silvetta Cyrus has already vanished. This truth shakes Dare deeply. Struggling to accept it, he listens as Aiden further explains that Silvetta has now ascended to the transcendental level, and if left unchecked, he will soon become a calamity capable of consuming all of Cyrus. The gravity of the situation settles into Dare's heart. Desperation flickers in his eyes as he turns to Aiden, while seeking his support and protecting their homeland. Meanwhile, Silvetta, fully engulfed in madness, lashes out at everyone around him while striking furiously without distinction. His rage consumes him entirely while turning each swing into a blur of devastation. Finally, Dare makes a firm decision. Gritting his teeth, he launches a decisive blow against Silvetta, while declaring that it is for the sake of Cyrus. He quietly begs for forgiveness while understanding what must be done. However, Silvetta responds only with greater fury. Enraged beyond reason, he lunges toward both Dare and Aiden, his strikes wild and spontaneous. But in that critical moment, our boy manages to block the incoming force using his shield while standing firm despite the brutal impact. Then, with the battle reaching its peak, Aiden turns to Dare and brings up the Imperial Palace banquet. Dare nods, his expression grim while admitting there's no way he could ever forget it. After all, that was the most terrifying monster he's ever encountered. Aiden remarks that recalling those moments will make their coordination smoother, especially since they've once faced a creature wielding a massive sword together. With that shared memory fueling their resolve, both rush forward, ready to bring down Silvetta, who now stands completely consumed by his monstrous transformation. They swiftly maneuver through the whirlwind of strikes Silvetta unleashes, narrowly dodging each powerful blow. Still, Silvetta retaliates with an unrelenting storm of sword attacks, his rage burning brighter with each clash. As the rhythm of the battle quickens, Aiden signals Dare to strike. Without hesitation, Dare delivers a powerful blow toward their opponent. The duel rages on with no clear victor, both sides refusing to falter. Meanwhile, our boy begins to understand the full extent of Silvetta's condition. The mana overload has entirely shattered his reasoning, he's forcing his body past its limits. Though it grants him incredible power for the moment, it's clear the strain will eventually cripple his ability to control that strength. Throughout the clash, Aiden and Silvetta display advanced swordsmanship while trading skillful and precise strikes. Dare also remains locked into the fight, relentlessly pressing forward in their effort to stop Silvetta. The opponent, however, responds only with escalating fury while refusing to yield even for a second. Suddenly, in a pivotal moment, Aiden releases one of his signature techniques. A surge of energy bursts forth as he unveils his frozen winter cloak, a chilling aura wrapping around him like a wave of frost. At once he senses the tide turning. Silvetta's body begins to stiffen, his movement slowing under the cloak's icy grasp. Realizing the end has come, our boy steps forward. With quiet finality, he offers a farewell, not to an enemy, but to someone who was once his comrade. Dare finds himself truly astonished as he witnesses the level of swordsmanship Aiden displays. At the same time, Silvetta appears shaken upon hearing the truth about Aiden being the Dragon Slayer. Without delay, Aiden activates his scale dash technique, and the devastating force nearly annihilates Silvetta. Blood spills from various parts of his body as he collapses to the ground, unable to move. Then, as silence settles over the battlefield, the Underlord steps forward while remarking to Aiden that his long-awaited revenge has finally been fulfilled. However, he also observes something off that Aiden doesn't seem pleased. He wonders aloud if this vengeance wasn't the entire reason Aiden kept living through everything until now. Aiden responds quietly while affirming that this was indeed his purpose, his desire, and his personal mission in this life. He confirms that the revenge he had planned so meticulously has been carried out. Yet even as he speaks those words, an unusual emptiness begins to take shape inside him, a strange feeling he can't quite explain. The following day, within the Sire's Grand Duchy, the entire region buzzes with shock. Citizens hold newspapers tightly while reading the headline with disbelief. Some begin murmuring that it might actually be true, especially since the loud noises from the previous night had kept many awake. The headline reveals the death of the eldest son of the House of Grand Duke Sires, Thunderstorm Knight Silvetta. According to the report, he lost his life due to mana overload after crossing into the transcendental stage. Among the people, mixed feelings ripple through the crowd. While some remember him as a noble figure, others exchange unsure glances. Meanwhile, Aiden stands alone in his room, quiet and deep in thought. Then suddenly a knock sounds on the door. A voice from outside calls out while asking if he's inside. Aiden answers, and as the door opens, Dare steps in. He's come with something on his mind, something he needs to ask. Later on, Aiden casually checks with Dare while wondering whether the aftermath has been handled without trouble. Dare responds with a calm nod while sharing that, thanks to the intel provided by him, they have successfully captured everyone who assisted Sylvetta in his wrongdoings. The Sire's region has been safeguarded, and for that, he expresses his gratitude while offering thanks on behalf of the entire house. Yet, curiosity lingers in his voice as he brings up a question that's been bothering him. He wonders whether Aiden had known from the beginning about Sylvetta's schemes, the Imperial Palace incident, the Holy Fire cult situation, even the forbidden experiments in the Forest of Death. Not even he or his father had managed to uncover these hidden threads. How then had Aiden known and acted before anyone else? In response, Aiden casually mentions that he learned about it through a mercenary. He keeps the details vague while stating that he can't say anything beyond that. Upon hearing this, Dare realizes his father won't take it well that an outsider discovered the truth before their own intelligence did. Even so, he keeps his composure and simply assures Aiden that they will repay him to the best of their ability. Upon hearing this, Aiden lets out a soft chuckle while admitting it's the best news he's heard in a while. Sometime later, he stands with Nikita as they both examine the snowy plains of the Sire's region. She points out that beneath the snow, something extraordinary had been buried, an enormous deposit of mana stones. What's even more surprising is that many of them appear to be high grade, so much so that a single shard could fetch an incredible price. Aiden, pleased by this discovery, mentions that the Grand Duke has already agreed to cover the costs for setting up the mine as part of the compensation, so the process will move forward without delays. He quietly tells Nikita to take responsibility for overseeing it properly, while explaining that this place will soon become vital to his grand plan. In his thoughts, he reflects on what lies ahead. His upcoming enemies already command strong forces. For him to stand against them, he needs an equally solid foundation, and the key to building that power lies in wealth. With this resource of mana stones, he finally has a way to start recruiting support on a much larger scale. Nikita, while understanding the weight of the moment, accepts his order with determination. She assures him that she'll give it her all. Aiden offers one final remark, while reminding her that she must do her best, because this land might just become the ground where a lost kingdom rises once more. Her eyes widen at the idea, but she quickly nods with conviction while telling him to leave it to her. Meanwhile, in Hitos's workshop, he is deeply focused on his work when Aiden walks in once again. This time, he holds something in his hand, and Hitos, while noticing it, asks if it's exactly what he thinks it is. With a smile, Aiden offers him a drink, human liquor. Hitos takes it, clearly delighted by the gesture while savoring the taste with obvious satisfaction. Curious, Hitos then asks Aiden if he has tested the equipment he gave him. Aiden, grateful, responds that he has, and with the help of the gear, he was able to easily clear a legendary dungeon. Upon hearing this, Hitos bursts out laughing while treating it as a joke coming from the successor of Balkan. But Aiden, while taking offense, grows angry, his face flushed with frustration. He sweats with irritation and demands to know if Hitos really understands the situation. In a more amused tone, Hitos replies that, of course, he knows. Despite his appearance, he has crafted weapons for generations of mercenary kings. There's no way he wouldn't recognize the unmistakable stench of Balkan's influence. Hitos reflects briefly while admitting that at first, he wasn't sure what to think. He never imagined that Balkan would take a noble as his disciple. However, after thinking it through, he realizes that if Balkan did indeed choose a noble, he should have known earlier. Nonetheless, Hitos acknowledges that Aiden's achievements indicate that he's gotten his hands on something truly impressive. He then inquires if anyone has found Balkan yet. Aiden shakes his head while admitting that he hasn't found him either. It's been far too long since he last saw his master. He adds, however, that even if someone were to find him now while killing him wouldn't be the end, he wouldn't die so easily. Hitos laughs in agreement while acknowledging the truth in Aiden's words. Finally, Aiden, with a serious tone, tells Hitos that he has something to ask. Hitos, still grinning, assumes that Aiden must be looking for another piece of equipment. He assures him that there's nothing he can't make, so Aiden is free to ask for anything he needs. With a sly grin playing on his lips, Aiden calmly mentions to Hitos that he wants to visit the underground dwarven kingdom, Stoneheim. The moment To's words leave him, Hitos is taken aback, visibly stunned, and his expression quickly shifts to frustration. Stoneheim, buried deep beneath the surface, is a mysterious realm with its true location known to none except a rare few. The only known path leading to it lies through Hitos's own blacksmith workshop, while making it clear why Aiden has come to him. Hitos, still processing the request, reminds him that he hasn't set foot in that place in over 10 years, and questions why Aiden would want to go there. In response, Aiden explains that his land holds a vast deposit of mana stones, and he intends to establish a mining agreement with the dwarves. Though reluctant, Hedos finally agrees while stating that he'll unlock the passage, but he also warns Aiden not to expect too much. The dwarves, he says, are a people who've been deeply wounded by humans in the past. Nevertheless, he leads him to the hidden entrance of Stoneheim. As they step into the subterranean realm, a strange sight greets them. An open space scattered with weapons, some partially buried in the earth. Numerous swords are spread across the ground while catching Aiden's attention. In his thoughts, he notes how unmistakably dwarven the setting feels. Swords left out in the open like discarded tools. Just then, tension erupts. A voice echoes while instructing the warriors of Stoneheim to ready themselves for a confrontation with approaching stone golems. The dwarven soldiers swiftly assemble, weapons drawn and expressions tense. The scene surprises Hedos. His eyes widen as he questions what is happening and where these massive stone creatures have come from. Meanwhile, as the golems close in on the dwarves, Aiden instinctively picks up one of the swords lying nearby. The dwarven army charges forward under the fierce command of their leader, who bellows for them to smash the golems. Yet amid the chaos, they begin to notice something unusual, a human presence among them. All eyes slowly shift toward Aiden, disbelief flickering across their faces. As the stone beasts begin advancing toward the dwarves, Aiden swiftly steps in while wielding his sword with precision. With a single powerful slash, he shatters every one of them. The rubble scatters across the ground, and he remains steady while having effortlessly overwhelmed the threat. Witnessing this, the dwarven leader stands stunned, unable to believe that a human could eliminate the golems in just one blow. Beside him, another dwarf quietly wonders how a human even managed to reach this hidden place. At that moment, Hedos steps forward, calmly stating that he's the one who brought Aiden. The dwarves instantly recognize him and greet him with respect while acknowledging him as the finest blacksmith of Stormhead. Still, curiosity presses them to ask why he has returned after so long. However, Hedos first requests they explain what exactly is happening here, as this region is famously known for its peace. As they speak, the shattered stone golems still lie motionless across the ground. Soon, Hedos learns that these ancient constructs have begun attacking Stoneheim just a few months ago. The dwarves explain that despite fighting them off multiple times, the golems keep appearing. Their defense lines have been cut down by nearly half, and at this rate, extinction seems inevitable. The Underlord turns to Aiden and asks if he was already aware of this crisis. Yet Aiden honestly admits that he had never even considered visiting this place in his previous life. Then, one of the dwarves asks if this human, Aiden, is the hero sent to rescue them while assuming Hedos brought him for that purpose. But Hedos replies that wasn't his intent. He merely came to see his brother. A guard steps in while announcing that His Majesty Hefedo is in the castle and offers to lead them there. Without delay, the group follows him toward the grand fortress. Upon arriving, the guard informs the king of their presence. As soon as Hefedo sees Hedos, his expression shifts. He remarks that it's about time Hedos showed up and questions why he shut himself away in his workshop for an entire decade. Hedos simply explains that he became consumed by his craft. Yet Hefedo, clearly upset, reminds him how his disappearance left him to shoulder great burdens alone. He expresses frustration that Hedos never even visited once during that time. Observing their exchange, the Underlord comes to a quiet realization that Hedos was meant to be king all along, not just a craftsman. After all, in dwarven tradition, the throne is given to the most skilled blacksmith. However, Hedos had locked himself away in pursuit of perfection, and as a result, his younger brother, deemed the second-best smith, was crowned instead. Still, Hedos grows concerned while asking why no one informed him of the situation if it had gotten so dire. But his brother lashes out while reminding him that it was Hedos who vanished after taking the only workshop key, wanting to avoid all distractions. So, while contacting him had been impossible, at last Hedos offers a quiet apology, finally understanding the chaos his absence has created. However, shortly after, Hefedo also expresses his gratitude to Hedos for bringing Aiden along while acknowledging that his presence may very well be what saves Stormhead. Still, curiosity lingers in the king's tone as he wonders aloud about the true reason a human has ventured into their domain. In response, Aiden turns to Hedos and politely requests a private moment with the Majesty. Hedos, without objection, steps away while leaving the two alone in the chamber. Once they're alone, the king turns toward Aiden, quietly inquiring what it is he wishes to discuss. Aiden, composed yet honest, explains that his initial purpose for arriving was to propose a deal. Yet while observing the kingdom's dire state, he admits this hardly feels like the right moment to bring up such matters. The Majesty, however, calmly interrupts while assuring him that regardless of intentions, his arrival has already shifted the fate of their people. Without him, they might have already crumbled. With a weight of urgency behind his words, the Majesty makes a direct appeal. He asks for a favor while leaving Aiden slightly puzzled. Yet the king continues, recalling how he personally witnessed Aiden's battle against the golems from within the castle walls. He acknowledges the overwhelming presence of a transcendental aura surrounding him, a sign of immense power. Therefore, he pleads for that strength now, not for politics or negotiation, but for the survival of Stormhead. In this moment, the kingdom needs more than a deal. It needs Aiden's unmatched power to endure. The Majesty, while reflecting silently, begins to believe that perhaps this moment is their final opportunity, one last blessing from the gods. He wonders if this human might truly be the destined savior of Stormhead. Yet, to his surprise, Aiden declines the request. Perplexed, the Majesty gently questions the reason behind the refusal. Aiden, calm but firm, responds that he simply sees no personal reason to offer his help. Trying to shift his mind, the Majesty suggests that if it's a matter of reward, then the solution is simple. He assures him that he may claim whatever he desires, be it a mine filled with gold, powerful armaments, or any treasure he seeks. All of it would be his, so long as he defeats the golems. However, Aiden's expression remains steady as he asks whether that would truly be enough. Even if he destroys the dungeon core and halts the emergence of more golems, would the land really become secure? The king, taken aback, quietly asks for clarification. Aiden then explains that the issue doesn't lie in the power of the golems, it's that the kingdom itself has grown fragile. Even if this danger is handled now, what will happen when another threat appears? The Majesty takes a moment, then nods in understanding. He admits the truth that they are indeed too weak at this point. Yet, before the conversation sinks into despair, Aiden offers a different path forward. He states there's a way to reinforce the kingdom's strength. The Majesty's eyes widen with cautious hope while asking if such a method truly exists. Without hesitation, Aiden confirms and tells him to watch as he's ready to demonstrate. Soon after, they make their way to Hyde's laboratory. While observing the place, Aiden casually remarks that, as expected, everything becomes much simpler when one can shift the 2-hour workshop anywhere at will. In response, Hedos lets out an annoyed sigh while pointing out that Aiden is just like his mentor, always treating these advanced workshops as if they're some kind of teleporting devices. He adds that such behavior is nothing short of irritating. Meanwhile, the Majesty, still holding on to cautious hope, questions whether a real way to safeguard the kingdom truly lies here. In reply, Aiden calmly explains that what he's about to reveal isn't a traditional method, but rather a form of technology, one unlike anything they've encountered before. Hearing this, the group grows visibly surprised. One among them even mutters doubt, warning the Majesty not to place his faith in the young outsider. However, the king sternly orders the skeptic to remain quiet while stating with conviction that he trusts the man Hetos has brought to him. For now, he decides they will watch and judge the result. At this point, Aiden quietly feels a sense of fortune within himself. This was indeed a rare and valuable chance handed to him. Observing the moment, the Underlord whispers with slight amusement that the plan to win over the dwarves using nothing more than liquor was a bizarre strategy from the beginning. Just then, amidst their ongoing conversation, Gustav Hyde suddenly dashes toward Aiden with energy in his steps. Reaching him, he bows respectfully and refers to him as young master while announcing himself as a loyal servant. Everyone in the room stands frozen for a second, stunned to realize that this eccentric researcher belongs to their guest. Without delay, Gustav expresses gratitude for Aiden's consistent backing. He declares that, at long last, the work is complete. Then, with visible pride, he reveals the very first weapon developed through the fusion of magic and engineering, a creation he calls the Gustav Mark I. However, despite the achievement, Aiden quietly finds the name a bit underwhelming. At first, when everyone lays eyes on the strange weapon, confusion spreads quickly among the guards. One of them raises his voice while questioning if that bizarre-looking object is really supposed to be a weapon. None of them can believe it. The weapon looks nothing like anything they've seen before. Meanwhile, another guard, while standing beside him, remarks that it resembles a building pillar more than a tool for battle. Clearly, they're not ready to accept such a thing as a real weapon. At the same time, Hefedo remains seated with Aiden, both of them gazing at the object placed in front of them. Hefedo wonders if this odd thing could truly help protect their kingdom. Since it doesn't resemble a traditional weapon at all, everyone around remains full of doubt. In response, Aiden firmly grabs the weapon. With a confident voice, he recalls a saying from the Holy Fire cult that a picture is worth 1,000 words and encourages them to witness its power for themselves. Shortly after, they all step outside, where a crowd of dwarves is already gathered while watching with curiosity. Then, in front of everyone, he starts to demonstrate the weapon's abilities. However, one of the dwarves scoffs while saying golems are on a whole different level compared to scarecrows, and that this toy won't do anything against them. The others seem unimpressed. Still, Aiden doesn't back down. He shouts that he's ready and unleashes the weapon's strength. Suddenly, a massive blast explodes from the weapon. Shocked, he quickly yells for the old man to cover his ears. Hefedo, confused, repeats the warning, unsure why he should do that out of nowhere. He doesn't realize what's about to happen. In that moment, a memory flashes through Aiden's mind. He remembers seeing this weapon once in his past life. It was a masterpiece. However, before he can explain further, another explosion shakes the ground. The sound is deafening. Everyone instinctively covers their ears. Even Hefedo, overwhelmed by the noise, shields himself from the intense sound. As the smoke clears, they all stare in disbelief. A wall in front of them has crumbled from the blast. The weapon's destructive power is undeniable. Aiden can't help but laugh, thrilled by what he's just shown them. He asks what they think about such overwhelming strength, proudly claiming that this weapon can truly protect the kingdom. Hefedo, now deeply impressed, praises the weapon's destructive power while believing that with it, they can safeguard their economy. The atmosphere shifts completely. Relief and excitement fill the air. At last, everyone seems truly happy. A few days later in Stoneheim, a new challenge appears. Stone golems clash fiercely while causing a dangerous commotion. Without hesitation, the dwarves, now confident in their new weapon, step forward. With a unified cry, they launch a massive blast at the enemy. As the explosion hits, they cheer loudly, proud that their weapon was able to hit the golems so hard. Their shouts echo as they mock the stone enemies and celebrate their magical engineering while calling it a true form of art. During the celebration, Underlord turns to Aiden and wonders why it now feels like there are multiple mad scientists around. Aiden, still smiling, responds that after spending a few days listening to explanations about magical engineering, that's exactly what they've become. Not long after, Hefedo approaches Aiden, his steps calm and sincere. He greets him as the benefactor of Stoneheim and admits it has been a long time since the people here were this cheerful. As he looks around, pride swells in his chest. He expresses his gratitude while acknowledging that none of this would be possible without Aiden's help. Aiden, while hearing this, gives him one simple request that if he's truly thankful, he should take care of the Mana Stone mine, which means a lot to him. Hefedo nods seriously while vowing on Stoneheim's name to give it everything he has. Then, he asks Aiden to follow him to his workshop while mentioning he has something for him. Aiden's curiosity is instantly piqued. Thoughts race through his mind that maybe it's top-grade gear or a rare gem. Feeling excited, he follows him eagerly. But as soon as they arrive, Hefedo hands him something completely unexpected. An apple. At first, Aiden is stunned. He clearly wasn't expecting something so simple. However, Hefedo quickly explains that it's not just any apple and it's a second life. The words hit Aiden hard. He reaches out and touches the apple, and immediately, a powerful surge of energy flows into him. Confused and amazed, he wonders how something like this could contain mana as fast and powerful as a dragon's heart. Hefedo patiently answers his unspoken questions. He reveals that the fruit comes from the World Tree, which only blooms once every 1,000 years. The mana it holds is legendary. Because Aiden saved Stoneheim from ruin, he offers this sacred gift as a token of gratitude. Deeply moved, Aiden accepts it. He tries to play it cool while claiming he has no choice. From the side, Underlord teases him while pointing out the smug look on his face and accusing him of pretending. Meanwhile, the dwarves continue building with unstoppable energy. In just 2 days, they construct a new village and mine in the frozen region. Gustav, while having grown close to them, decides to stay behind to continue his research in magical engineering. Back at the Holy Fire cult's Sire's branch, Aiden trains inside an indoor ground. As he practices, his thoughts drift toward a spiritual beast egg he once received. He remembers how, before reaching the transcendental stage, infusing aura into it had no effect. But now, things might be different. Underlord, while observing him, reminds him that he didn't exactly receive the egg, he stole it. But still, Aiden remains focused and silent while ignoring him. As soon as he touches the egg again, light bursts out in all directions. He raises his voice while declaring he'll figure out what the egg truly is. However, he quickly realizes it's absorbing his dark mana. Confusion floods his thoughts as more light swirls around him. Then, from the glowing shell, a small dragon slowly emerges. Aiden stands frozen, stunned by the sight. Underlord identifies it immediately, not just any dragon, but a spirit dragon. He explains it's a rare kind of spiritual beast with the power of a dragon. Even during his lifetime, he had only seen a few. Aiden groans inwardly. He's had enough of dragons. Why is everything around him always tied to them? Once again, a dragon-type beast stands before the Dragon Slayer King. The spirit dragon gazes at him silently. Underlord mentions that the creature wants a name. For a spiritual beast, a name becomes its identity. Aiden fumbles while admitting he's never named anyone before. He tries a few simple names like Draggy and Darky, but the dragon roars disapprovingly. Realizing he needs to try harder, Aiden gives it more thought. After a moment, he suggests the name Leo. This time, the dragon lets out a joyful roar and suddenly takes off into the sky. Its ability to fly already surprises Aiden while considering how young it appears. At that very moment, the contract between them forms. Spirit Dragon Leo becomes bound to Aiden. Underlord, genuinely surprised, compliments Aiden's naming sense. Aiden smirks and explains he chose Leo from his own name, Aiden Albareo, so that every time he sees the dragon, he remembers why he's here. Leo roars again in delight, then enters Aiden's body. As it happens, Aiden feels the jewel he absorbed earlier activate once more. Even though it was unstable before, something changes now. The incomplete blood jewel inside him transforms while becoming whole at last. At that moment, the mana core, which works much like a heart for mana, remains the only center responsible for storing and flowing energy throughout the body. Typically, there's just one core. However, right now, Aiden finds himself going against everything he thought he knew. As the incomplete blood jewel suddenly evolves, it transforms into a complete blood jewel, and surprisingly, it begins to function as a second mana core. Immediately, Aiden becomes overwhelmed with disbelief. He struggles to understand what is truly happening inside him. At the same time, Underlord witnesses this change and reacts with amazement. He acknowledges that even in his long life, he has never seen something as strange as this. 2 mana cores in a single body. The dragon beside them roars again, further intensifying the moment. Meanwhile, Aiden senses that the sensation he feels is more than just having an extra core. He starts to realize that Leo's mana is flowing directly into his body. After all, dragons are known to rule the surface world and possess nearly endless amounts of mana. Now with access to that deep well of energy, Aiden begins to think that he might soon reach a level no human has ever achieved. Later on, at his office in the autonomous frozen region, Aiden sits calmly with Leo, the young dragon. Eventually Nikita arrives and greets him politely. As they begin their discussion, Aiden checks if she looked into the matter he had assigned. Without delay, the dragon responds while confirming that she has come to report on the 3 individuals he had asked her to monitor. However, she suddenly pauses while noticing Leo. With some confusion, she wonders aloud if what she's seeing is really a dragon. Aiden casually explains that he found Leo in the forest. Quickly, he shifts the topic back and inquires about any suspicious movements from the targets. Since he already knows that his interference has changed the original course of events, he assumes that his actions may have altered the fates of those people too. Nikita begins with her first report. Calcis Lo Immortalia, the second prince of the Immortalia Empire, is currently residing inside the alchemist tower Ouroboros. However, she mentions that the tower's surveillance is quite strict, and since Calcis never leaves, she couldn't investigate further. Right away, Aiden recalls that within the Immortalia Empire, there's a long-standing tradition. While the first prince inherits the throne, the second is expected to study alchemy and eventually become the master of the Ouroboros Tower. Then, curious about the others, he brings up Shaula. Without hesitation, Nikita moves on to her second report. She explains that Shaula has proven to be quite the force. Just a year ago, at the age of 21, she became the youngest high-ranking mage by reaching 7-star rank. Currently, she's in the Anguis Magic Tower. Furthermore, tensions between Anguis and the Southern Great Forest Alliance have been steadily rising. Although this conflict isn't new, the situation has been getting worse. Naturally, this isn't surprising to Aiden since those two sides never got along well. Meanwhile, in the Southern Great Forest Tribal Alliance, many primitive tribes continue to live deep within the forest south of Anguis. These tribes are united under the Grand Tribe, led by the Grand Chieftain, who is known to be the strongest among them. Embracing nature as their ally, the alliance develops civilization and sorcery based on their connection with the natural world. On the other hand, the Anguis Magic Kingdom focuses on progress through magic and views these forest tribes as nothing more than savages. Because of this, the tribes have grown to hate the mages who look down on them. Eventually, this hatred turns into open war. During that war, Shaula makes her mark. She completely annihilates the Southern Alliance all by herself. However, it's not because the tribes were weak. If she hadn't been there, the Anguis Kingdom likely would have lost. Soon after, Aiden brings up Spica. At this point in the original timeline, she should still be just a Saintess candidate. Normally, she would awaken 4 years later and become the most powerful Saintess in the history of the Carnage cult, only after the current one dies. However, Nikita delivers a surprising revelation. She informs him that Spica Lunius has already become the 54th Saintess of the Carnage cult. Moreover, she didn't inherit the position. She took it by force while killing the former Saintess with her own hands. This news completely stuns Aiden, who finds it hard to accept. Meanwhile, in the northern snowy mountains of the autonomous frozen region, a different story unfolds. A voice yells that the winter coin is no more, and now it's time to avenge a fallen father. Ukurak, son of the Frost Ogre Lord, leads the charge and calls out for melted lengths. Once upon a time, his father had ruled these mountains until Sylvetta ended his reign with a sword. Burning with revenge, Ukurak raises a monster army of over 1,000. However, he remains unaware of who currently resides in Sires, or who is on their way to stop him. Just then, a girl arrives while stating that she's been wandering the snowy fields for 2 weeks. Finally, she's found someone who might help her with directions. Ukurak, stunned to see a human, immediately orders his allies to attack her. Yet she speaks to him clearly and calmly while noting that since he speaks human, he can also give her directions. What follows is a battle that leaves Ukurak in utter despair. Back in the training grounds of the autonomous frozen region, Aiden stands alongside his partners. Suddenly, someone charges toward him with intent to attack. He doesn't move, instead observing the attacker closely. He acknowledges their improvement, especially in handling holy power and strengthening physical form. Nonetheless, he feels they still lack speed. Without much effort, he counterattacks. As he reflects, Aiden admits to himself that out of everyone he's ever met, Spica remains one of the hardest to understand. She always defeats monsters with the same blank, emotionless expression. Unlike other holy sects, the Carnage cult values strength above all else. There, only the strongest becomes the saint. No one dares to challenge a reigning saintess because the gap in power between them and the candidates is massive. Even the previous saintess, known as the Blind Saintess, reached her rank through sheer talent and effort. So much so that even a match against Grand Duke Sires, a high-ranking swordmaster, would be unpredictable. Therefore, it makes no sense that Spica could have defeated her. Aiden begins to wonder what exactly he did that might have led to that unexpected outcome. Just then, someone approaches him and informs him that a visitor has arrived. However, it seems the visitor can't be brought inside, so Aiden must step out. Curious, he heads toward the front gate while wondering who this unexpected guest could be. To his surprise, he finds Lunya waiting there. She greets him warmly while noting that it's been a long time. As they speak, she mentions that she made it thanks to Ukurak, who had shown her the way. Though she had to defeat a few attackers along the way, she finally reached him. Aiden nods and invites her inside. Later, while during their meal, Ukurak mentions that he's hungry too. Lunya apologizes while explaining that she lost control after surviving 2 weeks in the snowy mountains without food. Aiden starts to recall the first time he met Lunya, back during the Death Forest hunt when she was working as a mercenary. He remembers that she's from the Carnage cult, but he still can't figure out why she's here now. More importantly, he observes that the ogre, who now speaks their language, emits mana on par with a transcendental-level warrior, a lord-class monster, and yet it follows Lunya like a pet. This strikes him as strange. Eventually, he addresses her formally, while referring to her by name. She replies respectfully using his title. Aiden, now more certain, confronts her with his suspicion that she's not just any pilgrim from the Carnage Tower. His words take her by surprise while leaving her momentarily speechless. They are still talking when, all of a sudden, Aiden raises his voice while asking if she really is a candidate for Saintess of the Carnage cult. As expected, Lunya admits it with a small nod. In return, he shares his confusion while thinking that Spica was supposed to be the only one. To clarify, she says that's what everyone believes, but inside the tower, those who truly belong there know her real identity. She then reveals that she is the second student of the Blind Saintess, married a Nim, and was raised in secret. Curious, Aiden wonders why she had to be raised that way. She explains that it's a long-standing tradition in the Carnage cult. Every candidate except the first is sent away on a journey with a seal. She adds that the seal broke the moment her teacher passed away. At this point, Aiden starts to see how strange the people of the Carnage cult really are. Her story now helps him understand many things, her powerful presence in the Death Forest and how she used a strong monster just to get directions. After a moment, he asks the main question that's been on his mind, that why she came to him. To his surprise, Lunya brightens at his curiosity. With a serious look, she says that the Carnage cult is about to fall apart. Meanwhile, in another part of the world, at the Carnage Tower, a large group of girls has gathered. A bold girl steps forward and calls them daughters of the great Carnage High Power. She firmly says they are the ones who punish wrongdoers guilty of unfair violence. In her words, the past generation had grown lazy and forgotten their real goal, but she plans to change that. She believes that deep down, they all know the truth. Then she tells them that beyond the east lies the Grey Undead Legion, the worst kind of evil that must be judged. Hearing this, the girls glance at each other, quietly wondering if this is about Saintess Spica. The girl continues while saying they can't ignore it anymore. It's time to take action. In just 1 month, they will start a holy war. She also says they will crush the ugly trolls and cover the Grey Land in blood. Right away, the whole group cheers, shouting about the holy war and the land soaked in blood. Filled with joy, they yell that they miss the sight of blood and promise their loyalty to Saint Spica. Not far from there, Aiden watches all of this happening. The landlord, standing beside him, talks about the Grey Undead Legion, while calling them the trolls from the Death Wasteland. Aiden agrees while remembering that even the troll who recently attacked their land was one of them. He explains that the Undead Legion is made up of trolls who can't die for good, and the Greyland holds 100 powerful trolls who lead over 10,000 more. He reflects that even the first Saintess couldn't beat them. All she managed to do was trap them inside the Greyland. From his view, while trying to attack them is like walking into death, even for one of the 3 big cults. To him, it looks like the Carnage cult is heading straight into disaster. Lunia, still beside him, keeps smiling. Then, she says this is exactly why she came to him. She shares that Merida left a prophecy. Naturally, Aiden wants to hear it. So, she begins to tell him. The prophecy says that when the long, silent, thorn-eating beast takes her daughter's throne and becomes the false child, the beautiful usurper will wish for destruction. On the day when the coldest winter wind blows, the one who ends winter and brings spring must be found. That person is chosen by the holy fire. In time, the ancient king buried beneath the black stake will wake up, and on that day, the tower will fall, and a new beginning will start. Aiden listens closely and tries to understand the meaning. Slowly, he figures out that the last Saintess knew she would die. He wonders if the usurper, the one who wants destruction, is connected to the holy war, and whether this war was planned to destroy the cult. Lunia doesn't say much, only that time will tell. She explains that after she heard the prophecy, she started searching for him, the one mentioned in the message. She believes he is the one who ends winter and brings spring, the one chosen by holy fire. Aiden, still trying to take it all in, hears the Underlord speak up while pointing out what seems obvious, that he is the Dragon Slayer King. Aiden thinks about it. Maybe this war isn't a bad thing. Maybe it's his one chance to get revenge on Spica, the Saintess of the Carnage cult. Still, he knows he won't do it without something in return. Then, he calmly tells Lunia that if she believes in this savior, she should also know that everything has a cost. He expects that she brought something for him. She agrees and says Merida asked her to deliver one last message. She believes that once he hears it, he'll know what he has to do. Aiden leans in while wanting to hear what kind of reward she has. Finally, Lunia shares the message that the mercenary is alive. Right away, Aiden's anger explodes. He raises his voice and lashes out at her, shaken to the core. At the same time, in the cold autonomous region, the Underlord looks over and mentions that the Carnage high power really got to him. Aiden clenches his teeth and mutters that if he ever sees that smug face, he's going to punch it. Still angry, he listens as the Underlord asks if there's a plan to stop the crazy Saintess and her priest. Aiden explains that the professor already gave them the plan. The prophecy speaks of waking the ancient king buried under the black stake. That will lead to the fall of the tower and the start of salvation. But to make it happen, they need a lot of preparation. First, they need help from Margrave Thierry. Strengthening their forces is very important. Luckily, Thierry might agree to help. Sidus borders the Death Wasteland just like the Carnage Tower. If the cult and the trolls destroy each other, Sidus will be in trouble too. If Thierry refuses, they'll just use Tyan's promise token. Next, Aiden says they have to sneak into the Carnage Tower. There's a secret path underneath it that is a maze underground. But it's filled with deadly traps, dangerous enough to kill even the strongest people. Only one person can make it through. Far away, in the northern part of the Empire, a noble state faces sudden trouble. An emergency alert is sent out that they must find someone right away. A man storms in while asking about the situation. He reminds them that he told them to raise security 5 times because the thief warned them he'd strike. And yet, the warehouse has still been robbed without anyone noticing. He yells at them to go find the thief now. Frustrated, he throws down a note. On it, someone wrote that tonight, he will be robbing their treasure vault. Just like promised, the robbery happens. Somewhere nearby, a boy sits quietly while people run around yelling and looking everywhere for him. He leans back while thinking it's useless for them to search. With his weapon beside him, he believes there's nothing he can't steal. The next morning, our boy heads to Heredvi County. While looking around at the grand size of the palace owned by the Viscount, comments that it's far more extravagant than what a Viscount should possess. The Viscount laughs heartily while welcoming our boy. He praises him for having achieved such power at a young age. Getting straight to the point, Aiden immediately asks whether he's sure the culprit is Pido. While looking at the letter, Gula confirms that it is indeed Pido because this same letter has been received by other nobles before they were targeted. They call this thief Pido, known only by the title Unknown. Aiden remarks that tonight is the full moon, so Pido is likely to strike. The Viscount is furious at the audacity of the thief. Gritting his teeth, he declares that Pido's career ends tonight, thanks to our dude. Gula then offers to guide him to the vault. After a while, they arrive at the Viscount's storage room, where a pile of gold and other extravagant wealth lies. far too much for someone of his rank. Then, our boy's eyes land on the tiers of the azure sky, the very object Pido has his sights on. The Viscount has installed a security spell around it and is confident that it will be impossible, or at least extremely difficult, for Pido to break through. But our dude disagrees. From his past life experience, he knows that Pido is talented enough to bypass even Shaola's spell. He begins thinking of a plan to catch the thief, a thief who had once eluded everyone in his previous life. Meanwhile, as he thinks about his next course of action, the Underlord points out a specific artifact that might be useful. The moment our boy sees it, his greed kicks in, and he reminds the Viscount that nothing in life is free, especially his services. The Viscount, already familiar with this principle, tells him to take whatever he wants. Without hesitation, our dude points to a plain-looking dagger mounted on the wall. The Viscount is baffled, wondering why he would want something he considers trash, though he admits that he never bothered to throw it away. Aiden insists on taking the dagger. No one but him understands its true value. It's not just a regular dagger, but it holds special attributes that will help him catch the thief. As night falls, Aiden and Ro wait inside the vault, accompanied by a few guards. Ro doubts whether Pido will dare show up, knowing Aiden himself is guarding the jewel. But Aiden remains certain. He knows Pido never backs down once he's declared a target. Suddenly the ground trembles beneath them. Even the Underlord, now on edge, agrees that Pido may be coming, but he senses something more, because he senses not one presence, but two. At that moment, Gullah comes rushing toward Aiden, exclaiming in panic that his jewel has been stolen. Aiden calmly reminds him that the jewel is still right there, in the vault. It turns out Gullah, being a bit more clever than expected, had attempted to outsmart Pido by hiding the real jewel in a secret locker and leaving a fake one in the vault. But Pido, being the legendary thief he is, caught wind of the trick and stole the real jewel, completely bypassing the decoy. Aiden scoffs at this miscalculation and, along with Ro, rushes outside. The Viscount looks completely devastated, almost on the verge of tears. But when a guard asks about his condition, he suddenly smirks, because he's not the real Viscount at all. He's an imposter. Smoke fills the area. Before the guards can grasp what's happening, they inhale the drug laced in the smoke and collapse into unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Pido drops his disguise and scoffs at how easily Aiden and Ro fell for such a rookie trick. He approaches the jewel, now protected by a 6-circle security spell, an impressive barrier by most standards, but nothing he can't handle. With a smirk, he draws his dagger, Siren, and leaves the rest to it. He pierces the dagger into the spell barrier, and the spell begins to unravel, layers collapsing one after the other. Moments later, the jewel rests in his hand. He looks at it satisfied. He had been worried after hearing of Aiden's involvement, but now, with Siren in his possession, he believes that as long as he has this dagger, even Aiden can't stop him. At that moment, Aiden interjects, his voice calm but cutting, asking if Pido was talking about him. Pido turns, startled. He doesn't understand how Aiden is there. Aiden, however, remains unfazed and counters that he's not the same boy Pido once knew, because he's not going to fall for such pathetic disguises anymore. Pido frowns. He doesn't remember ever meeting him, but our dude is more than ready to remind him, with a good beating if necessary. Pido, confident, challenges him outright. He has Siren after all. But Siren itself quivers in his hand and warns Pido in a low, urgent whisper that Aiden is out of their league. Confused and alarmed, Pido demands to know why his trusted weapon is afraid. Siren promises to explain everything, after they get out of there alive. Before Aiden can react, Pido vanishes into thin air. Aiden clicks his tongue in disbelief but doesn't pursue. He's irritated, but also quietly grateful for the dagger now at his side. Later, far away from the palace, Pido removes his mask and finally demands an explanation from Siren. He insists that he could have taken Aiden down easily. Siren agrees, but there's a catch. Aiden possesses a dagger of the same quality, one of the fabled 72 magical swords. Just then, like a shadow from the trees, Aiden drops in silently behind him, speaking coldly. He tells Pido that the reason he's always managed to sneak past tight security, the reason he's escaped without a trace every time, is because of that weapon, one of the 72 magic swords. Pido freezes, tense and wide-eyed. He realizes that for Aiden to track him here, through all wards and illusions, ordinary magic wouldn't cut it. Aiden deadpans that it wasn't done with ordinary means. He holds the same kind of blade. Pido shakes his head in disbelief. That can't be because Balzabul, that sword is unable to track. Aiden confirms it with a slight smirk, unsheathing his new magical blade. The moment it's exposed, it emits a soft, eerie whimper, as if begging Pido's dagger to save it. Inside a cage, the demon bound to the new magic blade consumes human blood. It eagerly swallows every drop, which means some human is trying to wake it up. It begins to shift, settling into its throne as the chains around it break. The blade isn't ordinary because it holds a serpent, the remnants of what was once called the Earl of Justice. Its name is Andromalius. It is about to ask our boy whether he desires its power, but our dude lazily yawns, bored by the blade's rambling. Andromalius grows furious at our boy's daring attitude. Before it can speak further, Underlord interjects, asking whether the blade was talking to him. Andromalius is taken aback, unsure how someone like Underlord even exists in its realm. But with just a hint of threat in Underlord's tone, Andromalius quickly learns its place and goes silent. That's why it agrees to serve our guy, especially with someone like the grim Underlord backing him. Meanwhile, Seren immediately recognizes Andromalius and informs its master that the sword is a master of tracking. Once its wielder sees someone, the sword can guide them to that person's location, no matter how well they hide. Pedo is sweating, realizing that there is no escape for him. He asks what kind of consequences he will face. With a sinister voice, our boy reveals the verdict. Pedo will be dead meat. Not only has he stolen from more than 10 nobles, but there is also a bounty of thousands of gold on his head. Our boy has no intention of letting him go. Now trembling, Pedo is on the verge of crying. Our boy offers him a chance to save his life if he agrees to make a contract with him. As Pedo looks at the evil gleam in our boy's eyes, his imagination runs wild, wondering what kind of contract this might be. He imagines he must be made into some kind of servant, enduring immense punishment. He suddenly realizes that just how doomed he is. After a while, our boy successfully makes a contract with Pedo, which looks suspiciously like a slave contract. He then asks Pedo about the method for awakening his sword, which requires black magic. Pedo begins to tell his story, explaining that he once declined to use or even learn about black magic. When he was young, he had to steal to quench his hunger. Once Pedo catches wind of a storage known to hold an abundance of food, he breaks into the vault, only to find weapons instead. While rummaging through the boxes, he injures himself on the sharp edge of a dagger, and it begins to draw blood from his finger. At that moment, he unintentionally awakens Seren. Sensing Pedo's deep desire, Seren, as the remnants of the Monarch of Desire, decides to contract with him. Pedo is initially baffled by this turn of events. In the present, our boy doesn't quite believe this story. However, Underlord explains that, as the Monarch of Desire, Seren was seeking to connect with someone who harbors strong desires, which led to the bond. This prompts a remark about how even blades have different personalities. Setting that thought aside, our boy becomes concerned by something else from his past life. The jewels Pedo usually steals are famous treasures, widely known among people. The big question, however, is why Pedo never resell these things, as these treasures simply vanish instead of resurfacing. Instead of delving deeper into the mystery, he directly asks Pedo to solve it. Pedo answers that these treasures serve as a kind of nutrient for Seren. The more valuable the item he steals, the stronger the blade becomes. Our boy warns him that if Seren becomes too powerful, it will be impossible for Pedo to control it. Over time, it could even take control of his mind and body. Pedo exclaims that he already knows this, but he has a strong reason for it. He's even willing to sell his soul and body to accomplish his purpose. Now Aiden understands why Seren had chosen Pedo, drawn to the burning desire he harbored. He wonders what could have happened to this young boy that would lead him into hiding 3 years from now. Before he can delve deeper into it, Pedo asks about his first task as Aiden's contract partner. Aiden answers that they're going to empty a particular vault. Pedo's face brightens. It's his specialty. But little does he know what Aiden's truly up to. The truth is revealed to him in the next moment when Aiden mentions that they're going to loot the Cult of Carnage. As soon as he hears this, Pedo tries to run away. But Aiden, with a sinister grin, reminds him that if he tries to escape, he will become a guinea pig for some medical experiments, according to Clause 2 of their contract. Poor Pedo, left with no choice, returns with teary eyes, realizing his life is about to get very difficult. The next moment, he sees a small Leo in front of him, not understanding its purpose. But as the dragon swallows the azure jewel, Pedo is baffled. The dragon, Leo, burns with magical energy after consuming the jewel. Aiden gets a notification that Leo has consumed the spirit stone, which has awakened him. Now, Leo enters a dormant state until he undergoes the required growth stage. Aiden doesn't know that the azure stone is a spirit stone. Underlord also finds it familiar, recognizing it as a fairy crystal, which contains the power of spirits and spirit beasts. It is the best elixir for spirit beasts that have not yet awakened. Aiden feels quite satisfied with this random stroke of luck for Leo. Then, he feels a vibration from his communication bracelet and wonders if Lunia has reached Cetus. He receives the call and asks if she has met Cetus. But instead of meeting her father, she has encountered his son. However, there is a problem. Before Aiden can ask what kind of problem she is facing, Tyan also reaches out, asking for help from the sacred flame. Aiden doesn't understand what kind of help he needs. With a sense of dread, Tyan explains that his father is suffering from a severe illness and might die soon. The next morning, in the autonomous frozen region Mana Stone Mine, Nikita stands there, witnessing a bizarre scene unfolding before her. Down below, different monsters are ordering kobolds to carry out manual labor. The leader, Ukurak, thinks about his bad luck. In the past, he was lost in daydreams, imagining himself as the strongest ogre in the world, dreaming of ruling over humans. But our boy, alongside the unpredictable Lunia, quickly puts him in his place. From his perspective, the humans could even eat him. However, instead of being consumed, he is grateful to settle for labor. Then, Ukurak looks at Nikita, who seems equally crazy. He is warned that if he tries anything funny, he will become the test subject for this witch. His imagination runs wild, thinking about the terrible experiments he would face. He almost cries, wondering how someone like him got stuck in a situation like this. Next morning, Tyan is stunned to see that his friend traveled to his palace in less than a day. Aden lies, claiming that he had help from an old man. He remembers the old man, who was quite furious to have his workshop used as a gateway to another world, but Aden tamed him with booze. Now Aden gets to the point and asks about the condition of Cetus. Tyan reveals that Cetus has been like this ever since he returned from the Carnage Tower 2 months ago. Tyan adds that Cetus came back with numerous injuries. They tried to heal them with a priest, but the black marks on his side are stubborn. Not only that, but they are spreading throughout his body. Aden's expression turns grim as he realizes that Cetus, from the Transcendent Realm, has been injured and has not recovered from these wounds. To see the situation for himself, Aden asks to visit Cetus. Tyan replies that he is in the recovery chamber. There is another problem, though, since Cetus is the leader. If their rivals find out that he is bedridden, they could attack him. They plan to demand answers from the Carnage cult, but before this can happen, Lunia shows up. Lunia adds that she was surrounded by knights when she entered the territory, but luckily, she was saved by the token Aden gave her. Aden hadn't expected her to be in trouble, but it turns out it was the Knights of Cetus. Anyway, they need to see Cetus in order for Alice to heal him. Tyan subtly hints that it will be difficult to meet up. When they enter Cetus's chamber, they realize that it's hard to get near him due to the intense energy emanating from his body, which repels everyone. Aden wonders whether Cetus is in a trance to release this much aura. The energy is making it difficult for anyone to approach, and Tyan is the only one able to stand unaffected. He then asks Alice if she is all right. As a divine being, the Saintess is unfazed by the aura. They decide to examine Cetus. Aden checks the wounds, and his eyes widen when Underlord interjects. He reveals that these wounds are difficult to heal because they are not ordinary. They were inflicted by a weapon under the authority of the Saint of Slaughter, known as Rebolus, which is also called the Pursuer of Death. Death is inevitable for anyone injured by Rebolus, regardless of the healing methods they undergo. As Alice attempts to heal the wound, it shrinks, which brightens her face. Aden concludes that Alice's holy power can indeed heal the wound to some extent, but he doubts she can fully heal it. Suddenly his eyes widen as he realizes that there must be some mystery behind blind Saintess murder, as killing such a powerful Saintess is an impossible feat for even someone as skilled as Spica. This presents another variable. His reverie is interrupted by Cetus. Aden immediately expresses his sadness at meeting him under these circumstances. He tells Cetus not to move, as the wound is still not fully healed. Besides, he wants to understand exactly what happened to Cetus at the Carnage cult, so he suggests moving to a more private chamber. After a while, they shift to Cetus's office. Cetus praises Aden for reaching the Transcendent Realm, but Aden brushes off the flattery, instead focusing on what happened at the Carnage Tower. Cetus explains that when he arrived at the Carnage Tower, the blind Saintess was already dead, killed by Spica who attacked him. He first tried to reason with her, but when she didn't stop attacking, he had no choice but to fight back. The moment her sword pierced his flesh, he felt an ominous energy gnawing at him. Trusting his instincts, he ran away. Aden is tense as he analyzes the situation. Even Alice, with the holy power of the sacred flame, couldn't heal him. It seems they have no choice but to wait for Cetus's death. But then, Underlord gives him hope by revealing that if Aden destroys Rebolus' sword, he might have a chance to save Cetus.